So good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Fearless Women's Summit for March. And we love doing these Fearless World Summits and doing these online because it allows women to attend from all over the world. And that's the beauty of One Woman is we're a large women's networking organization that connects almost 500,000 women globally and from everywhere around the world. We've done events across Canada, the United States, Australia, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, Ireland, and of course we do work in a lot of developing countries as well throughout Africa and Asia, Southeast Asia, South America. So we believe in bringing women together for the greater good of all women in this world. And you are in for a real treat today because at our Fearless Women Summits, gosh, we bring together some of the most powerful speakers from around the world who share their fearless stories. And what I know for sure is that when a woman shares her fearless story is that she gives another woman permission to do the same. So welcome, welcome. If you're just joining us, feel free to type in the chat where you're joining us from today. And if you're joining us over on Facebook, our amazing Facebook page that has over 435,000 women on it, feel free to type in the comments where you're watching from. And I'm going to jump over there later and make sure I welcome everyone to this tremendous day that we have for you. My name is Cheryl Brown. I'm the founder of One Woman. And gosh, fearless. Well, for me, being fearless has been learning to listen to that still small voice that lives in each of us. Not just listening to it, but paying attention for it. And most of all, acting upon it. And oh boy, isn't that the scary part? The taking the action. Because I think as women, we all have that inner knowing, that intuition, that those divine downloads that tell us that, hey, you have some amazing gifts and talents. You have an amazing and powerful and fearless story to share with the world. You know, what is it that you would do if you knew you couldn't fail? That if you were truly fearless in whatever you wanted to do, what would you wake up today and decide to do? Would you start that business? Would you go back to school? Would you, get into that relationship or get out of that relationship or, whatever it is for you? And that's what I love about these days is it's a day just for you to be able to say like, hey, am I happy? Is this the life that I want to live? What do I want to do? What do I want? Because we have this amazing and precious life and we get to decide what we want to do with it. And what I know for sure is that everything that we want is on the other side of fear. Our job is to just say that, hey, I'm not going to be scared anymore. Or even when I am, because Lord knows we all still get scared. That's just our human nature. It's what keeps us safe, keeps us looking both ways before we cross the street, those kind of things. But sometimes it gets in our way of our highest good, of our greatest potential and all that we were created to be. And if you're sitting here and thinking like, hey, you know what, I need a change in my life. Well, maybe you'll meet a speaker today that really inspires you to take that first right step or that next right step towards the direction of your dreams. As the great Martin Luther King Jr. once said, take your first step in faith. You don't have to see the entire staircase, just take the first step. Gosh, for me, being fearless has been becoming an entrepreneur. And I know there's so many women who's out there who either has started a business and, are still unsure as to, taking those steps and how to make it successful and how to put it all together. And you're going to hear some great speakers today that maybe give you some great advice to be able to confidently move forward in that field. I became an entrepreneur when I was 21 years old. I did work full-time for the Canadian federal government. I worked for, the Canada Revenue Agency. And if you're joining us from the United States, that's the equivalent to your IRS. Oh, fun job. Of course, I'm joking because not many people are wanting to hear their calls from the tax department every day. And that's what I called people about. I worked in the areas of audit and collections and, non-compliance and all those fun areas. And I got to admit, there's not a lot of hugs and not a lot of thank you cards. And what I did really didn't align with my spirit. And maybe that's you, is that, hey, you're maybe doing something, maybe you're working in a job, or maybe you even have a business that you just don't really feel that aligns with your spirit. So entrepreneurship was the answer for me. And I started my first business when I was only 21. And I always say I became an entrepreneur by accident. Literally, I was rear-ended by a Dodge Caravan. You see, I was climbing the corporate ladder and going back to school to get my designation as a chartered accountant when my life changed in a split second. And I was rear-ended by a Dodge Caravan and my back was never the same. And so I had to figure out something that I could do with the injuries that I had. When I felt good, being able to create my own schedule. And what I also learned is it also gave me the freedom to be able to create whatever income I wanted. And that's the beauty of entrepreneurship, is being able to live on your own terms, being able to do what you're passionate about, make the impact that you want to make. You know what? That's one thing that I've really learned from women through One Woman, is that women don't just want to make income. Although what I know for sure is that nothing empowers a woman more than financial independence, but also the impact that she wants to make. You see, we all know we have this ability to make a difference, to change the world. And what does that look like for you? For me, it was in events. I started a company in 2012, so I'd had many businesses over the years, many of which I built and sold. But in 2012, I started a company called Keynote Events. And I worked with a lot of famous people, a lot of great speakers and authors and television stars from the Food Network, from HGTV, Dragons from Dragon's Den, Sharks from Shark Tank, Hay House authors, New York Times bestselling authors. And I put on spectacular events. But it wasn't just important for me to put on great events and make great income from doing that. It was also important for me to make an impact. And most of those events I tied to charities. And I was able to raise over $2 million from charities, for charities. And I did all of that from my kitchen table. Lots of times we believe that, to be able to make an impact and make a difference and to have a massively successful business, that we need this massive team and we need this big office and we need this, all these different things. And really, I always say the biggest tools to my success has been nothing more than a piece of paper, a pen, a crazy idea, and a determined heart. And those are the things that I know for sure that are the only tools you'll ever need to be successful in business. Of course, networking as well, which One Woman is all about. We're basically a massive networking organization, because lots of times we just need the support and the encouragement and the opportunities to be able to get our message out there. And that's a lot of what we do. My life changed in 2015. So I was on my merry way with a successful event management business. I retired from the government when I was 37 years old, and I decided I was all in. This is exactly what I wanted to do. And I'm so grateful that I left, because I had no idea what God had in store for me. I left in November of 2014 was when I had put in my resignation letter. And the following March, I'd find myself in the Amazon rainforest. I wouldn't have been able to go if I was still working full time. I wouldn't have had enough vacation time, or maybe my vacation wouldn't have been approved, whatever the case might be, because I headed off to work with one of the partner charities I had worked with on an event to be able to see the work that they were doing firsthand in developing countries. And off to Ecuador I went. And I just assumed that I would go there for, a couple of weeks and help maybe build a school or dig a well or, build a clinic and learn about the work that they were doing. But I had no idea that this trip would change my life. Have you ever been on a life-changing trip or a life-changing adventure that you just didn't know until you arrived and got there, that you never looked at the world the same ever again? And that was me. I walked into this community and I found out that we'd be building a women's empowerment center. And oh boy, they had my attention then, because I'd been empowering women my whole life. I'd mentored so many women to start their own businesses, supported and encouraged them in their crazy dreams and on their journey. And this was my opportunity to do it in an environment that I had never been in before. I got to admit that, my heart fell heavy when I first walked into this community, where I watched just how hard of a life these women had. No access to clean drinking water. They'd walk down to a dirty, polluted river to fetch water every day, to be able to cook and provide for their families. no access to health care. You know, it was hours down the river by boat. And if it was something serious, you might not make it. They had one school classroom in their community. You know, women just wanted to be able to have the ability to live the life of their dreams, to create a better future for their families. And this empowerment center would allow them to do that. These were talented ladies. Oh boy, they made the most beautiful and amazing handcrafted items that the partner charity that we were there with would then, you know, get those out to the world for them to be able to support their own big goals and dreams, to be able to send their own children to school, to be able to have a better life. What I've learned from one woman is that what women want is the same no matter where you go in this world, that we all want a little better life for our families, for our communities, and for ourselves. And every woman deserves to realize that dream, no matter where she is in this world, whether she has electricity or not, whether she has access to internet or not, whatever it looks like for her. And so it was about the day 12 that I was in Ecuador, where I went to bed. And I got to admit that, you know, my heart was pretty heavy, that I realized that I was in there for 12 days. And yes, I worked with these amazing women. I got to learn about their big goals and dreams. But was I all just going to leave that behind? I wasn't sure how I was going to leave that there. It had such an impact in my life. And I woke up that next morning with the biggest vision that God could put on my heart, where it was the vision of one woman. I saw everything. I saw the name, One Woman. I saw the website and what it was going to look like. And most importantly, I saw the faces of the women that I would help to empower in this world, women and girls. I knew that that was the calling that God put in my life, that it would be to bring women together for the greater good of all women in this world. But as I sat there, so excited, but also so frightened, thinking, well, who am I? Who am I to think that I could bring women together for the greater good of all women in this world? You know, I'm talking millions of women. I'm one little girl from Northwestern Ontario. I live in Alberta now, but I lived in Northwestern Ontario at the time. Just a country kid with not a ton of resources, with no fancy education. You know, who did I think I was? But it is what God divinely put on my heart. What has God divinely put on your heart? What are the gifts that you've been given to best help and serve others in this world? All I knew is that God would figure it out. My life changed the day I let go of what is Charla possible in this world and fully embrace what is God possible through me. I went home, I started talking to people about it, telling my friends that, you know, this was my crazy idea and what I wanted to do. And a friend of mine donated a website. And she said, Charla, I love what you're doing. I'd love to help you get this out there to the world. You know, this is my gift to you to get started. And there was no turning back after that. Was that the first right step? You better believe it. And every step since then has lit up for me and for the millions of women that I've impacted in this world. In 2018, we did our first Fearless Women's Summit. You see, my gifts and talents is in the area of event planning. I've been doing that for a long time, for a lot of famous people, made a lot of rich people richer. And I decided to put that aside and to create events that would give women a platform to shine. These are not women who were famous by any stretch of the imagination. These were women just like you that just had an amazing and powerful, fearless story that they wanted to share. That maybe they had a business or gifts and talents that they wanted to get out to the world, that they had a message that they wanted to share. And so I took that chance. I took that big risk and that gamble, and I just put it wholeheartedly out to the world. 2018, I planned 15 Fearless Women Summits across Canada. I had no fancy promotional material to be able to even get it out to the world because I'd never done one of these events before. I created the best that I could with what I had. I always say the best you can do is all you can do, and the best you can do is always enough. And oh boy, it was enough, because we sold out 15 events right across Canada. The largest event happening in Halifax, Nova Scotia, with almost 800 women attending. there was no turning back. I just stepped wholeheartedly into my passion and purpose, and I've done it ever since. One Woman has become one of the largest women's empowerment organizations in the world. What has God put on your heart? And are you fearless enough to trust your faith and step into what that looks like for you? Because I guarantee you, when you do, it's already been figured out. Your job is to just say yes. Your job is to just give it permission. So I believe that one woman can change the world. And what I know for sure is that woman is you. These are some of the amazing women that I've gotten to work with. The first year of One Woman, I traveled around the world talking to the women that I would work with, that I would serve, and what they needed in their life to empower them. It's never what I think they need. It's always what they need to have a better life for themselves, their families, and their community around them. For us, that looks like helping women start businesses, gain employment skills, and help girls have access to education to break the cycle of poverty in developing countries. But we also do work in developed countries. We help women start businesses in developed countries as well, creating fearless events to give women a platform to be able to speak and to be able to share what they're doing to build massively successful businesses. And what happens when you do that? Well, gosh, I had no idea the kind of life that would give me to be able to experience in this lifetime. I think we get comfortable a lot of times in our life. That job, that Monday to Friday, that 9 to 5, or that hustle and grind, whatever becomes the norm for each of us. That was for me. I had no idea that stepping into my passion and purpose would take me around the world, to be able to meet the most extraordinary women like you, to hear these fearless stories, that would change the world, that would watch women step into their power and make the impact that they were destined to make in this world. I've also got to have extraordinary experiences for myself, like meeting Malala. This is a girl who I just, one of my biggest role models at 15 years old gets shot in the head for standing up for girls' education in Pakistan. Gosh, had spoke out for years since she was a young girl, just her passion to educate girls in this world. And to be able to join forces with her organization to be able to help educate girls in this world. It really was an amazing moment for me. Getting an email through my Facebook DM to be on national news right across Canada. A message that would say, "Hey, Charlotte, this is Angie Seth, news anchor for CTV News. We love what you're doing to empower women in this world. We think all Canadians should know about it. Let me know if you're free tomorrow. We'd love to have you down at our Toronto studio and, broadcast this live to Canadians right across the country as to what you're doing to impact this world, to make it a better place for all of us." I thought it was spam. I thought, who sent somebody a message through their private Facebook page to be on national news? This can't be true. And off I went to Google this Angie Seth lady, and lo and behold, sure enough, she was a national news anchor, and this was true. And the next day I was on national news talking about One Woman. I had no idea that something like that could happen to little old me. And then not once, not twice in 2019 did I meet the one and only Oprah Winfrey. Gosh, who would have ever thought that that would be possible? But there I was, and just through opportunities to be able to work with first-class graduates of the Oprah Winfrey Leadership Academy for Girls. There's 2 of them that spoke at almost all of our Fearless Summits back in 2019. And, just being able to see the impact of when you educate a girl in this world, that education truly is the ultimate equalizer, and how it can change and make a difference for the future generations. Us as women who's sitting here today have all had women who came before us that's paved a way for us to be able to live the life of our dreams. Well, ladies, that's your job too, is to be able to pave the way for women and girls, our next generations, to be able to live the life of their dreams, to be able to continue to do that, to step into leadership roles, because you don't need to look very far to see the broken world that we live in. That if you turn on the news today to see how much feminine leadership is needed to heal this world. In 2016, the Dalai Lama visited Vancouver, Canada, and he said, the Western woman will heal this world. Well, no pressure, ladies, but that's you. So how do we do this work? Well, as I mentioned, we empower women through entrepreneurship. We do a lot of work in developing countries to help women start businesses, but also in developed countries. So of course, we run lots of different programs through One Woman to be able to help women start businesses. And of course, through our memberships, through all of our fundraising efforts, we're able to help women in developing countries to also start businesses. And those can look different from ours. You know, maybe you want to be a coach, an author, a speaker. Maybe you want to open a clothing line or any of those kind of things for your business. For a woman in Rwanda or Uganda or Indonesia, well, maybe that's a goat or a chicken business. You know, a few animals to be able to have that gives her financial independence. Maybe it's some seed and some land to be able to grow crops and to be able to sell those things in a market. You know, like I said, it's always asking that woman as to what she wants, what's her big goal and dream, and that we can come together as women to be able to help empower every woman to be able to help herself. You know, it's not enough to say, well, here's a suitcase filled with, you know, t-shirts and toothbrushes. Good luck with everything. It's giving women the tools, the knowledge, the skills, everything needed to be successful so that she can be self-sustaining, that she can send her own children to school and to be able to have that financial independence. We also help women through skills training. And so we work with a lot of different charities in various countries to be able to not only help women start businesses, but to be able to gain the skills that they need to either start those businesses or to be able to gain meaningful employment. We work with a partner charity in Rwanda that helps women gain sewing skills so that they can start their own sewing business, or that they can join a cooperative to be able to sew things and to be able to sell those in the market. Maybe they get contracts with local schools to be able to, you know, design and make school uniforms, and that they can become financial independent that way. We also work with an organization in Bali, Indonesia, that gives girls between the ages of 17 and 24 skills in the hospitality industry. These are girls that are most at risk to be trafficked. That if you don't get married, once you've completed high school and you don't have a boy's family to take care of you, you can fall into the wrong hands pretty quickly. And so when a girl gets skills to be able to work in a spa or work hotel front desk, or to have culinary skills to work in the kitchen or restaurants in that community, that she can then make a fair living wage every day to be able to sustain herself and to be able to always have those choices in her life to live the life that she wants to live, not having to make a choice that none of us as women would ever want to make. And of course, we empower girls through education. We believe that education is the ultimate educator, and that when you educate a girl, you know, she can go off and do anything that she dreams of doing. And there's so many girls out there, over 130 million girls right now that don't get to go to school, that will never see the inside of a classroom. And we want every little girl that wants to be able to go to school, to become whatever she wants to become, to be able to realize that dream for her life. We help girls at every level of education, from primary, elementary school, secondary school, and even post-secondary school. We have girls who are in university right now, who are living the life of their dreams and becoming who they want to become in this world. So how do we do all this work? Well, we do it in a number of ways. Number one is through our One Woman memberships. Before, we only had a basic membership, which is basically $20 a month, which we pool that money together to be able to empower the women and girls that we work with, to be able to help the charities that we help, to be able to empower women and girls through entrepreneurship, skills training, and through education. And so we've always had this membership. Anyone can join at any time. I'll share the links in the chat today. And it basically says, hey, Charlotte, we love what you're doing. We want to support what you're doing. And it does give you some perks for you as well. So you get member pricing to advance. You get to put a member listing on our website, so you can connect with other amazing women around the world. You can share your featured story that we'll send out to our other members, so you can all get to know each other. We have a Rafiki bracelet. Rafiki is the Swahili word for friend. They're made by our mamas in Kenya. And so you get one of those that's mailed to you. And it's just a great reminder of how we're all connected and how we are all so much more powerful when we work together. So that's our basic membership. Last year, we also created our empowered membership, because after the pandemic, so many women who I'd worked with, in Canada, the US, throughout Europe and Australia, New Zealand, were reaching out to me really scared about their own lives and businesses, and really to be able to build and grow their business and how to do that online. And so we created our empowered membership, which really is geared to our women who have businesses that need help reaching their target market, to getting their message out there. And so this is a new membership that we created. And so it gives you all the benefits of an inspired member. You're still helping with, us empowering women and girls globally, but you also have opportunities to be able to speak at Fearless Women Summits, the ability to join our Speakers Bureau, which for those that want to become a paid speaker, we get emails all the time from different organizations that are looking for speakers. We love to make that connection to our empowered members that want to speak for schools, for colleges, universities, corporations, all those kind of great things. The ability to teach through our One Woman Empowerment Academy. We do great workshops and webinars that teach women personal and professional skills so that they can build and grow their businesses. You can host your own One Woman live shows. So we have our One Woman Connected page, which is totally free to join. And all of our women who host shows, all their shows are played through there. So I'll also post the link to our One Woman Connected page so that you can also start connecting with amazing women around the world and be able to stay in the loop with all the great things that we have going on. But you can also advertise and promote what you do to our network of over, well, it's almost 500,000 women globally. And that's one of the biggest challenges I find that women in business have is, how do I know what I want to do. I know what I love. I know the impact that I want to make, but I don't know how to market it. And so if that's you, well, we help you do that to be able to get that out, that if your target market is women, we have a large platform of women. So you can advertise and promote what you do to our amazing network. And all of our women are looking for help in some area. You might be out there needing a great graphic designer, somebody to help you with your social media marketing, somebody who's can coach you in business, or somebody who can help you with your mindset or anything else that you're wanting to accomplish. And so that's what this powerful network is all about, is for people to find the help that they need and for you to be able to get your products, your services, all that great stuff out there. And so that's what we do with our empowered membership. Of course, it gives you lots of other great things, access to business loans and and access to our webinars so that you not only teach them, you can also attend them if you like. So we're doing an info session about that coming up on April the 6th. I'll post the link about that as well. And what we're doing in that info session is also planning our 2023 World Tour. So it's your opportunity to give us input as to where you'd like us to go, because of course we do these online events, but we love doing live events, and we travel all over the world, putting on fearless summits and having these powerful stages for women to be able to speak on. So I'll also share the link that if you want to join us for that info session and learn more about speaking and the great events that's going to be coming up in the future, I'll be sure to share that as well. So our empowered membership is $97 a month, but you get to try your first month for $39. So it's your opportunity to be able to try it, to be able to use One Woman as a powerful platform for your business, and to, just to be able to experience that firsthand and be plugged into such a powerful and amazing network of incredible women around the world. So I'll post the links in the chat after I'm done my talk today, that if you're wanting to become a member, either an inspired member or an empowered member, that you'll be able to do that. So our next World Summit is coming up on Saturday, April the 30th. Make sure you mark your calendar. All of our speaking spaces are filled for that event. These events fill up fast just because of how many women that attend these events right around the world. And as I said, we broadcast these through our social media platforms as well. So if you're watching us on Facebook right now, hi everyone. But we do have some live events that's coming up that's still available to be able to apply to speak. So number one is our New Jersey and our Philadelphia events. Those are coming up in April. And I have one speaking space in each of those cities that's coming up on April 23rd and 24th. So if you're interested in speaking on at a live event, which, gosh, the world is finally opening and we can get together live once again, I'll post the link to be able to apply to speak at one of those events. There's also some other world summits that's going to come up this fall, but we're mostly on the road over the next few months doing live events. So there is a few events left. Like I said, New Jersey, Philadelphia, I believe I have a space in Boston, and there may be one or two other cities that still have a space left. And then we're going to start working on our 2023 world tour. So like I said, if you want some input on where you would love us to go, make sure you attend that info session on April 6th. We'll fill in more as to how you can speak at events. All of our speaking spaces are fundraisers for the work that we do. It's one of our biggest fundraisers. So I really want to thank all of the speakers today who've contributed to that, who makes the work that we do possible in this world. And yeah, you know, like, not every woman that we work with in this world would have the ability to be online today, you know, all those kind of things. So thanks for, you know, listening to that call of her big goals and dreams, and being a part of what we do to empower every woman, girl in this world. So what our membership isn't is coaching. And so I would get asked a lot about coaching and, you know, women who struggle to build and grow successful businesses. And you're going to hear from an amazing speaker a little later today. My partner in 100 Most Powerful Women, which is the one and only Jackie Somerville. Nobody has spoke on more fearless stages than Jackie. Jackie jumped on board in 2019 and toured the entire Fearless tour. And she spoke at more events than even I did. So you're going to get to hear her. You're going to see why, you know, she's such a master speaker, and why we also coach women to, you know, to speak on fearless stages, and, you know, how to turn that into a successful business. But in 2020, when the pandemic hit, I had spoke with Jackie, and she knew that, you know, that's what I did. Was I traveled around the world and I put on large events. And what were the first two things that were gone? Well, travel and, well, large gatherings. So now what are you going to do? And I told Jackie, I said, well, I get approached all the time to coach women to build successful businesses and, you know, really get themselves out there, make the impact that they want to make. Like I said, I've been an entrepreneur for over 25 years, and business has just always been easy for me. And to build successful businesses has been easy for me. And I said, I'd really love to coach women to be able to do that, because I know that nothing empowers a woman more than financial independence, to build a successful business and to live the life of her dreams. And there is nobody who I could see doing that better and to do that with more than Jackie. You know, she's somebody who went all in on her big goals and dreams back in 2019, built a massively successful coaching business, spoke on stages, lit up the room. And if you've heard Jackie speak before, well, you know what I'm talking about. So we created together 100 Most Powerful Women, and we work with 100 women each year to look like a million, feel like a million, impact a million, and make millions. Yes, there's no reason why every woman watching today or any woman out there can't build $1 million business if that's what she wants, or whatever business at whatever level or capacity that you want to build it to. You can do that. We believe that you can do it under ease and grace in a perfect way, that it doesn't take hustle and grind, that, you know, you can look like a million and feel like a million, that it shouldn't compromise your health and well-being, that it should give you more time and freedom and flexibility. Because I think a lot of people think that if I create a massively successful business, well, then it's going to come at a cost, you know, my health, my well-being, my time with my family, whatever the case is. And what we know for sure is that's just not true. That it gives you more time to be able to spend with your family, to be able to travel the world or have amazing experiences with your family, to take care of your health and well-being. Maybe that's hiring somebody to clean your house for you, or have a personal trainer, or maybe even a private chef. You know, what are the big goals and dreams that you have for your life? And so, like I said, we mentor 100 women each year. Now that program is full right now, but we do have spaces coming up throughout the year. And the way we have women join our program is through our Jumpstart to Millions program. So it's the ability to be able to work with Jackie and I for a month, and to be able to really start jumpstarting your business into success. And as spaces come available, anybody who's graduated from our Jumpstart to Millions program has the ability to then join 100 Most Powerful Women. and our women are from right around the world. We do retreats around the world. We're meeting in Greece, Santorini, Greece in May for an extraordinary 5-star millionaire weekend. So we're excited about that. And yeah, it's a pretty special group of amazing ladies. And we are having women who are starting 100 most powerful women in their cities and their communities so that we never have to have a waiting list, but we're still working on that right now. So right now we do have our Jumpstart to Millions program, and I'll be sure to share the link to that if you're wanting to work with Jackie and I over the next month. We're going to choose 3 ladies today to work with us over the next month. So if that's a big goal and dream of yours, is to build a successful business and to maybe get on more stages and all that great stuff, you'll be able to do that. And I also want to give a shout out to our Master Your Message to Millions graduates. We have a lot of ladies who took our Master Your Message to Millions program, and that they're speaking today. And so you're going to get to hear some of those ladies today share their fearless stories. And it's another program that Jackie and I work with women who maybe you're sitting there and saying, you know, I really want to speak. I really want to get my message out there, but I'm scared to do it, or I don't know how to put my talk together. I don't know how to choose the stories or my through line or what my main message is. And, you know, that's one of the things that Jackie and I do, is really help women to be able to do that, and then to be able to create a platform and stage for you to be able to share that message on. So I'll also share the link for that if you're wanting to speak at one of our world summits, that you're able to do that. So I think that was everything that I wanted to cover today. As I mentioned, we have our One Woman Connected Facebook page that's totally free to join. It keeps you in the loop of everything that we're doing at One Woman, and to be able to see, you know, the places you're going to find us right around the world, the world summits, all of the webinars and workshops and things that's going on. We share what our members are doing through that page as well. And so it's a great way to be able to stay in the loop of everything that has to do with One Woman. So that's everything that I wanted to talk about today. I'm going to hit my stop share, and I'm going to ask Deva to join me. Deva, are you there? It's our first amazing speaker for today. Hi, Deva, how are you?
I'm well, Charlotte, how are you?
Awesome, awesome. So there's probably no one that I'm more proud of than Deva. Deva attended our Fearless Raleigh event back in February 2020, just before the pandemic hit. It was one of the last events that we had. Deva came up to me during one of the breaks and shared a bit about her fearless story and where she was at. And I don't want to, you know, give any spoiler alerts or any of that kind of stuff, because she's sharing her powerful story today. But she was somebody who I saw so much potential in. And despite her circumstances at the time, she became a One Woman member, even though I said, hey, you know, maybe you just want to pour all that into yourself. And she said, you know what, this is something that's so important for me to be a part of. Deva's been an amazing member for 2 years. I've watched her growth into, you know, where she was that day to this amazing woman who's taking off on her beautiful journey in entrepreneurship. One of the most incredible writers I've ever experienced. She did our Master Your Message to Millions program, sent us her talk, and blew both Jackie and I away with the power of her words, her writing skills. And so there's no surprise that she's an amazing copywriter today. If you're needing help with putting together your message, with getting your content out there, there's no one who pulls it out of you better and knows how to word and position it. She works with a lot of our, she started working with some of our 100 most powerful women to be able to help them, even with writing their books and all that great stuff. So Deva, before we start, tell us where you're joining us from, and maybe tell us a little bit about your experience being part of One Woman.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that beautiful introduction, Charlotte. I am flattered. I am reporting live from Raleigh, North Carolina, this very same place we met. And yeah, I've been a member for 2 years. And when I started at a very low point in life. And I knew that One Woman was where I needed to be. And Like Charlotte was telling everyone that day that we met, it just sparked a flame in me. And even when the pandemic hit, I was like, I really believe it was Charla having Rashana and literally the entire room pray over me that gave me that fearless woman spirit. And so the evolution and growth that I've seen in myself and the ways that I've seen myself be able to serve other women and girls through being a fearless woman is absolutely phenomenal. And it's really allowing me to fulfill God's calling on my life.
Absolutely, Dava. And it's been so much fun to just sit front row to all of that. I know you always share with me what you have going on, and we couldn't be more excited for you. And it's been a long time coming. I know you've waited more than 2 long years to share your fearless story, to be able to speak. She sat in the audience, and most of our speakers come from our audiences. You got to understand that most women attend a fearless event and say, you know what, that's going to be me. Next year, I'm going to be on that stage. And here you are, Dava. So I'm going to introduce you, and then you can take it away. So Dava Greeley is a certified peer support specialist and the CEO of Greeley Global Enterprise, an umbrella company for her work as a speaker, life coach, and founder of a nonprofit that supports youth and families in the foster care system. Her service to her community is influenced by her own experiences, like aging out of the foster care system, coping with trauma, and managing her mental health. Before evolving into the powerhouse she is today, Dava spent over a decade wandering through life disillusioned, reliving hurtful patterns and using harmful coping mechanisms. She developed the courage to create a better life, and she now supports people all over the world in doing the same. Please welcome beautiful and amazing Dava Greeley.
Thank you all so much for joining us this morning. Before I get started, I want to present something for all of us here today. And that's a quote from author and spiritual teacher Gary Zukav. He says that creating authentic power means aligning your personality with your soul. Now that I've presenced that for you, I want you all to journey back with me, just a little bit, maybe a lot, depending on who you ask. We're going back to the 90s. It's a hot and sunny California day in South Sacramento. I'm walking home from school, enjoying a tart, sweet cherry popsicle from the corner store. I'm giddy about what after school show I'll watch, or if my friends will be ready to rip, run, and rollerblade until the streetlights come on. Lost in my thoughts, I don't hear the car pulling up beside me. It was an old Cadillac, like my grandma's, powder blue. The hairs on the back of my neck stand straight up when I hear a man's voice. Hey, how old are you? He hissed at me. I pick up my pace and keep walking. And with my every step, his wheels creep and veer towards me and damn near up onto the curb. Hey, I'm talking to you, he growls. I turn my head and look at him, and a grin spreads across his face. He leers at me. I register his eyes scanning the full length of my 10-year-old body, and I take off running at the speed of light toward my grandmother's house. This encounter lasts all of about 30 seconds, but it stays with me always because it's the first time I was catcalled. It's the first time I can remember feeling uncomfortable and unsafe in my own body. I was one of those girls who developed early, measuring at a 34 C cup before I even made it to the 6th grade. All of a sudden, playing schoolyard games with boys somehow required them to touch me. Girls started to be mean to me for no reason. Men in my family started acting strangely around me. The women started acting weird too, but it was in a much more visceral way, as if they were angry with me. I didn't have the words for what I was experiencing, but my mind came to the conclusion that I was in danger. and that I was under attack. And so from a very young age, I adopted defense mechanisms to protect myself from the lusts of men and boys and from the jealousy of women and girls, like wearing baggy t-shirts and wrapping sweaters around my waist to cover my behind. Doing these things helped me to cover up the reality of my body. And I would sigh, a big breath of relief, saying to myself, I'm safe. Now, I don't know it's because I'm an Aries, but I came into the world with some fiery, passionate energy. I was a social butterfly and a bookworm with a really big personality and a vocabulary to match. I loved to learn, explore, make friends wherever I went. I was an avid daydreamer and a writer with a thing for mythology and reading the dictionary in my spare time, believe it or not. A lot of people love this about me, usually teachers and parents, but not everyone did. A lot of kids made fun of me, and some adults too, saying that I was weird, a swear, or that I thought I was a white girl because apparently I spoke like one. They thought that being smart and having big ideas was lame, and my grandma did too. I can still taste the iron from when she slapped me across the mouth for using words that she deemed too big, therefore insulting and disrespectful to her. Again, an alarm sounded in my mind, this time telling me my personality is a threat. I'm under attack. Just as I had done with my body, I responded by covering up who I was, by making myself small and packing myself away. I was placed in the foster care system at a very young age, and I'd suffered a very deep abandonment wound, not to mention abuse and neglect. I was sensitive and trying to protect myself from being a target for more pain. So I adapted in ways that I knew how. I became confused about who I was, and I began to hold back in my expressions. I dimmed my light, and I did whatever I could to make myself less of who I was, to the point where I became a shell, a husk, because the consequences of being my real self and standing out were slowly breaking my spirit. Well, guess what? I'm all grown up now. And I was well into my adult years before I began to really get what was happening. Why those people were so awful towards me just for being myself. They were intimidated by me, by my body, my brains, and my personality. Who else here has been told that they're intimidating, whether it's directly or indirectly? Well, you remember when I said I was a bookworm who read the dictionary for fun? This resulted in me not only having a huge vocabulary, but also a passion for etymology. I needed to know every detail about what every word meant, every prefix, suffix, root word, language origin, and nothing about that has changed. So I want to break down for you what intimidate means. The root word is timid, which means lacking in courage or self-confidence, or lacking in boldness or determination. Some of the synonyms are fearful, meek, poor-spirited, and my favorite, lily-livered. The meaning of the word itself is to frighten or overawe someone, especially in order to make them do what one wants. Synonyms for which are to menace, to threaten, to domineer. Well, now that we know the literal definition, let's get into what it really means when somebody says they are intimidated by you. They're intimidated because when they see you in all your greatness, you reflect back to them their insecurities. Something about you, sometimes everything about you, might make that person feel inadequate, insignificant, and small. And their response is to lash out and project those insecurities onto you in hopes of tearing you apart, breaking you down. And if you have no sense of what's happening or any ways to protect yourself, that leaves you vulnerable to attack, which can cause you to turn on yourself, to break yourself down, leaving your heart shattered and your brain scattered, thinking that you're the problem. Like everything about you is wrong and you can't do anything right. Am I right? We start getting this messaging as little girls, and then we grow into women divided, individually and collectively. And the divide and conquer strategies are oh so intersectional. Oh so intersectional, rather. Have hair and eyes like a white woman, have lips and ass like a Black woman, cook and be spicy like a Latina woman, but only in the bedroom. Otherwise, be docile like an Asian woman. Be attractive, but don't acknowledge your beauty. Vanity is a sin. If a man tells you you're beautiful, you must say thank you. But be careful not to attract the wrong kind of attention. Looks don't matter. Who are you getting dressed up for? What were you wearing? Be smart, but don't own it. Nobody likes to know it all. You should have known better. Get an education and a good job, but don't make more money than your prospective husband. You work full time? You should be at home with your children. You do have them, right? Not too many though. They'll call you a welfare queen. Tie your tubes? You're too young. What if you meet a man who wants kids? You do like men, don't you? And you must have children, because if you don't, you're selfish. If you can't, you're a waste. You look tired. Pull yourself together. Wouldn't want anyone saying you've let yourself go. Whew. If you could relate to that, if you could see yourself in any part of that, it's because I'm a damn good copywriter. I know how to powerfully and eloquently express myself through words, and I can do that for you and your brand. That bold, smart, visionary little girl who was shunned for how she spoke is now the woman you see before you today. The woman who has discovered that she can use her love of words and water, apparently, and her passion for writing to serve people who are just as passionate about what they do, but they just may not know how to convey their message. If you're tired of feeling confused and uncertain about your messaging, overwhelmed about writing copy for your business pages, frustrated with not generating the business you know you could, and you're ready to experience the joy and relief of clear, concise, and convincing messaging, an authentic digital presence, and copy that converts and sells at high rates, come see me. Along my journey of self-discovery and finding my purpose in life, I've developed a unique framework that has helped me to transform my life, and it can do the same for you. I've come up with something that I've called the 4 A's, which relates to my speech, which is called the Alchemy of Courage. Those 4 A's stand for authenticity, authority, autonomy, and audacity. Those 4 words are just so powerful and impactful. When I think of authenticity, I think about the willingness and the courage to be my real self, to be the person I would have been before the world got to me, if you know what I mean. If you've been through things and you've had people try to basically gaslight you out of being yourself, you'll feel me on that. Authenticity is about being the best and truest version of yourself and giving that to the world. Number 2, authority is about holding the pen of your life, and you are writing the story. You're creating the narrative for yourself and for your business. You get to be in control of the narrative and the purpose of your brand and your business. Number 3, autonomy, boundaries, standards. We all get to operate and live in a way that is authentic to us, in which we control the narrative, and in which we set the boundaries and the standards for how we live and how we do business. And number 4, audacity. Audacity is the boldness and the courage and the confidence to get out there and spread your message and do the work that God has called you to do. Now, notice how these 4 words all begin not with just A, but AU. Are there any science whizzes in here? What element does AU stand for on the periodic table of elements? I'm going to give it a couple seconds. There might be a few people that really know their science. That's right. That's right, Sharon. It's gold. Having the courage to do the inner work, the alchemy of your soul, will transmute your pain and turn all of that raw material into gold. And while you can certainly fashion that into whatever you desire, a ring, a scepter of power, or a crown perhaps, I'm here to help you craft that message into the golden nugget that is your message. Now, is anyone familiar with the story of the circus elephant tied to the post? How the big and powerful creature was seemingly bound by a very small chain. The moral of the story is that it wasn't the chain that kept the elephant from moving, but the conditioning that it received from the time it was a calf, and the treatment the creature would endure if it dared to even try. The elephant had physically grown in size and strength, but its perception and beliefs still functioned as they did when it was little, when it was too small and unable to pull away. The bondage was not physical, but psychological. I'm really partial to that story because I was just like that elephant for years. And I know that there are probably so many of you that can feel me on that can share that experience with me and can empathize. That recollection of all the years that you've played small, that you've lived in fear, that you weren't making the bold and authentic moves that you were designed to make. And now I ask you, what have you been conditioned to believe about yourself and how you should show up in your life and in your business? What story are you telling yourself because of what you were taught? And is it true? Is it authentic? Well, when I discovered the most authentic expression of myself, I made an absolute 180. I found my calling in life as a copywriter by tapping into what's called my zone of genius. And my business is flourishing. What do you imagine could happen for you and for your life and for your business when you link up with a woman who is just as passionate and ambitious as you are, who's committed to guiding you through a process that will help you get crystal clear on your authentic messaging and empower you with the audacity to put yourself out there and deliver the best copywriting for you that you have ever seen? Imagine that. Imagine what can happen for you. Well, if you want to know what can happen, I encourage you to reach out to me and find out more by booking a 30-minute consultation with me and being first in line for an opportunity that's available only to one-woman members and event attendees. At the start, I quoted Gary Zukav as saying, creating authentic power means aligning your personality with your soul. No matter what business you're in or what your gifts are, it won't matter if nobody knows about you because they can't get a good sense of who you are, what you do, and why you do it. And they especially are not going to know if you don't have the audacity to get out there and be consistent and persistent in putting the calling that God has placed on your life out for the world to see and benefit from. You are a gift. And please do not be the world's best kept secret just because writing is not your gift. Please do not continue to go through life, and definitely do not go to the grave with your gifts, talents, and passions and your message inside you, all because words aren't necessarily your thing. Allow my zone of genius to bring out your zone of genius so that you can have all of the success and prosperity that awaits you when the world can finally understand and be captivated by your message. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for attending, and I look forward to hearing from you.
Awesome, Deva. Fantastic job. Fantastic job. Awesome. So Deva will put maybe her email address in the chat. Best way to be able to connect with Deva, and definitely set yourself up with that complimentary call with Deva and learn more about how she can help you with really tweaking your message and getting it out to the world. So I forgot to mention about the wonderful door prizes that we have today. So I have some amazing prizes that I'll be mailing out today for those that are watching live. So if you're watching live and you want to be entered for the prizes, it's pretty simple to do that. What you can do is just type a, I'm going to put my email in there. So you just send an email to Charla at onewoman.ca and just put prize entry and then include in there your mailing address, because I'm actually mailing the gifts out today. I pulled out all my beautiful cards and I'm going to put, well, they're beautiful bracelets. So that's what I'm going to be mailing out today. So if you want to be considered for one of the prizes today, and I'm going to be announcing our prize winners throughout today who's watching live. So Charlotte at onewoman.ca, send an email. Make sure you put prize entry on your reline or in the body of your email, and then include your name and mailing address, not your email address, your mailing address, because you're going to get some happy mail. And who doesn't like getting some sort of pretty happy mail in the mail? I know I sure do. So I'm going to introduce our next amazing speaker for today. So Ro, if you could turn on your sound and video. Hi, Ro, how are you today?
Hello, I'm great. Thank you.
Awesome. And where are you joining us from today?
I am joining from New Jersey.
New Jersey. Awesome. Well, I'm going to introduce you, Ro, and then you can take it away. So Ro is a multi-award winning entrepreneur, TEDx speaker, and influencer for women to be feminine leaders. She has women taking more risks and achieving more than they ever had before gracefully. As an advocate for women leaders and owners, she brings the art of status quo disruption principles so women can be wealthy and fulfilled. By combining her own street smarts, femininity, values, and heart with her immersion in psychology and neuroscience, she broke several glass ceilings on Wall Street, held leadership positions, built large sales teams, became a 4-time best-selling author while being married, raising 2 children, serving for nonprofits, women's organizations, and facilitating women's groups. Please welcome our next amazing speaker for today, Ro Couture DeCero.
How do you feel when you meet somebody in person or online and they don't look anything like their picture? Does trust come into play? What about confidence? And I'm actually laughing to myself right now because yesterday I got a brand new haircut and recently changed my hair color, and it now looks nothing like the picture that you're seeing right now. So I find that interesting. But what I really want to address here is that the problem is that most people don't even look like the real person. And most of the time they show up perfect, they're successful. And when we know that's not entirely true, you know, I mean, Facebook sometimes could actually be called fake book, right? So, and experts are telling you that their program is the answer for you to achieve your dreams, and no one else is doing what you're doing, and their solution is the missing piece, right? And it's true, we are all unique, but can't you smell when somebody is trying to sell you, I mean, it sounds like this, which is what I see today. The problem is with this industry or this solution is, and then they go on. And today's gurus are really putting down full industries to try to stand out in this ever so rapidly growing marketplace. We have women believing that they have to prove themselves first before any man can take them seriously in the workplace. You know, women feeling that they have to fit in. You have to show up in masculine energy. You have to do this. You have to do that, you know, and can we just get rid of, I just want to be really real here today. Can we just get rid of the I have to, I should to, I must to self-talk? Because the sad result is that we have become a society of disbelievers, skeptics, and competitors. And so it's a no-brainer that trust in our society is at an all-time low. And statistics are showing across the board that gaining trust is harder and harder. And this whole great resignation really is about the toxic environments that we have because of lack of trust. And companies don't want employees to work from home because, say it, lack of trust. They can't control what you're doing at home, right? So let's be real. When talking about trust, we need to also add this to the trust equation. And that is, what about women being hard on other women, not trusting other women? Now, honestly, women are getting better at trusting each other, but really, we're really far from where it should be. You know, so, and you thought it was hard before COVID. It's only gotten worse. What used to work is no longer effective. Wouldn't you agree? Are you seeing what I'm seeing? That, you know, one of the things I'm seeing is that this climate of distrust on leaders and business owners, because everyone is selling something. They're selling an event, they're selling a program, and it's just getting tougher and tougher and tougher for us to really stand out as authentic, trusting individuals. And as women, you know, we always have to work harder to gain respect. But is that right? You know, do we have to work harder and longer hours to prove ourselves, to get seen, noticed, to be respected as an equal, as a leader, to be trusted? The answer is no. Do you want to know what is effective? What's effective is relationships, communication, co-creative conversations that open up the heart for everyone. It's moving back all about I to all about we. And it comes down to trust. And there are 3 biohacks to get you trusted as a leader immediately, whether you're a business owner or a corporate leader. And I started this conversation like in my TEDx talk back in 2018. And the first one of these areas, the first thing I want to talk about is these 2 areas of trust. One is trusting yourself and establishing trust with others. And, you know, people, you know, we all are doing, you know, we're all trying to do the right thing. And, you know, we worked, you know, so much on our team if you're a leader, and we focus so much on, as, you know, to being a trusted leader for others. But we tend to forget that we've got to be a trusted leader to ourselves first. So before you lead anyone, you have to lead yourself first. And I say this because a common belief I see amongst women leaders is that they think they were lucky to be where they are. Are you one of those who haven't given yourself the credit for the promotion, the deal, the medals you won, maybe the A's you got? Like David was just saying, you know, the times you kept going when all else failed, or when you took a risk. Well, you can trust your inner gutsy gal, but there's no way I'm going to be able to get through everything about trusting yourself in the time that we have today. So I have a gift for you later on knowing your value and your worth. Right now, I want to go deep on you getting others to trust you, because this is an area I see most women don't recognize. It's a blind spot for having like a man or a woman trust you that we see, respect you in a way that, will put you on a pedestal and maybe get you that corner office or the ideal clients that you're after. So the first thing that I want to talk about is speak with intention. First, 3 areas to be trusted as a leader. Know that your delivery is fully understood, that it's very clear by who or whom you're having a conversation with, whether in a group or one-on-one. And David just talked about words. And one of my mentors, Judith Glacier, may she rest in peace, she's founder of Conversational Intelligence. She actually coined about words creating worlds. So be selective on what you say and how you say it. Did you know that the words you use trigger others to say you are a friend or a foe in a mere 0.77 of a second? Ask any scientist, and they will tell you that's how fast someone will decide whether to trust you or not. So be open and transparent on what's on your mind. Transparency is about sharing your intentions so people don't have to read into them. Talk about the doubts and fears, but leave out your backstory of why you have them. It's not about proving you're smart. It's not about being clever. It signals distrust to others that you don't know what you're doing. Think about it. Cheryl Sandberg is a great example of speak with intention. She is an exceptional leader. She really relates and engages with her employees, and her ability to be vulnerable and honest was very clear after her husband had passed away suddenly. Do you remember when she wrote that long post on social media about her feelings? She was open. And I think they had like 75,000 comments, because being vulnerable and honest is far from being a sign of weakness. It's a sign of your humanity, a sign of you're not afraid to communicate difficult and personal messages or to admit imperfection and mistakes. What it shows is confidence, and it opens doors, and it opens our hearts. It opens our hearts for greater communication and understanding. And one way to make it clear is ask questions you don't know the answers to, so that you're fully understood. And the second way that I want to show you to be trusted as a leader is inspire new thoughts and action, because this will immediately get you out of your head, out of your own way. I mean, how many people get stuck there, right? I mean, I raise my hand with you, and just move all these conversations from I to we. And it starts with listening, also known as seek to understand others. And I want 2 perspectives here. And there are more, but I just want to show you 2 today. The first I want to ask yourself is, what place are you listening from? Are you bringing in your assumptions to the conversation? See, because it's assumptions about others forms the ground you are listening from. And it's either going to be from your head or it's going to be from your heart. And the headspace looks like you're thinking and worrying about what you're going to say next. You're all about your agenda. You have an outcome that you need to get to. So you're so focused on that. You're addicted to being right. And you want to make sure your point gets across and you look smart. Or maybe it's even you're just frustrated because the other person is not getting what you're saying. Did I hit a nerve there? I hope I did. Because what I want to say is you could drop the assumptions and tune into your heart and their heart and listen from a deeper, wider center that brings in intuition, gut feelings, and body awareness. People naturally trust us more when they believe that we have their best interest at heart, right? You know that. And this is our feminine superpower. But we make it so hard on ourselves because we use control to overcome any weaknesses that we may have. Secondly, I want you to ask, what are you listening for? Or start assuming that others are brilliant and extraordinary and really hold space for them. How? Again, ask questions you don't know the answers for. Just see the greatness in each person's destiny and their purpose and their power and their potentials and their possibilities. Listen to connect so that you can not only open up their minds to new thoughts and actions, but you can open up yours as well. Slow down the process. Trust building needs everyone's brain to be out of fear and into heart for insights and wisdom and creativity to appear. It's not about you, it's about we. And assume that you don't know what it is that they don't see in themselves. I want you to think about that one deep. Go deep, because if you do this one thing, you will increase people trusting you like immediately. I'm telling you, we bring our expertise too fast to the table and assume that we know what their problems are and their wants and their desires. And I ask you, are you so close to your expertise and assuming you know their problem a little too much because you get all excited? You smell a sale or an opportunity, kind of like a kid in a candy store, you know? I mean, let me give you an example of this, because I mean, I'll use my early business coaching days, right, to explain this. I would be at an event, I'd meet someone and they would tell me that they're in business a few years and they want to make a difference in the world. And they really seem like my kind of peeps and I'm starting to like them. And suddenly they say or allude to something that makes me think, oh my God, this person sounds like a great fit for me. I can help her and I like her. So, right? Have you had conversations and met people like this? And what happens? You start to get really excited and elated. And that's what would happen to me. I would get so excited and my potential client antennas would just be going nuts. So what did I do when that would happen? I stopped asking questions. And my tone changed. My body language changed. And I didn't even notice it. It shifted. Yeah, the old shift. You know what that is? I shifted from having a co-created conversation to a now leading and guiding them to my point of view, whether it be about my program or my expertise, it didn't matter. I just left the we, and now I was all in the I again, all about me, even though I was thinking it was coming from a serving intention, right? But it was actually putting them on God. And I thought I was still in. I would, I'm saying it's about them. I'm here to help them. And I didn't realize in the heat of the excitement that I shifted so much. And then suddenly, they start changing the subject and they start itching their way away from my space, right? And I didn't even know what happened. And I had a perfectly great prospect I wanted to serve and help. And now I was left alone. What happened? I didn't prime the trust long enough. I didn't ask enough eye-opening, non-judgmental questions. I didn't listen to connect with my feelings. I rushed it too much. And the interpretations misfired. What I eventually learned was that when I stopped assuming I know their problems too soon and listened to connect, not judge, not confirm what I already knew, I would activate partnerships and inspire new thoughts and actions. And the door swung open. Listening to connect is about focusing your attention on the other person. What are they trying to say? What are they thinking? What are they hoping you will help them explore? And how can you connect to their world? And when you then add all of this to this next area to be a trusted leader, you will become a leader. If you're not one already, become a better leader. The woman you always knew you were meant to be. And that is pay attention to how you are currently using your voice to add value into everyone who crosses your path that evokes greatness. Add value in a way that calls forth their power, their strength, their new possibilities and potentials in a way that is like actually transformational. Don't leave that for when they pay for you. Do that when you meet them. If you could help people to discover a part of themselves that they haven't seen, that maybe they didn't even know existed, they melt. They're in love with you. They can't get enough of you. And as one of my mentors would say, they just throw their credit card at your face. So unless you open up yourself and them, that part of the brain where trust lies, they won't see it, nor tell you, and you'll miss the mark. So practice amplified listening for their strengths, resources, gifts, genius, potentials, yearnings, and all that. And you'll watch what happens. So 3 ways to be a trusted leader: speak with intention, listen to connect without judgment, to inspire new thoughts and actions, and look for greatness. Don't be afraid to play there. It's the I to we. This is how to establish trust from others. But again, don't forget the trust yourself piece, because you weren't just lucky for what you've earned in your life and what you've done and everything that you've done, even as far back as a child. When I was in 6th grade, a new girl had come to my school, and I took a liking to her. And of course I did. She was full of energy and gutsy and, all that. But what I didn't know is that she was a troublemaker. She came into that school because she was kicked out of the other school. And soon I became a troublemaker. And I hate to say it, but even a bully. And now I can see that I just didn't trust myself. And I let the wrong person really influence me. And because of that, I lost who I was. I lost myself, and my grades tanked, and I just became this whole different person. But thankfully, she she got kicked out of the school again, thankfully. And eventually I returned to my regular, self and my good friends and, my smart friends. And that was in 6th grade. And when we moved to middle school in the 7th grade and changed schools, they had put me in the underachievers class, in the troublemaker class, because my reputation came with that. And my friends were all in the extra smart kids classes, and I didn't like these kids. So what did I do? I spoke up, and I addressed the school that they made a mistake. And I spoke my truth. And they, guess what? They obliged. And they put me in the smart classes. Can you see a 12-year-old having this kind of conversation? But I just learned at this early age that if you trust in yourself and you speak up and say the truth, you can gain trust and have what you desire. So trust is a 2-way street. It's the self-trust and it's the gaining trust from others. Bottom line is, to be a great leader, you need both. And I mean, when I was an early woman who started lifting weights in early 80s just to better my body and became a bodybuilder, I needed self-trust. And I also needed patience to get the respect from men to get to their mentorship. When I was pregnant at 40 and lifting weights, and my doctor was freaking out because nobody was doing that 25 years ago, I needed self-trust. When I needed it when I started to work on Wall Street in the 80s, because I was pissed off when women weren't getting their recognition. And this was in the 70s. And I believe that women can do what a man can do. So I certainly needed to trust myself, putting myself out on a limb like that. But it wasn't about me. It was about we, because I didn't even know back then about any of authenticity and all these differences. All I knew was that I believed women could do what a man can do. And some reason God gave me the way to go out and prove it. So if you have been one of these ladies that ever felt lucky or in the right place at the right time, I want you to take advantage of this free offer that I have here today. It's my Gutsy Gal Success Series. And the very first report is really going to be showing you about your worth, stepping into your value. And it's a major component to this self-trust piece. You combine this with other people trusting you and changing your words, you'll be a tremendous leader that is inside of you, that is ready to explode. So go ahead, just text Gutsy, Gutsy, to 441-3211 and reach out to me. I'd love to have an open-hearted, courageous, safe, trusted conversation from one Gutsy gal to another. Thank you.
Gutsy gals. Gosh, I love it, Ro. So Ro, if you want to drop, I know it was it a code, or do you have a link that you can maybe share in the chat?
Yes, I will be happy to. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Ro. And I'm going to roll into our next amazing speaker for today. So Jackie, ooh, looking pretty in pink. How are you today?
Great, Charlotte. Thanks. Awesome to be here.
Yes, yes, so great having so many of our Master Your Message to Millions ladies speaking today and hearing their talk firsthand. We got to hear David's, which was fabulous. And I know we have a few other ladies speaking a little later today. So I'm going to introduce you, Jackie, and then you can take it away. So now from Los Angeles, California comes a sensational storyteller with a true story of intense passion that will blow your mind, inspire you, entertain you, and, well, ladies, it's going to leave you breathless. Jackie Somerville is a best-selling author, speaker, and co-founder of 100 Most Powerful Women. She's on a mission to ignite passion in the hearts of women everywhere. Jackie draws on a lifetime of pushing the envelope, taking big risks, and challenging the status quo. Yeah, ladies, I'm not going to lie to you. She's been married a few times. She's immigrated twice. She's been fat, slim, broke, rich, and she followed her gut to a life of excitement, adventure, passion, and purpose. Now, Jackie invites you to come to the edge with her. Please welcome the one and only Jackie Somerville.
Thank you, Charla. Hi, everybody. Great to be with you. And I want to congratulate Deva on that great talk. You know, it's so lovely to work with women who are so dedicated and who listen to the guidance and do it. And it was just, I was just beaming with pride. So congratulations. So wonderful to be with you all. Yes, I am going to talk about passion today. And I wonder how passionate you're feeling. Howard Thurman has this amazing quote. It goes like this: "Don't ask what the world needs. Ask what makes you come alive and go do it. Because what the world needs is more people who have come alive." So are you feeling alive today? Are you feeling passionate about your life? I'm going to inspire you to access some passion. When I was 46 years old, I fell deeply and passionately in love with a beautiful 29-year-old man from the wrong side of the tracks. Oh, he was tall and handsome. He had this perfect smile, these big, sexy hands, the most adorable laugh I've ever known. He was spontaneous, passionate, wild, and raw. He sang in the shower, country songs. I didn't even like country, but from that very first morning, I was suddenly a fan. He wore his heart on his sleeve. He did not care to pretend. He was no saint, but I fell hard. I missed him even when I went out for a run. And when he kissed me, I was completely at his mercy. And I had never had sex like that before. Woo! It was as though the beautiful man was always saying to me, "Come to the edge with me, Jackie. Come to the edge. I know that it's a dangerous place, but it's the only starting point if you want to fly. So come to the edge with me." Ha! That's my tip number one on how do you access passion. You've got to be willing to go to the edge in your life. You've got to be willing to get out of your comfort zone and to do something different and to take a leap of faith. Nothing makes you feel more alive than when you're teetering on the edge, prepared to jump. Oh, it is scary, but it's also so alive-making, isn't it? You just feel on fire. So yes, that invitation to come to the edge stirred some passion in my soul. You know, as a young girl growing up in South Africa, I hated what I saw within my extended family. Domineering, autocratic men, married to loving, kind, talented, and subservient women. I didn't get it. I wanted no part of it. It was never going to be me. And I vowed and declared that wasn't going to be my journey. But isn't it strange how we are so conditioned, aren't we? We're so conditioned by our upbringing, by the general stories, the narrative of society, those very narrow ruts that we seem to be guided down. This is the way you do life. How boring, how mundane. The way that we are generally and most likely taught to do life is the way everybody else is. And that is not how we come alive. That is not how we access passion. We have to be prepared to break free from those limiting beliefs and from those chains and from those narrow stories that we buy into. I want you to be very compassionate with yourself today about the path that you've been on so far, about the limiting beliefs that you have, because we come by them honestly, you guys. We really do. Any story you've told yourself about money, about the fact that you may be not a businesswoman, about the fact that somebody else could be a best-selling author, but not you, about the fact that somebody else could be a great speaker, but maybe not you, all that is absolute crap. I learned this from the great Neil Donald Walsh, who wrote Conversations with God. He said, everything is neutral. It is the story you give it that gives it meaning. Everything in life is neutral. We have been taught stories about everything. And I'm going to help you today to unpack some of those stories. Start telling yourself a new story so that you can be super healthy, rich, successful, in love, and give back to your heart's content. Because if you're not doing those things, it's most likely just because of a nonsensical, untrue story. So be loving and compassionate with yourself, but I'm going to help you to crush some of those limiting beliefs today. Because I did go down the path that I was taught. And it did eat me up because I knew that I had gifts and I had talents and I was meant to do so much else in the world than become a subservient wife to somebody. Not all wives are subservient, you guys. That's just what I observed as a kid. So it's really interesting. We need to understand our limiting beliefs. And for me, a huge part of how I accessed the real me and became a successful businesswoman was from the passion that I accessed, because that beautiful young man was sent to shatter all my last limiting beliefs about who I was and what I could do in this world. He just tore them all apart. I met him in a grocery store in California. I was down in the desert visiting my beautiful vacation home. I lived in Vancouver, BC at the time, and I had a vacation home in the Palm Springs area. And I was in a grocery store shopping for a dinner party that I was having the next night. And this beautiful man, super young, said to me, "You're very beautiful," while I was picking out some cheeses. And I was like, what did he just say? Because I'm like, oh my God, he's so young and so cute, tall and handsome. And so I said, I beg your pardon. And he said it again. He said, "You're very beautiful." And I was like, oh, thanks. Oh my God, I'm thinking, oh, you're so young. But I took off and I was walking down the aisle with a big grin on my face. And I'm coming back up the next aisle and he's standing there staring and smiling at me. And he said, "How are you?" I said, "I'm great now that you just made my day. Thank you." And I was in the produce department when he came to find me. And he came swooping down and he stuck out his hand and he introduced himself and he said, "I see you're not married." And I laughed because I thought, what kind of lunatic says that to a perfect stranger in the grocery store, right? So I'm like, no, but you're crazy. And he just took off. And the thing was that he was so effervescent. There was something so lovely about him that I knew that I was meant to know him. I didn't know, honestly, why or how it was going to unfold, but I had this very strong intuitive feeling that I was supposed to know this man and that there was something special about him. I don't know about you, but I don't believe in coincidences, not at all. I trust and believe that I'm divinely guided. And as long as I follow my heart and not my fears, it always leads me right. So with that, he took off and I was checking out when I waved goodbye to him, but I knew that he was going to find a way to stay in touch. And I'm putting the groceries in my car out in the parking lot, and he comes running out, pretending to collect the shopping carts along the way. And he comes up to me and he hands me his a paper napkin with his name and number scrawled on it in black ink. And he said, "Call me." And I said, no, I don't call men. And I handed him my business card. And I said, you call me. That is something I believe, by the way. I do a lot of relationship coaching. I help a lot of people find love. And it is something that I always say. First of all, wear lipstick to the grocery store. What have you got to lose? And second of all, I don't believe in chasing men. In fact, I don't believe in chasing anything. What we chase runs away. Same thing with money. Same thing with success in your business. Same thing with the people you want to meet in this life. Don't chase. Be the best you that you can be. I'm going to help you with some of that today. And you will attract. Be willing to go to the edge for your dreams without chasing, but with applying faith, and you will attract what you want. You know, what a beautiful lesson that young man can teach us all as well about how he was willing to ask for what he wanted. You know, even though it was so interesting when he told the story afterwards, when I had said to him, what did you say when he told me I was beautiful? He said, oh my God, he said, I had to take up all the courage that I had to say it the first time. And then she asked me to say it again. But you know what? He was willing to go to the edge for what he wanted. He was willing to just put it out there and to ask for what he wanted in this world. If he hadn't said to me, you're very beautiful, even though he was nervous about it, we would never have known one another and had the incredible impact we had on one another. So what are you willing to ask for in this life? What are you fearful of right now that you're holding back from? I'm going to encourage you to remember that young man in the grocery store who was willing to put his nerves aside and ask for what he wanted. So yeah, I gave him my business card, and you better believe the text started before I even got home, and he texted me and he said, hey, can I call you when I get out of work? And I said, yeah, absolutely. And he called me at about 6 o'clock that evening. And he said, hey, do you want to get together and have some fun? Now, I don't know about you, but I wasn't going to say no to that. I still wasn't 100% sure what kind of fun, because I'm thinking like 22 if he was a day. Remember, I was 46 at the time. So I'm like, I don't know what kind of fun it is, but it sounds like a good thing for me. It was so interesting. Again, he told me the story afterwards about how he had to go and change his cell phone plan in order to call me because I had a Canadian number. And his cell phone plan didn't allow him to make international calls without some big expenses. He went and he changed his cell phone plan to connect with me. What limitations are you bumping up against on your journey of becoming a very successful woman, of asking for what you want in this life, of living the life of your dreams? What are you allowing to stop you? He wasn't going to let that stop him. He wasn't going to let anything stop him from connecting with me and being in my life. He was one determined soul. How determined are you? It requires a level of fearlessness, doesn't it? It requires you stepping out and stepping up and not allowing those little obstacles to stop you. So he changed his cell phone plan. Want to get together and have some fun? Well, yeah, but you know what? I had a dog that couldn't be left alone. And I always got a babysitter for my dog. Not a good dog trainer, I know. But this is one of the beauties of having money. You know, you can afford things like this. So I just got a babysitter every time I left the house. And because this was so quick and spontaneous and unplanned, I didn't have a babysitter. So I said, well, you're going to have to come to my house. You're going to have to come and play in my fancy holiday house. That's what I said to this perfect stranger. But you know what? I told you guys, I don't believe in coincidences. And I also believe in divine guidance. I believe in trusting my intuition by really tuning into my soul and not allowing any of the external stuff or the ego or anything else to get in the way. That night, though, I really did have to tune in because I was concerned that lust and curiosity were drowning out my trusty instincts. So I had to be real with myself. And I remember standing in front of the bathroom mirror and saying, now, Jacqueline, You need to really tune in here. Get rid of all this other stuff. Tune into your soul and see if what you're doing is the right choice. It is said that in order to tune into your soul and get close to God, you must first lose your mind. And as many of you might know, I lost my mind that night. And even though I had tuned into my soul and got the go ahead, there were no red flags, I promise you that, I still had this pang of anxiety when the doorbell rang, because I was like, oh my God, what am I going to do with him? He's so young. It's not as though I had any video games stashed away in the closet anywhere. But I needn't have worried, because I opened the door and there he stood in all his magnificence, with a smile that could melt the devil's heart, and a radiance and an enthusiasm for life that no one could not notice. And he stepped in and he opened those big arms and he engulfed me in a hug so intense. It was as though I had known him my entire life. In fact, in that moment, I became aware of past lives, interestingly enough. And he just held me and he didn't let me go. And he also didn't say anything. This was a man truly tuned in to energy and to soul. And he just held on. He didn't need to fill the space with words. And so in that moment, I really did know that the evening was going to unfold exactly as it should, and that this was a gift from God. And I surrendered and I melted into him. And when he finally let me go, I turned around and walked into my house, and he followed me, and I asked him what he wanted to drink, because I already had a vodka going to take the edge off, you know? And he said, well, I don't drink. He said, my grandfather is a Sioux Indian from the Dakotas, and he's an alcoholic. And he said, besides, I don't like it much. And with that confession began the shocking story of his life. It poured out of him in a no-holds-barred cathartic purge, one staggering detail of abuse, poverty, abandonment, and crime after the other. And in amongst my stunned silence, I did have questions. I had questions about a life so radically different from my own. But when my questions got too much for him, maybe they sounded a little judgmental, he pushed that bar stool back. He stood up, he put one of those enormous hands under my chin, he lifted me up, and he slowly, softly, and spectacularly kissed me. Oh my God, the man could kiss. He could teach the world how to kiss. And I don't know about you, but there's many men I've known who could attend that class, right? Oh God, the amount of times that we get drowned or swallowed whole. Oh, good Lord. Oh, but this young man could kiss. And he wasn't done then. He said, Jackie, take off your clothes. And I'm like, what? No, I don't think so. I said, we've only just met. He said it again. He said, Jackie, take off your clothes. And then I'm like, no, I don't think so. I'm staring at the room and I'm going, the lights are on in here, the full brights, and I'm not stripping in front of your youthful hotness under the full brights. You think I'm 35, and I really want to keep it that way. But he said it again. He said, Jackie, take off your clothes. We're getting in the pool. And this girl who never ever wanted to be subservient to a man did as she was told. I took off my clothes. We got in the pool. Oh, little did I know that that was the start of something so beautiful and so profound that would carry on for about the next year or so of our life together, that every time I'd get mad, stressed, hot under the collar, let logic and reason get in the way of my joy, my beautiful man would say to me, baby girl, take off your clothes. We're getting in the pool. Don't let small things destroy your relationships. And what I have discovered in my life is most of it is small stuff. Take off your clothes and get in the pool. Sometimes it's what we need. Let go. Bertrand Russell said of all forms of caution, caution in love is perhaps the most fatal to true happiness. Oh, and so from that very first night in the pool, I threw all caution to the wind. I uprooted my life. I said, screw to comfort. And I followed my heart on the thrilling ride of love, lust, fear, sorrow, and spellbinding passion. When we were apart, I wanted him with a hunger and a longing so powerful that it drove me to throw all caution to the wind, to uproot my life, to screw comfort, and to risk everything. Everything. Little did I know that that would all be such beautiful, fortuitous lessons for my life. That accessing that level of passion was going to be something I needed to apply in all areas of my life. I learned that how we do one thing is how we do everything. And it became evident to me that I, up until that moment, hadn't been living passionately, in love, in business. I was running my business like a hobby. How about you? Where are you lacking passion? My guess is if you're not living with passion, all of the areas of your life are passionless and suffering. When we up-level one area, it enables us to start up-leveling other areas of our lives, and we can access that stuff that makes us come alive. So, this beautiful man, oh my goodness. The United States immigration policy forced us apart after only a few months. I had to go back up to Canada because even though I owned a home in California, I was still a resident of Canada, and I could only spend 6 months of the year in the US. And so I had to go and be apart from him for 6 whole months. And I hated that. And I pined and I lamented and I sang country songs in the shower to no avail. Oh my goodness. And I would sneak down for naughty weekends whenever I had the chance and meet him at the Beverly Wilshire Hotel in Beverly Hills, kind of like a reverse Pretty Woman, the wealthy Canadian older woman meeting her young American grocery boy in a suite at the Beverly Wilshire Hotel. And it was always so exciting. I'd be like a teenager when I would be on the plane heading down to see him. Oh my God. And I remember one night we were out for dinner and we came back and I said, what are we going to do? I said, I really, really hate being apart from you. And he goes, I do too. And I said, so what are we going to do? And he said, we should just get married. And I was like, no. I said, oh my God, that's crazy. I've only just met you. And he goes, we've only known each other a few months. And he goes, that doesn't matter. He said, we've got a whole lifetime to get to know one another. I'd never heard that line before, but I was always wondering if maybe it came from a country song. He swore it was one of his originals, but there you go. A lifetime to know one another. Who says that? Only my beautiful man. And it was crazy talk. It really was. But for some reason, he'd planted some seed in me. So when I went back up to Canada that time, I couldn't let it go. And I hatched a plan. And the next time I saw him in Beverly Hills that summer, I asked him what he was doing on November 10th. And he said, nothing. Why? And I said, do you want to get married on that day? He said, hell yes, I do. So I married my beautiful man. I married him in a chapel in Las Vegas, and Elvis walked me down the aisle singing Love Me Tender. And it was my dream wedding because it was defined by love, laughter, happiness, and so much joy. Oh my goodness, it was so wonderful. I wonder how many of you are wondering, did she get a prenuptial agreement? Yeah, I did. Because I was crazy, but I was not stupid, you guys. I live my life by the motto of be responsible, but not sensible. No sensible person ever changed the world, and no sensible person ever got rich. And as Charlotte mentioned, one of the things we do is we help women create million and multi-million dollar businesses. Why? Because money is a very good thing in the right hands. Great women do great things when they have a great deal of money. Money can be such a beautiful tool. Money enables us to live the life of our dreams. If you're a diamond and pearl girl like me, I want you to open up to your desires. I want you to accept them and make peace with them and stop judging them. We can have the diamonds and the pearls and the shoes, and we can give back with big open hearts. When you open up to receiving a great deal of wealth, and when you take your judgments away, you can be in overflow, the kind of overflow that enables you to do all of those things. All of those things. Money is such an amazing thing. And we love helping women to create wealth in their lives. And Charlotte and I know that wealth can come from so many different places, that when we open up to receiving it and we don't get caught in the minutia of how we're going to do it, that we can open up to more of it and more quickly than we ever imagined. It's one of the things we love to do with our 100 most powerful women, is we love to help them step in to their wealth consciousness. Because what I know, and God showed me this directly, was that when you up your standards and when you up your game, the divine supplies everything you need. But so many of you are probably living small, and you're keeping yourself small, and you're not allowing yourself to hire the help you need, to step in to an organization like 100 Most Powerful Women, to invest in yourself, to do what you need to do because you're stuck in fear, because you're holding on to what you have, as opposed to realizing that this is a prosperous and abundant universe. And when you open up and when you change your wealth consciousness, you will start receiving more than you ever imagined under grace in a perfect way. And one of the things that we love helping women do is to do that through what lights their soul on fire, to do it by creating a business in something that they truly are passionate about. I love speaking. I love writing. I'm a best-selling author. I love coaching. Charlotte and I are doing what we love. Is it no wonder that we keep growing, that more and more money comes to us, that enables us to help more people? You know, no one ever flew first class and said, I prefer it in coach. I way prefer sitting bolt upright for 10 hours, being treated like a second-class citizen, eating crappy food, and feeling like hell when I get to my destination. Said no one ever. People are in denial about their desires because they're protecting themselves. Because why? Because they don't believe that it's possible for them. I want you from this moment on to start believing that it's possible for you, to start not judging your beautiful desires. It is wonderful to be a woman who can marry whoever she loves because she has her own money, who needs to get a man to sign a prenuptial agreement because she's wealthy and she's powerful and she has freedom and she has choice. Oh, money is such a beautiful, wonderful thing. And we love to help you change your wealth consciousness. And in what Charlotte spoke about, the Jumpstart to Millions program, oh, we have some unbelievable training about wealth consciousness, you guys, to get you to really start tapping into what lights you up. What do you love? What do you desire? To stop judging yourself for your desires, to start opening up to all the wealth and opportunity that's here for you in this magnificent world. The universe is waiting to collaborate with you, but we stop it by our own limitations, by believing that that's not for us. The person who is sitting in first class or the private jet, how come they get to do it, not you? Do you think God makes some people superior and some people inferior? Absolutely friggin' not. If they can do it, so can you. It's just that they believe they could. That's it. When you raise your wealth consciousness, when you change your mindset about everything in your life, I promise you, your life is going to change. As the incredible Wayne Dyer used to say, when you change the way you look at the world you look at changes. When you start seeing the world as prosperous, as abundant, as inherently good, more goodness comes to you. all the beautiful things that we can learn from this story. I realized that I was not living my life passionately when this beautiful young man entered my life and stirred my soul and set me on fire. After that beautiful wedding, we finished up with VIP access to one of Vegas's top nightclubs. We danced the night away. And at about 4 o'clock in the morning, we went back to our beautiful suite at the Mandarin Oriental. And I put the key in the door when I was about to walk in, and the beautiful man said, He said, baby girl, it's our wedding night. We got to do this properly. And he lifted up my 46-year-old body and he carried me over the threshold and he put me in the bed and my eyes closed instantly. I was 46. It was 4 a.m. And that 29-year-old body just came flying through the air and he landed on the bed next to me. And he's like, I know it's late. I know we're tired, but we're not going to not do it on our wedding night. See, my beautiful man was unavailable for half-hearted loving. And he was never going to accept that from me either. The poet Rumi wrote, gamble everything for love if you are a true human being. Half-heartedness does not reach into majesty. Half-heartedness does not reach into majesty. Up until then, I'd been loving half-hearted. I'd been living half-hearted. I'd been running my business like a hobby. What about you? I want to do for you what that beautiful man did for me. I want to stir the passion in your soul and get you questioning where you're living half-heartedly in your life. And if you're running your business like a hobby and you're not all in, full in, I'm going to invite you today to go all in and full in, even if you don't know what that business looks like yet. Some of you might want to have a business and not know what it's even in. I've been there. Don't let that stop you. When you start opening up, changing your consciousness, changing your mindset, oh, the intuition that's going to hit you, the ideas that are going to flow, and it's going to feel so right. You're going to go, oh, that's what it is. We are so good at helping you get clarity. In Jumpstart to Millions, Charlotte and I have some incredible trainings, as I said, on wealth consciousness, on mindset, on changing all of that stuff fundamentally so you start stepping in and stepping up. But we also help you get immense clarity about what you desire in life. And if you don't already have a business, what that is for you. And if you do, what is the next step for you? Jumpstart to Millions is such a clarifying program. And mindset and consciousness is going to be such a big shift for you. So yeah, I did, having been so inspired by that passionate man, I did take a look at everything I was doing and how fortuitous the lesson was, because a few years later, I was going to have to apply that same passion to my business, because I found myself on the bones of my ass having to do whatever it took to finally live my dream of being a best-selling author, of being on the stage, of being a very successful, profitable entrepreneur. Again, I had to access the kind of passion that he had brought out in me, that he had taught me. I was willing to go to the edge for my dreams. Do you know that when Charlotte mentioned earlier that I traveled and I spoke on 50 of her stages in 2019, you guys, I sold everything I owned to do that. Everything, including the couch I sat on. Why? Because my dreams were more important than any possession that most people would tell you to just hold on to. Cling to things because it may be a rainy day. Well, I can tell you this, because this is the Fearless Women's Summit, that I only have one big fear that drives me. While we strive to help you let go of your fears and operate in the face of them, there is one fear that I'll tell you to always remember and to embrace, and that is the fear of regret. I never, ever want to get to the end of my days wondering what might have been. What could have I tried? What if I had gone all out? Could have I made millions? Could have I impacted millions? What if I'd not been so damn scared? Oh, that drives me like nothing. So I'm always willing to go to the edge for my dreams. Always. Being responsible, however, to those who you care for, but do not be sensible. But what are you willing to do for your dreams? You know, when you surround yourself with like-minded people, it's a very powerful thing. One of the things that Charlotte and I have built with 100 Most Powerful Women is a network of women who support one another. It brings tears to my eyes when we have our masterminds at the end of every month to see the love and the connection within the group. It is so incredible to be supported by people who believe in you. So we're inviting you today to go to the edge for your dreams. That this life in this form, we only live once. We are definitely eternal beings. We are definitely limitless, but we are having a human experience in this form, which is going to end. What do you want to do with this experience, this trip around the sun? What do you want to do with it? Because I want to encourage you to be driven by the fact that you never want to get to the end of your days thinking, oh, darn it. No, if only, if only. So take it from me that when you do go to the edge like that, like I did in 2019, you find a way. Passion drives you. It makes you feel like you're alive. It makes you do what you wouldn't do when you're stuck in a comfort zone. It makes you do what it takes to make your dreams come true. So don't be afraid to step out on that ledge and jump. But you got to believe in yourself first. You have to have the consciousness and the mindset first. And in Jumpstart to Millions, that's what we help you do. You need to have that solid mindset, that core belief, and step out in faith. So even when I was a little girl, I believed my life was going to be great. I believed that I had access to a superpower. We all have access to a superpower. The question is, are you opening up to it? Are you tapping into it? Because it's there for you always. And we love helping women access that superpower. So I want to invite you to join us for Jumpstart to Millions. Although I think Charlotte said we've only got 3 spots. 3 spots. They'll be gone today for sure, but don't hold back. Jumpstart your life right now. We can help you access this kind of passion, this kind of purpose, this kind of wealth. Oh, you guys better believe when you are a strong and powerful woman with your own money, the difference you can make in the world. Do you know what it's like to pay off someone's mortgage? Do you know what it feels like to buy someone a car, to send someone to school? Do you know what it feels like to be able to say yes instead of no all the time to the things that you desire in your heart? To have the diamonds, the pearls, the shoes, and the philanthropy? If you don't like diamonds and pearls and shoes, the philanthropy, the travel, oh my goodness. Life is so good on this side. Life is so good. And you, as a woman who was born in this world, deserve it. It is your destiny if you claim it. The divine does not play favorites. I promise you that. It's only your limitations that have held you back to now, because the divine does not play favorites. And when you are willing to open up and realize that and believe that you are blessed, you will be blessed. Step up your game and the divine will meet you there. This I know for sure. So with that, I'm going to love you and leave you. And I'm going to welcome you into Jumpstart to Millions. And for all of those who've worked with us so far, Deva, and those who I'm going to listen to today, we've loved working with you. Congratulations. And to everyone else, we invite you to come to the edge with us. Back to you, Charlotte.
Yes, well said, Jackie. I think somebody already snapped up one of those 3 spaces. So I'm going to share the link one more time. So if you want one of the last couple spots, make sure you click on the link, get signed up, and yeah, jumpstart your millions for sure. So thanks so much, Jackie. Always an inspiring talk, and really just showing, what we're all capable of doing if we just decide to step into that power and to be fearless. You are one amazing fearless woman for sure. Caitlin, yes, step into your game and put yourself on the edge. Yes, Caitlin's one of our 100 most powerful women. She definitely knows that for sure. Awesome, awesome. Well, I'm going to turn things over to our next speaker, which she wasn't able to. No, sorry, Catrice. Diana's actually our next speaker. And Diana wasn't able to join us in person today. She sent a recording of her talk. So I am going to play that for you now, and then Catrice is going to be up next. So I just need to share my screen, share with sound. There we go. There we go. This should bring me to her talk. So I'm going to introduce Diana, and unfortunately she couldn't be with us live today, but she did send a beautiful recording of her talk. So Diana is the creator of An Ageless Life, Look 10 Years Younger, a company that works with women love the way they look and feel so that they can do the things that they've been wanting to do. Diana teaches women simple techniques most can be implemented in 5 minutes or less. Diana has over 30 years experience in healthcare and puts that knowledge to work for her clients. Diana is an accomplished speaker and a podcast guest. Her philosophy is it's never too late to start looking younger. So please welcome our next speaker, Diana Debbie.
We've all heard the saying, you can't judge a book by its cover, meaning that what is on the outside is not necessarily relative to what is on the inside. There can be lots of really wonderful things, and the cover doesn't really show or disclose that. So the same is true with people and what we see. The world, although it would be nice to say that the world doesn't judge a book by its cover. When it comes to people, we do. We do make judgments or decisions about them based upon how they look. And if the way that you look does not match up with the salary or the amount that you want to charge for your services, then you're likely not to get what it is that you're looking for. And it may not be fair, but it is the way that it is. And it's not necessarily about being the most beautiful person in the room. In fact, it is not about being the most beautiful person in the room. It's about the way that you present yourself, the way that the energy, the dynamic personality you might have. It's how you present yourself. And so let me tell you a story about a woman that I actually met in the ladies' room after she was giving a speech. She came in, she was kind of rushed. She looked great as far as her energy. She owned the room when she walked in. She went up there, she gave her presentation, she came off stage. I happened to see her in the ladies' room, and she was fiddling around with her pants. And she commented that she was having a really hard time, that something had happened to the pants that she brought to wear to this presentation. And she had to run to Target immediately beforehand in order to buy something quick that would work. And the pants were too big for her. They looked baggy, but you would never know it based upon the way that she presented herself and the way that she looked, acted, and felt about herself and being there. So let me tell you a little bit about my story and why I'm so passionate about this. When I was in my early 50s, you can imagine, here I am, I'm sitting in the doctor's office. I'm there because they run a series of tests because I am not feeling well. I took a look in the mirror one day and I thought, oh my God, who is this old woman? I don't even know who this is. I was having difficulty sleeping, but yet wasn't getting good sleep. So I would sleep for 10 hours, wake up and be more tired than I was when I went to bed. I was having difficulty because I was gaining weight. Even though I was eating less, I was trying to be physically active. I didn't have hardly any energy. And one day I couldn't remember how to spell the word with. I thought, this is really bad. And then the guy who was the head of the division that I was in caught me in the hall and he said, and he was new. didn't know me at all, said, now, when is it you're retiring? And I'm like, oh my God, I'm only 52 years old. I am not ready to retire. So here I am in my doctor's office. I'm waiting for her to come in. I'm excited because I'm finally going to know what's wrong with me. And when I know that, then I'll know what to be able to do to change it. I know this is not normal. Not every woman who is my age or every person is going through the same thing. So there is something that's wrong. She came in, she sat down, she looked at the computer at the information, and she turned around and she looked right in my eyes and she said, you're getting old. You're going to have to get used to it. This is the way that it is. And the sooner that you accept it, the happier you're going to be. Well, I didn't know what to do. I left the office. I was almost in tears. I went in, sat in my car, I sat down, and I just put my head down on my steering wheel. And I thought, this can't be. I can't continue to live like this. Something's got to change. So after about 3 to 4 hours, I started thinking about this more. And then I got really mad. I thought, I'm not going to live the rest of my life this way. I'm going to do something about it. Now, I happen to be a clinical pharmacist with over 30 years experience. So I know a little bit about how the human body works. And I also have studied meditation and movement. And I've done some stuff with self-hypnosis, diet, because diet is actually very critical for many people with medications. So I had this whole group of knowledge that for me, I could rely on. And so what I did was I put that knowledge to work, and I started figuring out what it was that I could do to look and feel better. And it happened gradually, but it became very noticeable, and noticeable to other people besides me. I was teaching Argentine tango at the time. That's my passion. I love to dance tango and teach it. And I started noticing that my students would be like, okay, so tell me what it is that you're doing. What is it that is different about you? Because there's definitely something different. So I would end up spending about half the time that I would be teaching class, tango that is, that we were going through some of the things as far as, different things that you can do, how to get better sleep, all of the kinds of things that I had put together in my toolkit. And it was then that it dawned on me, by about the time the fifth person came along, that, you know what, this is my passion. Maybe this is something that I should do, because there is definitely a need for it. People need to know that, there's a lot that you can do to look and feel great as you get older. And I want to talk a little bit about how this impacts your career, because that was something that was really caught me off guard when the head of my division asked me when I'm going to retire. And I'm thinking about what is my next career move, or what I'm going to do as far as the next project or those kinds of things. And he's asking me about retirement. And it's really important that the way that we look and feel, we know that it impacts the way that others think about us. So I want to take some time and give you 3 things that you can think about, or better yet, that you can implement immediately to start looking and feeling 10 years younger. But most importantly, really change the way that you show up in your career, in your job, in your business, as far as your personal relationships. Sorry, got an itchy nose. As far as your personal relationships, meaning how you interact with your children, or maybe your grandchildren, or maybe you're taking care of your parents or your partner's parents, or maybe it's your partner. All of those things are affected by how you look and feel. So let's go through 3 things you can do. The first one is wondrous water. So you have the option. You can look like a sweet, luscious, beautiful plum, or you can look like a dried up old prune, because it shows up on your face as wrinkles. but it goes even deeper than that. And so I want to give you an example of what happened with Sherry. Sherry had a very high profile job. She's on the phone a lot. And when you're on the phone, you're actually, losing lots of water or moisture through speaking. So she noticed that about 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, she started to be reaching for candy or chips or something that was just going to give her a boost in the afternoon. So we started talking and discovered that she was only drinking about two 8-ounce glasses of water per day. So so that's obviously not enough. Our body needs the water in order to flush out the impurities. So we think better and feel better. But what she did and what we did with her was, instead of reaching for that sweet or chips or whatever it was, she would drink 4 ounces of water first. And then after about 5 minutes, if she really wanted to have whatever that was, she ate it. After about a month, she noticed that she could now clearly tell when her body was thirsty and when her body was hungry. And she didn't need to have those sweets in the afternoon because she knew she was thirsty. And as a little side bonus, what also happened was she lost 3 pounds because she wasn't eating the sugary sweet stuff in the afternoon. And she had more energy at the end of the day. So she didn't have to go home and just sit in front of the television and watch whatever it is and basically be tired and exhausted. So that's one thing that you can do. Wondrous water. Drink it, it's good for you, and you can make it yummy. The second thing is, it's something that you do all the time. We do it every day. All of us do it every single day. And that is sleep. And I'm not talking about just your regular sleep. I'm talking about that restorative, regenerative, relaxing sleep, so that when you wake up in the morning, you feel absolutely fantastic. You're ready to take on the world. You're excited about what it is that you're going to do for the day, be it the new project that you have, maybe it's a new client that you're going to be talking with, or potential client, or maybe you're going in and talking about that new position that you want. But one of the things that we know about being tired is, if you don't get enough sleep, it's like you've been drinking alcohol. It's like you're drunk. Your nervous system is impacted. Your responses are slower. Your thinking is slower. It's harder for you to remember things. So you can think of sleep as a time when your body takes out the trash and does the recycling. So it takes out all of the things that you have that your body doesn't need, that it's accumulated during the day. But it also has this other pile of things that it recycles, because it's really important for us to recycle the things that we can. It really helps our body gear up faster, it repairs faster, all of those things, if we have this clear sorting process. When we are to the point where we have that, that merit badge that says, I only get 4 to 6 hours of sleep, it's not, when we change that and really start getting sleep, that's when we will really notice the difference in how we're able to show up in the world, how we're able to do the things that we need to do for ourselves. But also it has some great anti-aging aspects. As we get more sleep, we reduce the inflammation. Inflammation reduces wrinkling. When we look better and feel better about ourselves, we show up better in our work and in our personal lives. And number three is moving and grooving. The basic philosophy is, when you stop moving, you're dead. Pretty straightforward, not difficult concept to understand. But what we often do is we set these lofty goals and we say, okay, I'm going to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to work out for half an hour. It's going to be great. And, the way of New Year's resolutions, 85 to 90% of them are totally gone by the first part of February. And actually 2 weeks in, more than 60% are gone. So making it something that is reasonable and easy to do is the starting point. And I have just the thing. I have created for me, and you can create one for you, a Shake Your Booty playlist. It's really easy. You on your listening device, you can do this on YouTube, you can do it on Spotify, wherever it is that you listen to music. Put one song on in the morning. That song can be while you're making your tea, while you're making your coffee, getting breakfast ready. I put it on when I'm feeding my cats and getting my tea ready in the morning. When I first started doing this, I was kind of jumping around and my cats are like, I don't know what's up with her today. But now they've kind of got the cue. Oh, she's jumping around. That means it's time for us to eat. But it can start really simple. You don't have to be full body aerobic. You can start with something simple like just standing and changing weight from foot to foot or tapping one side to the other, and then build up from there. Start with one song, go to 2 songs, then go to 3. So it's a really easy way to start to become active again. And actually, exercise in the morning is a great way to boost your brain and your body, and also limits the number of calories that you take in the morning, especially carbs and sugar, that you need to propel yourself to get started for the day. Because we know that if you have a high carb breakfast, you eat anywhere from 40 to 60, and even depending upon the person, 100% more calories than you would if you have something different and if you have activity in the morning. So those are 3 fairly simple, straightforward things that you can do. The other thing associated with Shake Your Booty or moving your body, right, moving and grooving, is you can take your pet for a walk. Walk them around the block. You can even just walk with them up and down the stairs. It doesn't matter. Just find some way to start moving. The other thing that I recommend for people is to get a smart device that you can wear. It doesn't have to be expensive. I got one that was about 25 bucks. I set it so that it buzzes my wrist about every 50 minutes. And at that point, it tells me, hey, I need to get up and move. I joke that I have a 55-minute derriere because I was in school so much. I love school. I was in school so much that that's what my body is used to. I need to be up about every 50 minutes and move. But it's a good thing because your body needs to move. So these are, let me go through them just real quickly again. Wondrous water. Remember, you can be a plum or you can be a prune. And number 2 is that beauty sleep, that restful, deep sleep, the one that really helps you take out the trash or recycle, keeps them straight. You don't want to get them confused because then your body again goes into inflammation and swelling and all those things. Third one is moving and grooving. Move your body. When you stop moving, basically you're dead. Start small and work up from there. And I really want to help you see that these things make a difference in the way that you feel and the way that you look. And that translates directly into your professional life, into your personal life, and into social settings. So it's really a motivator in order to do these things. And like I said, these are simple and easy to start. So I do have something that I would like to share with you as my gift. It's at dianasgift.com. It is my Radiance Facials. And these are recipes that you can use, things that are in your kitchen. They're facials that it's a facial mask that you make up. One's got yogurt in it, other kinds of things, really common stuff that you have in the fridge. Very easy to make. Don't need to worry about, having the right ingredients or a lot of stuff or a lot of steps. Usually it's 2 ingredients, you mix them together, you put them on, leave it on for 5 minutes. And a couple of them, I will tell you that if you get it a little bit on your lip, it's no big deal because they are super tasty. So I want to leave you with one last thought, and that is age is just a number. It's how you live your life that counts. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Diana. That was fantastic. And I am going to bring up Diana's link and drop it in the chat for everyone today to be able to get all those wonderful recipes. So I'm going to introduce our next amazing speaker. So Catrice, if you want to turn on your sound in your video, and I did do our first door prize draw. I did it earlier today and I totally forgot to announce it. So the first winner is Tolu Anabi. So Tolu is from Calgary, Alberta. So Tolu, I've already addressed your beautiful gift and I will drop it in the mail today. And I'm going to introduce our next amazing speaker who's no stranger to the Fearless stage. She spoke at many events. We're actually together in Sydney, Australia before the world shut down, eh, Catrice?
Amazing.
Yes, and Catrice will be speaking at our Chicago summit coming up in a couple of weeks, along with a lot of our East Coast summits coming up as well. So if you're living in the East Coast somewhere and you want to come see a live event, we'd definitely love to have you. So I'm going to introduce Catrice and she can take it away. So Dr. Catrice Austin, celebrity cosmetic dentist, best-selling author, international speaker, brand spokesperson, dental influencer, and celebrity entrepreneur branding coach. Dr. Austin helps position and brand entrepreneurs and influencers to become well-known in their industries so that they can get noticed by high-value clients, media, celebrities, and brands with her 5 key strategies. So please welcome our next amazing speaker for today, Dr. Catrice Austin.
Oh, thank you so much, Charla. I am so excited to share this. We were talking about stepping up your game, and today I want to share how you can do that. We're going to talk about the 5 key strategies that I use to build my brand. And here's a little bit of what I've been up to in the last.
My next guest is here to help us get our pearly whites on.
New York City's top celebrity dentist. She's transformed smiles for singles, business people, superstar celebrities.
Dr. Catrice Austin is here to show us how using natural and organic products can help to whiten teeth as well.
And she even has a book out about it. It's called 5 Steps to the Hollywood A-List Smile.
Never, ever underestimate the power of a smile.
Dr. Catrice Austin,
celebrity cosmetic dentist and Colgate spokesperson.
I've been doing this for about 15 years, and when it comes to smile makeovers, I am the master.
Oh, I love it.
You got to take care of your grill.
You have to. Your smile is one of the first things that people will notice about you, so.
Cardi invested in a new smile, courtesy of celebrity dentist Dr. Catrice Austin.
And she is the owner of VIP Smiles. She's an author of many books.
My book, I talk about some at-home remedies that you can use. 2 powerful things, electric toothbrush and a water pick.
You have a new book, The Ultimate Guide to Improving Your Image with Your Greatest Asset, Your Smile.
You see my dentist right here.
Dr. Austin, what's up, everybody?
I'm sitting right here with Dr. Austin. She puts it down. Hip-hop style.
Which Cardi raps about on her latest hit, spitting. Got a bag and fix my teeth. Hope you hoes know it ain't cheap.
Come get your Smile VIP. Dr. Austin, Drink Champs, co-signing fully.
You can go to my website, which is thequeenofsmile.com, where you can purchase my book, Get Smiled, on my website.
We love our VIP smiles. All right, so that's what I've been up to for the last 26 years, and I have made it my business to become an authority in my field, and you can too. So today, I want to share the 5 key strategies that will help you get your business noticed and help you create that celebrity brand. Now, when we talk about celebrity, a lot of times when I tell people, oh, you need to be a celebrity, people are like, oh, no, I want to be like behind the scenes. I don't like putting myself out there. I'm kind of camera shy. I like just staying low key. No, but when we look at the true definition of celebrity, it means the state of being well known. And if you are an entrepreneur, don't you want to be known or well known? I say yes. So you can do this in your neighborhood, in your city, in your state, or you can do this worldwide. And that's what I love about participating in One Woman. So strategy number 1 is discovering your brand message, finding out who your target audience is, and making that irresistible offer. Now, what is a personal brand? A personal brand is the conscious and intentional effort to create and influence the public's perception of you or your company by positioning yourself as an authority in your field. And the main goals of building this personal brand is to build trust with your clients, to create that dialogue with their potential clients, to find that specific target, that niche audience, to again build that authority, to share your knowledge and expertise so you can change lives, to build a solid reputation for your business or your brand or your product, and to just get noticed everywhere, increase your visibility and awareness. And we want to crush our competition. The main goal is, however, is to create a relevant message that can be monetized. You want to get to the point where you're able to charge a premium price. You want to build that good perception of quality, and finally that client loyalty. And so the first thing that you need to do is, it's going to be a little exercise, is to do a little self-analysis. And we're going to do this with something that's called a SWOT analysis. You're going to get to know yourself, and you're going to also get to know your competition. And then I want you to determine what's going to be your style, what's going to be your character, your tone, and your voice. So SWOT means analyzing your strengths, weaknesses, your opportunities in your industry, and your threats. Now, you want to do this for your company, but you also want to research your competition and do the same. What are their strengths? What are their weaknesses? What are their opportunities that they may have above you? And what are their threats? And once you do that, you can start to plan and strategize. The next thing that you want to do is determine how you're going to present yourself to the world. What's going to be your persona? Are you going to be warm, friendly, engaging, inspiring, or are you going to be really serious, authoritative, professional? What's going to be the language? Are you going to speak in a professional manner, technical, serious, formal, or are you going to be more informal and maybe use curse words, or whatever your style is? Determine what that is going to be. And you also want to determine what is going to be your purpose. What are you here to do? Are you here to educate, engage, inform, entertain? What is your purpose? And finally, we talked about tone. Are you going to be loud? Are you going to be really humble? Are you going to be soft? You need to determine all of that before you present yourself to the world. So here are some of the 4 essential steps to creating that message, that offer. And number 1, you need to identify that target audience. Number 2, you need to discover what are your potential audience's pain points. Number 3, you need to find those challenges that are stopping them from getting where they want to be and finding that solution. And then you need to discover what is the final transformation that you as a business owner want to offer, and come up with a marketing hook. And finally, just give them an offer that they cannot resist. So let's talk a little bit about target audience. Things that you want to define when you're defining your target audience. Where are they coming from? What region of the world, the country are they coming from? What are the demographics? Are they men? Are they women? What's the age? You need to know that so you can continue to speak to them properly. What are their buying habits and behaviors? Now, here are some strategies that you can use to find your target audience. Number 1, if you have a website, you need to find someone that can help you discover your Google Analytics. The Google Analytics will tell you demographics, all those things that I just mentioned, and also they can tell you exactly what the interests are of your audience. And this is valuable information. If you are on social media, Instagram and Facebook, you can go to what's called your Instagram and Facebook Insights. It's a little button on the upper right-hand corner, 3 lines. You can get to your insights, and there on social media, you can discover who your audience is and where they're coming from, how your posts are doing. Then you want to create a target audience persona, gather all of that information and figure out who is that specific niche that you're actually serving, or determine who do you want to create as a new niche. And then you need to engage. I have a worksheet and exercise. If you connect with me later, I will be able to give you access to this so that you can start to formulate your target audience. Now, when you are choosing your niche or your niche product or service, here are 6 criteria that I want you to look at. Number 1, are you creating a high customer value for your clients? Whatever it is, I want you to choose a specific product or service. It takes the same amount of effort to sell a $10 product than it does to sell a $100 or $1,000 product. So whatever it is, make sure that you have a high customer value. Number 2, make sure that they have a passion for what you offer, your service or your product, or there's some specific pain points that you know that you can talk to. Is your product or service in high demand? And then you want to also look at, do you have a large variety of services? Maybe every season you change and you switch it up and you have more content, more products and services. Do you have low competition? When you do that SWOT analysis, you'll be able to see where your competition is, and you want to choose something that is low competition, high value. That's how you're going to stand out. And is there room in the industry for your business, your niche product or service to grow? Is it something that's seasonal, that's going to die out soon and just a fad, or is it something that's here to stay? I want you to value and rate all of those things when you're looking at your target audience from 1 to 10, and whatever niche sounds like it's going to have the highest score is what I want you to focus on. Number 2, I want you to discover your clients' pain points, your potential targets' pain points. It could be financial pain points. It can be productivity and performance pain points. It could be a pain point with the process of how to get something done. It could be a pain point with self-esteem and confidence, or it can be a support pain point. And how do you discover your customers' pain points? You listen to your existing clients. What are they complaining about? You look at those emails and those DMs when people are sending you letters about the problems that they have, and you create a list. You can go live and talk about your subject or your product, your service, and hear what your audience is talking about. You can do webinars and just put yourself out there and listen to what they're saying. And once you know the pain points, you then need to break down those barriers, those challenges that are stopping them from getting what they want. And a lot of these challenges have to do with money. How can I afford? Or I don't know what options I have. I need you to help me with the options. I don't know who to trust. I don't want to wait for years. I'm embarrassed. Whatever those challenges are that's stopping them from saying yes, you need to identify those and break those down. Then you can start to think about how you are going to help your potential customer transform. We're talking about transformational marketing. That's what we're in the business to do. And once you figure that out, you can now create an offer and a call to action that is too good to resist, that your customer has to say yes. Strategy number 2, to get noticed, to build your influence, and to make money on social media. And I know this is a biggie for a lot of people. A lot of people are intimidated or don't know what to do with social media. The first thing that I want you to do is to figure out what is your objective and your goals with social media. Is it to grow your brand? Is it to turn your customers into advocates for your business? Is it just strictly to drive leads and sales? Or is it to retain your customers? And when you know your business objective on social media, then you know what your social media goals are, what you have to do to achieve it. If you need to measure followers, if you need to measure likes and comments and shares, if you want to measure sales, then you're going to be looking at how many people clicked on that link in your bio to go to your website, to sign up for your mailing list, and so forth. You need to do that before you get started. And most people are on social media because they want that brand awareness. That's 90% of people. So here are 6 mistakes that I want you guys to avoid when you're setting up your social media, or if you already have your social media set up, then I need to make sure if you're making these mistakes that we go back and we edit, okay? All right, so mistake number 1 is not setting up the right type of profile. You want to make sure if you're a business that you have a business social media account, not personal, not private. We want the world to see it. Mistake number 2. All right. So mistake number 2 is not choosing the right type of profile picture. If you are a professional, I'm a dentist. Now, if you're I am a dentist, and you can see that I am in my uniform. I have on my doctor's coat. I have a nice smile. My profile picture reflects what I do. And when people are coming to your social media profile, you only have like a few seconds, maybe 7 seconds to make a good first impression. And my gosh, that profile picture has to be on point. The third mistake is not picking the right username and display name. I'm going to use Instagram as an example because that is my jam. Now, at the top is your username. That is going to be the name that you are most searchable by. If your customers know you by Dr. Catrice Austin, then your username at the top, that @ symbol, should be Dr. Catrice Austin. That's what people search me by. But below my picture, and this is Gary Vee, one of the top marketing experts in the game, you can see underneath, you can have what's called a display name. There, if you want to say best cosmetic dentist in America, that's where you can explain, or you could get a little fancy. Your username should be 30 characters, no symbols, and should reflect your personal brand or your corporate brand name. Mistake number 4 is your bio isn't informative or engaging. Listen, when people come to your page, the first thing that you should help them answer is, why should they follow you? When I'm looking at someone request me to follow them, or I'm at someone's page, the first thing that I look at is in the bio, why should I follow this person? What kind of content are they providing? How are they going to change my life? And if I can't get a good answer that's going to satisfy me, I don't follow people. All right, so here's the formula. In your bio, guys, I want you to have your title and what you do. I need your target audience. Who do you help? That should be right there in your bio. And the transformation that you offer, or what problem do you help them overcome? This is the formula. And here is my Instagram bio. And when you see my bio, the first thing that I say is, I can give you straight white teeth without braces in 2 to 4 weeks. So if someone is coming to my page and they are looking for a straight white smile, and they don't want to wear braces, they know that in the very first sentence. I tell them in my bio why they should follow me. You don't have to wonder, follow me because I'm going to give you tips and deals, and you can go live with me and I'll answer your questions. I tell you that I'm a celebrity dentist, author, and speaker, and I also give you a call to action. Now, mistake number 5 is not fully taking advantage of that clickable link in your bio. And that bio, guys, is where the money resides. This is where you make so much money, and you don't have to keep the same link in your bio all the time. You can switch it up as you have a purpose. So it can be the homepage to your website. It can be the landing page for a specific product or service. It can be a download of a report a PDF report. It can be a promotional video. Maybe you were in the news and you want to share that with everybody. You could put that in the link in your bio, or it can be a link to schedule to book an appointment with you. So you can change that up as needed on a regular basis. And I encourage you to do so that you keep your audience guessing and wondering and entertained. The final mistake is not creating a visually and appealing Instagram or Facebook news feed. And this is a sample of a very appealing.
All right, so I'm here at Dr. Amir.
Sorry about that, guys. a very appealing news feed.
All right, so I'm here at Dr. Amira's page. She's a cosmetic dentist out of Miami, and you can see she has a really nice layout, alternating picture, quote picture, picture, smile picture, picture, quote picture, picture, smile picture, and so on and so forth. Very nice, organized, beautiful pictures. She does a really good job here.
All right. So what should you post on social media? At the end of the day, guys, it's not about you. It's about the content that your target audience cares about. And here is my formula. If you really want to stand out on social media, you've got to be everywhere. You've got to amplify your message. You need to have articles that rank on news sites like Google, Fox, and more. You need to have blogs on your website or contribute to other people's blogs as a guest writer so that you can create high traffic for your content. You need to have a podcast to create audio content and share it on sites. You can have a podcast, guys, super easy. You go to buzzsprout.com, and you also need to have video content on Google, which is run by YouTube. So actually YouTube, which is run by Google, so that you can get noticed and you can rank. And then you also need to create slide presentations and PDFs and share it on sites like SlideShare. That's how you get noticed. And hey, if you guys are just not into video and showing your face, there is a wonderful app that has really changed my business called Clubhouse. It is an audio app there where you can get on and you can have a stage and you can present on your topic and you can build an audience on an audio app as well. All right, so we are at strategy number 3, which is every entrepreneur needs to write a book and why it's easier than you think. All right, so I say one of the easiest things that you could do to build your celebrity and to build your authority is writing a book. I am now about to release in 2 weeks my 8th book, and you can do this super easily, guys, by self-publishing on Amazon. You can publish that content to get your name out there and to build your authority. And what I love about being an author is it opens up the doors for you to share your message with the world, like we're doing today. You can speak on stages locally, online, or around the world. You can get booked to get on TV as an expert and share and reach millions of people. This is me on Dr. Oz. This is me on the Today Show. You can travel around the world like we did in 2019 in Sydney, Australia, and New Zealand with one woman. And man, it just felt good to inspire women and to share my book and to just be a global force to share my message. And let me tell you, having a celebrity brand, you can make over 6 figures as an author, just selling 50 books a month, 15,000 a year, speaking 60,000 a year. You can have a course where you can make like over 6 figures selling your course. So that is why it's so important for you to start your book and become an author. All right, this is my favorite strategy number 4, which is getting in the media. Now, there's 2 things that people know about: public relations and marketing. What's the difference? Public relations is earned media. You do not pay for it. Marketing is something that you advertise. You pay for an ad on Google. You pay for a Facebook or social media ad, and it costs you to get in front of the audience. I say that you get more credibility and you get more traction when you do PR. When someone else is talking about you, it just puts you at a higher level and it edifies you. So here are 4 things that you're going to need to prepare for publicity. Number 1, you have to have that book complete. Number 2, you're going to need a demo reel. Number 3, you need to have a press kit. And number 4, you need to know how to pitch your story. Here is a sample. So a demo reel is like your video. And let me see if I can get this baby to play. All right, we're not gonna wait for that. I will, if you guys want to see it, you can go to my YouTube and you will see it. Sorry, I couldn't play that, but here is a sample of a press kit. A press kit is like your digital or physical resume. With your press kit, you need to have your headshot. You need to have listed your speaking topics, the media outlets that you've already appeared in, and more. I will share with you. Here's a list of some of the things that you could have in your press kit: awards and recognitions. This is your opportunity to share with the media all the wonderful things that you have done in your career. And next, you need to know how to pitch the media. You need to come up regularly with ideas and topics that can help a TV audience. Now, this is one of the pitches that I did in 2019 that landed me on TV shows across America. Cardi B, DJ Khaled, and A$AP Rocky's dentist shares 3 insider secrets for whiter teeth. And that was my hook. And then I came in with a lead. What was the problem? How many people in this world want to have whiter teeth? And a call to action after giving my tips and a conclusion. Let's see if we can get this baby to play. Let's see. Here is that pitch coming to life.
And so we're going to dive into some fun facts. In fact, 96% of adults believe an attractive smile makes you more appealing to the opposite sex.
Studies have shown if you have a wider smile, you'll get a promotion easier.
Oh my goodness.
And you'll make more money with that confident smile.
Okay, so you're telling me my dating life's going to be better.
Yes.
I'm going to get a salary boost.
Well, our media is not happy with us today, but I will be happy to share that media clip with you as well when you reach out to me after. Sorry about this, guys. Media. All right, strategy number 5 is building those key relationships and getting celebrity contacts. Now, the thing that you need to have, my media is going crazy today. The thing that you need to have in place is an elevator pitch. And an elevator pitch is a 30 to 60-second introduction of you and your company and how you can help your prospective clients. And the things that you need to have in your elevator pitch, and you need to have this down pat, is who you are, who is your company, how do you help your target audience, and something that is like an attention grabber. So here's an elevator pitch that I did, which I said, hey, I'm Dr. Catrice Austin, owner of VIP Smiles. I help singles, business people, public figures, and anyone that's looking to quickly improve their smiles and take their smiles to the next level with porcelain veneers and teeth whitening. That's what I do. I have a boutique cosmetic dentistry practice, and I offer personal concierge dental treatment for my clients from start to finish. And my goal is to help my clients say yes to getting that beautiful and confident smile that they have been dreaming of and holding them back in life. That's the value proposition. And my attention grabber is the biggest and most rewarding smile makeover that I've done to date was the one that I did with Cardi B. She inspired the world to go out and live their best lives with a smile. That is a sample of an elevator pitch. I want you to think about who your dream clients are and start to come up with a list. Come up with a list of the brands and the customers that you want to work with. You should take your business from, I've never heard of this company, to what is this company I keep hearing about, to I think I've heard about that company before, to yes, I have heard about that company, to yes, I do business with that company. And that's what I want to share how to do that with you. Number 1, the way that you can make contact is to reach out online. All of these celebrities and influential people have Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn. Slide into those DMs and let them know who you are and how you can serve them. I took a chance 25 years ago now by being in P. Diddy's restaurant and seeing one of my legendary people in soul music, Isaac Hayes, days. He was sitting there having dinner. I walked up to him, gave him my elevator pitch of who I was, and asked him, did he need a dentist? He told me, y'all, to sit down and have dinner. And that started my career as a celebrity dentist just 2 years after graduating dental school. I met Common and he became my client by networking with his agent, his manager. So you can sometimes go through the back door and get to the celebrity or influential person. And I also do celebrity sponsorships. I show up and I do gifting suites and sponsor events where my target audience is. That's me with Sherry Shepherd and me with the legendary Kat Cora, if you are a foodie like me. So listen, guys, I want you to imagine not having to reinvent the wheel and fast tracking your knowledge and getting those insider PR marketing branding secrets. I want you to imagine you being the go-to expert in your field and having a life-changing impact on people across the globe. And I want you to imagine earning money and working with the high-value clients, not just anybody that calls your office or your business, those high-value clients that you want to work with, or those brands because of your authority. And I want you to think about and imagine doing something outside the norm, outside your normal routine, traveling in the world, getting on stages, and just having fun with your career just by being a messenger. And if you guys want to learn more of how you can do that, find me at celebritybrand.club, and I would be happy to show you how you can be your next industry's rock star. Thank you guys so much. And thank you for hanging in there with my technical difficulties.
Thank you, Catrice. Gosh, I think I can smell the smoke of everybody's pens writing down so many notes, because you jam-pack so much great information in there to really help women build successful businesses, to put themselves out there. You are fearless in that. I just admire you for everything that you've done and the business that you've built for yourself and how you empower other women to do the same. Just love it. So Catrice is going to drop that link in the chat. One tip for you, Catrice, to eliminate all of those nightmares for you: do not ever put YouTube links in your PowerPoint. Download, embed MP4 files. Those will work no problem. So there's my $1 million tip.
Thank you. I need that because that killed me for a second. Thank you guys so much. I'll drop that in the link.
Awesome. Thanks, Catrice. I'm going to turn things over to our next amazing speaker for today, Caroline. Caroline, if you could turn on your sound and video. Hi, Caroline.
Hello, everybody.
And where are you joining us from today?
I'm from Montreal, Canada.
Ooh, awesome, awesome. Well, I'm going to introduce you, Caroline. We've already got the energy raised through the roof, and I know you're just going to keep it going. So I'm going to introduce you and you can take it away. So Caroline has an inspiring story and will make you understand the importance of mindset. Also, you will learn what kind of roadblocks that is holding you back to achieve whatever you want. What is mindset and how is this affecting your results? How to recreate a repeatable formula with the 3 pillars to reach everything you want in your life. 1, thinking, 2, feelings, and 3, actions. How to use the power of your mind to create new results. You'll also learn why 92% of people fail to reach their goals. How to shift your mindset to get what you really want. A conference to help you to unlock your potential because, well, you deserve it. Please welcome the amazing Caroline Doyle.
Thank you, Sharla. Hey, bitch, you better learn how to speak English. You are now in the United States. Yes, this is how my journey started on my 2nd day with the #1 financial firm in the USA. I had left my successful corporate career as a lawyer and manager in Montreal, Canada. My family moved to Alabama, USA. So here I am, this French Canadian in the South with a big accent who didn't know anyone in the country. And let's add another level of complexity to the story. I'm selling life insurance, a completely new industry for me. Can I tell you? This was not on my career path. And on my 2nd day, this lovely lady is telling me that I need to learn my English. which it was true. But it's hard to embrace her when she addressed me with this wonderful B word. I was already frustrated to start with. I had to reinvent myself, reinvent my career, and build a new life in a different country. I knew it could be worse, but my career was important to me. I almost quit that day, the second day of this new job. But I did not. I sent a text to my managing partners saying I quit, but I will be back tomorrow. I knew I was not a quitter, and I certainly was not going to quit on day 2. I had to remember myself why I was doing this. I had accepted this career opportunity to not only sell life insurance, but to become the first woman partner in the Gulf Coast of Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida of this #1 firm in the USA. After 172 years, they never had a woman in a management position in the South. How is that even possible? I challenged myself. How can I do it in less than 12 months when the normal path is 3 years? Was I crazy? So let's remember, I didn't know anyone and I didn't speak very well the language. So this crazy goal became my mission and my passion. My mission of showing other women that everything is possible, even if you don't know how. I shifted my mindset and the attitude became, no matter what, I will do it. I will do it. I'm going to do it no matter what. Some days, I didn't know how I will do it. I was frustrated. Many times, I cried. I was on an emotional roller coaster ride. However, I knew with the right mindset, I could get through it. My goal was more important than my challenges. So I shifted my mindset to achieve what most people said was impossible. Yes, this French Canadian with a strong accent was going to kick ass and take names. Honestly, it helped that I had great people around me. I surrounded myself with willing and positive people. I met wonderful ladies. I met some mentors who helped me to this journey as well. And I discovered the people in Alabama were not like this charming lady that I spoke with on my second day. However, how I was going to achieve my goal of making partner in 12 months. I created a repeatable formula based on mindset and behaviors. So ladies, probably like your journey, I had many obstacles. Believe me, no fairy tale here. I had to make a conscious decision to focus on solutions, not on obstacles, and remain focused on my goal to achieve this goal in less than 12 months. For me, my motivation had to become stronger than my challenges on a daily basis. To succeed, I knew I had to align my thinking, my feeling, and my action towards my goal. So guess who did it? Who became the first woman partner for the Gulf Coast after 172 years of this #1 financial firm in 11 months? Yes, this French Canadian with a big accent did it. Then, in 2019, I got the prestigious award of Partner of the Year. Then, the pandemic hits. And then, my husband has to move back to Montreal. Now, believe me, when I tell you the struggle was real, how do I reinvent myself again? Do I have the energy for this again? I want my peak of performance to collect the fruit of my hard work. I had to let go again and start from scratch. However, I knew that if I could be successful in Alabama, I could find a way to be successful yet again in this pandemic, when we know everything was against us. And to add more to the story, I started my business in my car, driving Alabama to Montreal in the pandemic. People that I was calling to say I was moving back to Canada and sharing that I will start my new journey in a couple months. Some of them said, if you change your mind, I would like to be your client. I asked to some of them to give me 2 days so I can think. While I'm driving, I'm thinking that I have no house, that I must move, establishing my family. My husband is having a promotion with a new team, and my son has to go to French school with 4 years behind everyone in French. And I'm trying to get my coaching certification done. So my plate was more than full. My intent was to start my business a couple months later. However, my mission was to help others to succeed. I decided whatever is going in my life, it's now. My newfound calling of being a certified coach. Here I am, Coach Caroline, and no victim here. So what did I do? I let my passion and my success formula drive me. I became top 1% of coaches around the world in less than 4 months. In the meantime, that I'm dealing with my personal life, my success formula works. I have helped financial advisors and business owners to grow their business to become top performer in their field. So ladies, if I can achieve everything that I want, you can too. Success is a formula. Learn it and get the result that you want. So what is holding you back? So let me ask you this. If I say having the right mindset is the name of the game. The right mindset is key to achieving a successful personal life and professional life. So let me ask you this. How does your mindset impact your success? Write it down in the chat. What is the percentage of your mindset that is related to your success? Write down in the chat. What do you think it is? So the answer, 95% is mindset. 5% is your strategies. So whatever you want to do has to start with the right mindset. So let's talk. What is mindset? Write down in the chat. What do you think is mindset, or on Facebook or on the other platform? What is mindset? So mindset has 3 pillars. First, you have to gain control over your thoughts. Then you have to create a positive feelings and align your action to shift everything in the positive side to win the game. If you're thinking, your feeling, or your action, if one of them is in the negative, it's game over. That's it, game over. So ladies, your job is to shift towards the positive. How do you make a shift? So the big question that I have for you, to unlock your potential to success, you need to start by knowing what you want. It could be the big promotion, starting a business, getting fit, whatever you want. But first thing, you must ask yourself, what do I want? So ladies, I'm asking you, what do you want? What do you want? You have to think about it. Do you know 92% of you will fail to reach your goal this year? Yes, this year in 2022. Only 8% of you will succeed. So Which team are you on? Are you on the 92% or you're on the 8%? If you are in the 92%, believe me, you're not alone. Changing your mindset can land you on the 8% team. Changing your mindset, having a clear vision, a goal of what you want is crucial to reach your full potential. So how do you become in the 8% who will achieve their goal this year? First, the lazy you has got to go. The couch potato days are over. You have to make a decision that enough is enough, that you deserve better, but also understanding your ultimate goal is the first step. Okay, so let's talk about goals. There's 3 levels of goals. So the first level is based on your current result. So if you're a business owner or you are in sales, let's say, imagine that last month you did $20,000 of revenues. You did 20,000, say, you know what, this month, what can I do? 20,000. This is based on your present result. So the driver is your result. The second one is a projection. So it's what you think you can do. If you did 20,000 last month and you say, you know what, maybe if I do 25, will be awesome. But this is still a projection. So many of you manage this way. The next one is a crazy goal. A crazy goal. What do you want? What do you really want? It is this big promotion. It is turning your yearly income to a monthly income. Having this award, whatever you want. This should be your new goal. However, why do 92% of you will fail? It's because you focus only on goal 1 and 2. Most of you will say, I know what I want. But then the next step is, how do you bring a support system to really make sure that this is not a wish? Because there's also a difference. So now when you know, what do I want? The next step is, are you able to do it? Are you willing to do it? And then the real question, on a scale of 0 to 10, how willing are you? How willing are you? Are you a 10 on 10? Are you 9, 8, 7? Whatever is your number. So write it down in the chat. What do you think on a scale of 0 to 10? How willing are you? So you 10 folks have a goal. Anyone who answers 9 or below are wishful thinker and not a goal setter. And let's say this way, a wish is for Christmas. Who knows if Santa will bring it to you? But what you want, ladies, is having a 10 on 10. Because you want to have a goal. Then the next part that most organizations don't talk about. A goal is more than a SMART goal. What you have to do with this goal is really making sure that you fall in love. You fall in love with this goal. How do you do this? With vision boards. Writing down your goal every day. Writing your affirmations. Okay, but believe in this. See it this in your mind. Because again, if you're 9, 8, or 7, you're just game over. That's it. You're game over. So start to follow this process. Develop an attitude of no matter what, you will achieve this goal. No matter what, I was becoming the first woman partner for the Gulf Coast. I had this inside of me, but you can do the same thing. But you may say, in the past, I set crazy goal and I failed. Why this time it will be different? You even repeat the same patterns over and over again. The difference? This time you understand the first step. What do you want? And you will have this attitude. And if you have a goal with a strong desire, Do you know that 90% of the studies say that the specific and challenging goal led to higher performance than an easy goal or even a no goals? So think about it. How can you create a challenging goal that will affect your performance and improve your task performance? And you know what, ladies? You will feel amazing. You will feel with a lot of energy and you will feel accomplished. So right now, if you don't like your result are the reflection of what's going on inside of you. Your thinking, your feeling, and your action are at the level of your result. Now that you set this crazy goal, what you have to do is increase your thinking, increase your feeling, increase your action to match the level of this goal. And then you need to have a committed decision that no matter what, you will do it. No matter what. So to really unlock your potential, to win the game, because ladies, it's time to change. Do this first step. First, align power and strategies. Increase your leadership. There's many ways that you can do to increase your leadership. It could be by audio books, videos, audio books. There's a lot, but increase your leadership because it will help you to attract better employees and also better clients. You don't have time for procrastination. Put this in the garbage. It doesn't serve you. You need to learn to work towards your goal every day. Develop a laser focus. Stay focused. Build a self-image who breeds success, even if it's hard some days. Get a coach. It will help you to accelerate your success. Don't compete. You got this inside of you. And know your superpowers. You have a lot of superpower inside of you. Are you using them? Be Wonder Woman. I like to think that Wonder Woman, she's so focused on her goals. And then what she does, she blocked the obstacles. She blocked the negativity. So sometimes I'm in my office and I think that I'm Wonder Woman. Not that because I'm better than everybody. No. Because I'm like, okay, be this Wonder Woman who will stay focused on her goal and block everything. And you know what? It makes me smile. And it makes me shift and say, okay, let's do it. Everybody has challenge. It's just how you approach it. So be this Wonder Woman who will help you to achieve whatever you want. Also, it's okay to ask help. Don't be shy to ask help. And have an attitude of no matter what, I will do it. And have fun in this journey. Smile more. Embrace challenges. Okay, you got this, ladies. Do the first step, whatever it is. Do the first step to help you to reach this goal that you want. I would like to offer you a free gift, a business assessment. So if you are in sales or you're a business owner, I would like to offer you a free assessment with a detailed action plan. Come with 64 pages of report. It will help you to say if you're struggling, how do you go to the next level? But what I want to say, today, I wish I can say thank you to this lady who said to me, hey, bitch, because first I had the chance to talk to all of you today. And also with the right mindset, my persistence, my discipline, my passion. I helped so many people since that second day. Don't let the outside world running your inside world. What if you are the next one to unlock your potential? You deserve it. It's your time to shine by unlocking your potential and go after what you want. Remember, success is a formula. Learn it and get the result that you want. Be this Wonder Woman that you want, that you can be. Thank you so much and have a nice day.
Thank you, Caroline. That was fantastic. And I saw her assistant already threw the link in the chat. So if you'd like to take advantage of that amazing free business assessment, make sure you click on that link and definitely connect with Caroline. Fantastic job, Caroline.
Thank you.
Love that talk. Awesome. I'm going to turn things over to our next amazing speaker today, Felicia Searcy. Felicia, if you want to turn on your sound and video. Hi, Felicia. How are you today?
I'm good.
Awesome.
Happy to be
Where,
here.
where are you joining us from today?
Tucson, Arizona.
Tucson, Arizona. Awesome. Well, we just went from Montreal to Tucson. That's what I love about Fearless Summits Online is our speakers are from all over the place. I also did a draw during the last talk. So our next door prize winner is Caroline Wilson from Pennsylvania. So Caroline, I'm going to drop that in the mail for you today. So you should hopefully have it in the next week or two. So I'm going to introduce you, Felicia, and then you can take it away. So Felicia's purpose is her passion to empower you to discover and express your best self as you create the life that you love. She is an award-winning transformational coach, international speaker, author, and minister who has helped thousands create a path for living their dream life. For over 20 years, Felicia has worked with people from all walks of life who are seeking the spiritual side of success. Felicia's proven dream activation code helps folks just like you accelerate your results as you create a richer, more fulfilling life. Please welcome the amazing Felicia Searcy.
So I want everybody to take a deep breath. You have received so much amazing information, and I so appreciate what Carolyn was sharing. I think we studied with some of the same people as she helped you understand the power of mindset. So as you're in this energy, I want you to bring to mind that highest dream, that highest aspiration, the thing that brought you here today, to be able to take in all of the brilliance that you're hearing from our speakers today. And just like Carolyn explained, not the one that you think you can get, not the one that you kind of sort of want, that you're pretty sure that you can accomplish, but the one that absolutely takes your breath away. That this is the dream that wakes you up at night and excites you and scares you to death all at the same time. I want you to use this amazing faculty of your imagination to move around in it. See yourself in it. You got it? You're meant for that. And today I want to walk you through a process to help you take that amazing dream from the realm of your imagination to bring it into the facts of your life, where several times a day, you literally have a feeling that rises up from the bottom of your feet and you hear yourself saying, oh my gosh, I love my life. So raise your virtual hand. I know we can't see you if you are in for that. So let me share with you why I'm on fire with this. I discovered when I'm sharing with you at a very dark time in my life. In fact, there's nothing in my background to suggest that I would be here with you living the life that I'm living today. I was born into a home, very well-intended parents, but both of them struggled with alcoholism, drug addiction. So there was a terrific amount of violence, abuse. And I learned literally to stay below the radar, to stay as invisible as possible. My life literally depended on reading the temperature of the room and making sure that I didn't make any big waves. And I'll never forget, there are a couple incidences that really stand out for me. When I was 17, my mother just disappeared. She just, her illness just got too much for her and she just disappeared. We were living in Wisconsin at the time, and that's when I moved down to Louisiana, where my dad had relocated to. Senior year of high school, I would go get my lunch. So this was my identity. Carolyn talked about identity. This was how I saw myself. I would go get my tray, go get my lunch, and I'd go sit down with a table of an entire group of friends, not because I was going to join in, but I would sit down, I would grab, a spot at the table, and I would be in a bubble, and I would just eat my lunch. I would make absolutely no contact with anybody else over that table. And they literally talked over me. It was as if I didn't exist. Fast forward to when I graduated from college. I got a teaching degree, love to teach. It's my fundamental nature. And I applied for a job at I was in Louisiana, so we call them parishes, at the parish where I graduated from high school. It was the poorest parish in the state, And I got hired back on at my high school. And I'll never forget, 22 years old, I'm doing hall duty. You know, that's the thing where you're trying to make sure that the kids are going where they need to go first thing in the morning. And it was this long main hall. And I was staring down this hall and these kids were just milling around. And all I could see were the endless years of the trajectory of my life in that moment, which was dark, alone, desperate, and hopeless. And I remember standing there. It was just one of those stark moments. It was a decision point. It was one of those pivotal moments where I knew I had to figure something different out or I wasn't going to be long for the planet. My will to live was rapidly eroding. Now, I'm going to share a cliche, but there's a reason why these are cliches, because they're powerful. I love it when it says, when the pupil is ready, the teacher will appear. I was in that fertile ground where my defenses were down and there was that opening. And my sense is for you that there's a part of you where there's an opening today, that you're hearing something that grabbed hold of and applied consistently will radically change the trajectory of your life. It was in that moment for me that there was a portal that opened up and I became accessible to something beyond my wildest dreams. And that's when I got introduced to a spiritual system that allowed me to fundamentally transform my relationship with my world, my relationship with my life, and my relationship with this life force energy that spoke me into existence. I grabbed hold of that for everything I was worth. And today, I literally got to have a telescope to see where I was at that time. So let me share with you, at that time, I was barely making it, that I counted my pennies so much that I was afraid to dry my clothes in the dryer in my apartment complex. And so I had them laid out all over the place because I didn't want to spend the 50 cents in order to dry my clothes. And I was working a job that just sucked the life out of me. It just sucked the life out of me. I was alone. I didn't have friends. Never thought that I would have a healthy relationship. So I just steered clear. I just steered clear to relationships. So today, that is not my life. As a result of consistent application of the spiritual success system that I'm sharing with you today, I now am just grateful and honored to be able to say that I have a 35-year healthy marriage. So grateful that today I get to wake up with the love of my life. And I've been able to do that continuously, day after day. I have a work that is deeply gratified, where I have the honor of serving the dreams of thousands of people around the world. And an industry where less than 10% cross the six-figure mark, my company, and I say this humbly because I know the power that's moving through me and each one of us to create these kind of results. My company has generated millions of dollars over the last several years. What I love about that is that I'm able to donate tens of thousands of dollars to organizations that are deeply meaningful for me. I have rich friendships, deep, fulfilling work, vibrant health. Every area of my life is rich and fulfilling. But here's the thing that I want you to hear, and this is what you're getting from every single speaker today. The results are great, but that's not the purpose for your dream. The first thing to realize is that this isn't to impress you, but it's to impress upon you that there truly is a system for transformation, that every single one of us can learn, and it is reliable as the switch on your wall to turn on the lights because you wired your house according to code with the law of electricity. And the other thing I want all of us to hear and to take deeper is that the purpose of your dream is not to check things off, not to achieve the goal. That's really not the purpose of your dream. It's not even to make the impact that you living into that goal will do. See, you are this unlimited being with unlimited capacity. It's breathtaking how powerful you are. And the only way you have to wake up to that power that's moving through you is by saying yes to something beyond anything that you've ever known for yourself before. So the purpose for your dream is not to get, it's to grow you. It's for who you become in the process. And this is what we're up to. All right, so let me ground this in a foundation, and then I'll walk you through 3 steps of the system. First of all, as I just shared, and I want to repeat this because it bears repeating, and I want you to hear this with every fiber of your being. You are unlimited in your power. It's breathtaking, your capacity. You have this unlimited capacity to create. And what is this creative capacity? It's your thinking capacity. I love that quantum physics is now proving what spiritual masters have taught throughout the ages, that what we predominantly mentally rehearse in this faculty of our imagination and charge with our emotions has a vibration to it. There's a frequency to that. And that wave of vibration that's transmitting from you, then it literally impresses into this invisible field that the quantum physics calls the quantum field, where there are waves of energy hanging out, what quantum physics calls superposition. And in some fantastical way, this energy then organizes according to the predominant thought and feeling, which, by the way, defines how you see yourself and creates your results. It's magnetic and it's electric. It's the basic explanation of the law of attraction, which is actually a secondary law. The true law is the law of vibration. Now, I know that we hear a lot about mindset from brilliant speakers, and I'm going to invite you to back up and just go beyond mindset and consider the gift that we've all been given by this infinite intelligence that deemed us worthy to be co-creators, that we can even have a mindset to create. I just encourage you to breathe in the gift of our capacity to create and what that says about you. And if we really got this, imagine how reverently we would treat this. And we would come to understand that the most powerful work that we can do is to learn to live from the most potent, powerful, courageous of all questions, which is, what would I love? What would I love? What would I love to do, have, give, be? What would I love? Understanding that it is love itself, seeking a richer, freer, fuller expression through you and by means of you. All right, so we're taking that in. I would imagine that possibly there's a part of you that's being inspired by these words. You probably have heard these words in some way, shape, or form before. I know that some of the brilliant speakers before me have spoken to this, and you know this. It's like, I believe this, I get this. You have your vision board, you say your affirmations, you listen to people like Abraham. Why the disconnect? Why get stuck? So let me share with you what I have observed in myself and with the thousands of people that I've had the honor of working with. So first of all, bring to mind that dream that I invited you to play in at the beginning when we first got started. Bring those images back to mind. Now, here's what happens when you move from being in that state of bliss, of visioning, and then moving into your daily life. There's two things that stop us and get us stuck. They're not fear. They're not your blocks. It's not a matter of getting out of your comfort zone. I mean, those are elements. But what I have discovered are two primary things that keep people from moving forward. One of them, the fear of disappointment. People will go to great lengths to avoid disappointment. You know, my life was one disappointment after another before I discovered these spiritual laws, that I literally organized my life to reduce disappointment. It was so painful to be disappointed again. But here's the thing, nobody died from disappointment. But here's what happens. You have your vision, you look at your vision board, you're all ramped up. But what happens is you walk out the door so unaware. This is so insidious. It's so insidious how this sneaks in, that you walk out the door and you brace yourself for disappointment. So in order to avoid that, you water your dream down. You tell yourself it doesn't really matter. It's not really that important. And here's the other thing that happens with disappointment. It leads your assumption. You assume that there are things that are just not going to work out the way that you want them to work out. The problem with assumption is that it organizes our attention. And whatever captures your attention is what you then deem as possible, and how you will then determine your decisions and your actions and the way you see yourself. So when we guard against disappointment, you can't be bold. You cannot be bold and guard against disappointment in the same breath. And your dream demands boldness. The second thing that stops people is that soul-sucking sense of unworthiness. It's breathtaking how unworthiness can just erode your identity and your momentum. All right, so what do we do about those two things? Well, first of all, if you get nothing else from this, I want you to get this. I want you to understand where that dream comes from. That desire, it's not your desire. That is life force energy seeking expression through you and by means of you. Again, go back to what I said earlier, that your dream is the way that life wakes you up to more of your power, more of your potential. You don't have a dream, you receive a dream, which means that now you are accountable. You have a stewardship to that dream. And when you understand that you are the instrument through love is expressing in the form of your dream to bring more love and abundance in our world, you come to understand that you can't even imagine being unworthy. And you begin to really see how everything required for you to live into that dream is here, right where you are. Here's the thing to understand. Not a single thing gets added. This universe is complete. It's complete. There's not a single thing that needs to be added. Everything required to bring your dream forward is already here. You just have to match up with it. And so you begin to do that by realizing, wow, I am an instrument. My dream is the way that love is expressing more expansively, more radically in our world. Second way to overcome disappointment and unworthiness is to go back to what I said earlier, to own the gift of your capacity to create and to realize that there are immutable laws that govern our results, and you are not exempt from this. You are not the one for whom electricity does not work. And so when you really get that, then you dedicate your life to learning how to unlock those laws, to learning how to apply them at a nuanced, subtle level consistently. As you do, then you're able to put on the identity, we'll never outperform the way we see ourselves, and to act before a single thing in your world changes, because you move with calm assurance and the functioning of the laws in your life. And so the third thing, here's the third thing. So this is a tangible, practical thing that you can do. In addition to, not rather, but in addition to a gratitude journal, I'm going to encourage you to maintain an evidence journal. An evidence journal is when you start gathering data, evidence that in fact things are changing for you. These laws are working for you. You are developing a deeper sense of communion and companionship with the very power that created you. Here's what happens. People want an oak tree. So your dream, the wild goal that Carolyn spoke to is an oak tree. And so you're looking for the oak tree. But the thing about it is that the oak tree starts with sprouts. And so you look at the sprout and you say, I don't want a sprout. And then you pound on the sprout. Now, I know that sounds ridiculous in this example, but how often do you, go back to what I said earlier, get disappointed because the result is not as such as what you wanted all along? Ultimately, this is the ultimate result that you want. It takes courage and vulnerability to track those micro wins and to actually stack the evidence that you're changing and your world is changing. What's so powerful about that, as you do that, is what you begin to do is normalize this new life. See, we cannot receive anything that we're not able to see ourselves in and that we have not deemed as normal. And so the work, the mastery, is to normalize your dream life before your world catches up with it. You have to be it before your world will transform into that iteration of what you see in your imagination. And this final way of doing that is that you do what I call build a case. You build a case for your dream. You build a case. You stack the evidence that in fact things are transforming because you're transforming. You notice when something happened and you reacted differently, or somebody leaned in a little bit more to hear more about your conversation or about what you had to offer, whether they, actually bought or not, when your bank account is growing up, all of those things, you're stacking that evidence because you're literally wiring your system to see that as normal. Rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat as you put all of those things together and stare down the disappointment and the unworthiness before a single thing in your world begins to change. Watch as you transform and your world transforms. And this, my friends, is truly how we transform the face of the planet. So if you want more, I've got all of those steps. I actually have 7 steps laid out in my a guide for you, 7 spiritual secrets to multiply your impact and abundance. Go to FeliciaCersey.com/impact secrets to download that, give you a bit of a summary of what I just shared, and I take you so much deeper into this formula. So let's finish up. I want you to imagine a world where every man, woman, and child truly was living from the most potent, powerful question that you could ask: what would I love? This, my friends, is how we transform the face of the planet. God bless.
Amazing, Felicia. That was fantastic. And if you wouldn't mind dropping that link. Oh, looks like you've dropped it in there already. So that's perfect for everyone to be able to get all that brilliant and amazing information. Thank you so much. So we've got Patricia next. Patricia, if you could turn on your sound and video.
I can do that. Hi there.
And where are you joining us from, Patricia?
I am joining you from Barrie, Ontario, just about an hour north of Toronto.
Yeah, back into Canada. So I'm going to introduce you, Patricia, and then you can take it away.
Cool.
So, and your hair looks lovely, by the way. Yes, all right. Patricia has managed change throughout her life, from working 2 jobs as a single mother, spending years to gain a university degree part-time, climbing the corporate ladder, certifying as a coach, and starting her own entrepreneurial training business. She has rebuilt her business twice, once after defeating 2 kinds of breast cancer, then during the pandemic. Managing change is her focus. Patricia's priorities are community support and mentoring new businesses, training and coaching through her own program and through the city, so they can realize their dreams, make an impact on the world, and do the work they love. She is certified by ICF and is expanding online training. Please welcome the amazing Patricia Dent.
You are so kind. Thank you, Charlotte. I really appreciate this. This is a subject near and dear to my heart, the mindset keys to come out of this pandemic. I know we're all tired of it. Let me start with a story. I was about to go for dinner on my way to my birthday celebration when I found the lump. It was big. How did I ever miss it? Was I worried? Yes, but it was my birthday and we hardly ever went out because we just bought a business a few months before. I decided I would deal with it tomorrow. I didn't think it was going to go away. When tomorrow came, the doctor who examined me was a little surprised, I could tell. And then when the local hospital, called me that afternoon to set up a testing appointment, I knew this could be serious. I had a mammogram, then an ultrasound right afterwards. I'm thinking, do you know you're the healthcare system? We usually move much more slowly. But they put everything together. And on the ultrasound, I could see a big black circle. It was a little scary, to be absolutely honest. And then I actually saw another one in a different place. There was a second lump. I became worried. I wasn't really surprised when they prepped me for biopsies. And after the biopsy, the doctor said to me, "You look like the kind of girl who wants to know what's going on." And I'm thinking, maybe. Normally I'd say yes, because I like to kind of control things, right? I'd like to know. But this time I wasn't sure. Then he said, "This looks really good for cancer. So if your biopsies are negative, we're going to drag you right back in here and we're going to do another one to make sure we've got the right result." Imagine how I felt. There was very little doubt that this was cancer. I might fool myself into thinking one lump, maybe a benign lump, maybe, but two, and in different places, my whole world felt like it was upside down. So you might ask yourself, what has this got to do with the pandemic? Well, during the pandemic, we have been experiencing a huge amount of change, and it was sudden, kind of like my health situation. We've been isolated, we've lost friends, relatives, we've lost work, or we've had to reinvent our businesses. A lot of it was as upsetting as finding that lump. And it's not easy to adapt to change. Not quickly anyway, is it? A divorce doesn't end the pain once you've got the paperwork. And if you lose a job, it means a huge adjustment to try and find another one. So today I'm going to talk about why we need resilience to come out of the pandemic. In fact, I know therapists who are expecting to be just as busy post-pandemic with anxiety issues for their clients as they were during the pandemic. So I think I'm going to share the techniques that helped me find a new path and manage the kind of change that wasn't just unwanted, it was life-changing with all its emotion and upheaval, just like the pandemic. I'm a business coach, and I've been helping entrepreneurs manage change for the past 11 years. And I've been through several major changes, as Charlotte said. It taught me strategies to manage that change and come fearlessly into a future that I was going to dictate. Here are a few things that I experienced. Maybe you've experienced some of the same things, and if you have, put it in the chat. Let me know what you've experienced. So Charlotte mentioned I was a single mom. I had to work 2 jobs just to make sure that my family was fed. I survived an abusive relationship with an alcoholic that almost cost me everything. It was this close. Those experiences prompted me to get on that corporate ladder that Charlotte mentioned, to climb the ladder and make more money. I was tired of not making enough money, and I wanted to do it myself. So I climbed that corporate ladder through a lot of hard work, and I was offered finally a dream job to rebuild and grow and run the broadcast and conference center at the Toronto Stock Exchange. It was a cool job. And for 2.5 years, I did what I loved. I could interact with the public, we grew revenue, we had TV, it was just fabulous. And then suddenly, a new CEO came on the scene with a new plan, and it changed everything. He cut budgets, he cut people, and I was restructured out to find a new solution for a job. And the hard thing was that some of my work was totally wasted. Now, a little more recently, my mother developed dementia, and I was responsible for her for 11 years. That was kind of a tough one. When I certified as a coach and I moved to a new community, I did find this fabulous in-person training program that I loved. But as you heard when I started, 5 months after I took over the program, I developed cancer. That wasn't actually the end of it. I'll go through the rest of the story a little later. And then the pandemic, having to create the online version of the story a little later. I will show you my ask for directions sign, and that's my coaching business online. But several other personal losses. The passing of my mother, my 2 dogs, whom I depended on for company for the pandemic, also developed cancer and they passed. And now my husband has contracted cancer and is in treatment for it. This change doesn't stop. And so I want you to see what you can do, as I have done, to manage that change and come out the other side of it. We've probably all experienced some of this. And this pandemic has been extraordinary in the way that it's affected resilience. The problem is the danger of prolonged change is that we may develop an adversity mentality where we're on guard and prepared for the worst at any moment. Can't blame anybody, right? So let's get into the steps that we can take to manage change, increase our resilience, and reverse the adversity mentality. People usually take one of 3 responses or approaches to change. Number 1, they ignore it. not recommended. It doesn't allow the change to go away. 2, they take action, which is kind of an external thing. Something may happen and you may actively change your situation. As an example, you lose your job. Well, if you want to eat, you're going to go out and find a new one, right? And mindset, which is internal. Now, to successfully manage the impact of change, I feel, from my experience, that mindset and action need to work together. After all, you can decide to change your mindset in the face of reality, but unless you take some action, you've not affected your reality. And the opposite is true. You can decide to take action in the face of change, but unless your mindset is aligned, the action may be sabotaged. It may not work. It may not last. So your mindset gives you the staying power. And you've heard a number of people talk about mindset today. That just shows you how important that is. Mindset's the game changer. But you have to make a physical change and adapt your mindset at the same time. It's smoother than when you do that. So change is a lot better to go through when they are both aligned. The thing is, it's a process. That means it takes time. So while I believe that the strength of mindset can overcome just about anything when it's combined with action, it does take time. So think of building your mindset on purpose, brick by brick, just like building a house, until you've got a foundation through the roof and create a fortress to strengthen your resilience to change. That's important. How do you do this with mindset? Well, I believe there are 3 principles that are really, really important. We're going to dive in now to see what those building blocks look like. So the first one is patience. As women, we're often expected to be patient, aren't we? It's part of that nurturing role that many of us adopted when we were small and were trained to do. And of course, we just kept on doing it. Is that your experience? Certainly was mine. But I don't mean the patience that happens if your partner loses their temper or a child stubbornly refuses to eat their dinner. That's not the kind of patience I mean. This one's a little harder. It's the patience to be patient with yourself. So why is that so hard to do? Because affecting change in your life takes patience. Why do we find it so difficult? Well, we're human, and human beings become impatient when the thing they want to do or the thing they want to get rid of doesn't just happen immediately, if not sooner. It's true. It's about giving yourself the grace that you often deny yourself so that you can, you can face this change with that patient persona. Now, we often give it to others, but not often give it to ourselves. Let's face it, women don't cut ourselves a lot of slack. Now, there's a few steps that we can take to make that acquisition of patience a little easier. So let's look at those. First, what kind of reaction do you have to change? It's good to know yourself, to understand how you typically react. I like to take action. I can't always do it, and I'll go through an example in just a few minutes. Change can sound simple, the Nike phrase, just do it, right? But the truth is that we have a natural inner resistance to change. Maybe that will make you feel a little better, but it's true. Some people find it simple, but those people are fixers, and mostly the women I know are not fixers. Just ask somebody who has a fixer as a partner and they will explain it to you if you're not sure what I mean. And if we're doing something new, remember 3 things. First, until you've done it, you don't know what to expect and you may be hesitant to act. You're also probably going to be afraid of making a mistake. Unfortunately, we do that. Second, if we're doing something new, well, there is a mechanism in our brains, a physical mechanism that kicks in and creates resistance. Oh, great, you think. What is that? Well, that's the amygdala, or sometimes we call it the old road of the brain. It's a very primitive seat of fear and also seat of let's just not do anything new. let's be protective. It protects you. Unfortunately, sometimes it makes it difficult to do something new as well. When we try something challenging or new, that's when the amygdala just kicks right in. And it encourages us to go back to what we knew, which means that you can't do anything new if you're afraid to leave behind what you used to do, right? Those old beliefs really cultivate self-doubt and fear. And you might get messages like, and many of you may know this one, who are you to do this? Or, you're not really good enough to do this. Maybe even you better go back and get some more education. Maybe. It takes patience to overcome this resistance. So these are some of the things that you might come up against as you're trying to be more patient. It also takes patience to manage our feelings about what's happening around us. We may feel stuck. Have you ever felt stuck? I'm sure you have. I have felt stuck. When things change, we may feel that we don't have any control over anything. And while that seems true, it's actually often rarely the case. It's an emotional reaction that we're having to the situation around us. After all, you know what? We wouldn't be human if we didn't feel the disorder and the chaos of change sometimes. We're built for consistency and predictability. That's that old amygdala again. That's why when I'm coaching those who have been through sudden change, and I've coached a lot in the last 2 years, when they've gotten their feet knocked out from under them and they just feel like railing against the world, I tell them it's okay to let your inner 3-year-old out and maybe do some screaming or tantrums. It's okay, just for a little while though, because railing at fate is not a solution, right? We're not going to get anywhere by doing that. So how can we approach adversity without losing ourselves in that emotion that can be so disruptive? Part of my solution is strengthening your belief that we can do it. We are remarkable creatures and we can accomplish many things. And also by taking responsibility, not for the past, but for what happens next. After all, was it my fault that I developed cancer? No, it was not. But it was my responsibility to figure out my path forward. And I believe part of that, taking that responsibility, is deciding what your future is going to look like. What happens next? You decide. Looking around for someone else to blame, or even yourself, is not useful. It may make you feel better for a little while, but it's not useful, and you don't move forward if you're busy blaming yourself or other people. In the end, moving forward is up to you. And it's important to know this is in your power. When you take responsibility for what happens next, it prepares you to take that step to the change that you want, to design your future outcome. What's your future going to look like? It's important to decide. Also, it's important to be persevering with change. That's one of those words. Perseverance is the second element of mindset after patience. Because change isn't always instantaneous, it feels like it because you may not have seen the signs coming. But because it's not instantaneous to come up with a solution to what's happening to you, it can mean trial and error. It's like starting a business. You may not see the path clearly. You may have to guess and you may have to make mistakes. I'm sorry, but you may. I've talked to entrepreneurs about trial and tweak. It's a little tough to say. Trial, because you really have to find out or try those new ideas to know if they're going to work. If they don't work, you have two choices. One, you can give up. Or two, you can try to tweak that idea until you find the solution that will, I believe, inevitably happen if you try enough things. Trial and tweak takes perseverance, keeping on until you've learned enough to find the answer. And by the way, entrepreneurs who are successful learn this technique very, very early in my experience. Now, the third one, and potentially the most important one, is positivity. We know that if you set up your expectations for a negative future or a positive one, you're going to get what you expect. We need to avoid setting up our mindset for adversity, especially since we are coming out of a pandemic. That said, just a little reality check here. Things are unlikely to go back to the way they were. And can you ever really go back anyway? And as much as we don't want to think it, there are likely to be a few more changes ahead. I've heard that people who embrace positivity are sometimes criticized for being unrealistic, mostly by those people who have been trained to see their glass as half empty. Your belief system is a choice, and there are concrete benefits to having a positive mindset. I'm sure you know them. Even science supports this. Here are findings from 3 studies that I found, the benefits of positive thoughts, and they include supporting your immune system. Does that make sense? Reducing stress. And third, an increase in happiness. All of these promote success in health, work, and relationships. And as an aside, just think about it for a minute. Those who are happier are less likely to engage in unhealthy actions. Just remember, maybe you quit smoking 10 years ago, but you're under stress or you're down on yourself. Do you pick up a cigarette and smoke it even though you know you shouldn't? Or how about end a relationship with somebody who's good for you, or start one with somebody who isn't good for you? Or less seriously, eat a food you're really not supposed to eat. It's like we do this all the time. When you can see positive outcomes, though, you're likely to achieve them. And positivity is also aligned to one of my favorite authors, Carol S. Dweck, actually. She's a Stanford University professor who wrote the book Mindset. And she talked about having a growth mindset as a very positive thing. So one of her techniques, one of the simplest ones you can try and apply today, is if somebody, particularly somebody who's critical, asks you, so did you ever build that business? Did you ever make that project work? Did you ever finish this? If you say no, how does that make you feel? Usually that is negative, isn't it? You feel like you're not adequate somehow. But if you add the word yet to no or not, if you say not yet, it puts you into the future. And it isn't a blaming kind of situation, even if somebody is very critical of you. It aligns with that trial and tweak philosophy, and it keeps negativity at bay. So start answering not yet when somebody is about to criticize you for not quite finishing or achieving something that you're trying so hard to achieve. Now, question, can you instantly turn on positive mindsets? I don't think so. I find that it takes practice to abandon negativity because often we were raised in a negative mindset. But it's well worth the effort, because believing that you can change the adversity that's happened to you will help you enormously. Otherwise, you might be afraid that your current adversity will become your permanent reality, and nobody wants that. So let me finish up by giving you a concrete example to show you how these mindset blocks can really help create positive change. And I'm going to go back to my cancer diagnosis, because next to the pandemic, honestly, that was just the most devastating thing to interrupt business, career, future, and feel threatened by with my life. It's not just theory, this actually happened, and I've beaten cancer. It was a real experience. My approach and mindset have resulted in my being clear of cancer for 8 years. In fact, coincidentally, today is the 8th anniversary of my surgery that proved I was clear of cancer. So, something to celebrate. And no, I don't have champagne, but I'm thinking about it. I started by telling you how I was diagnosed with cancer just after I bought my business. Okay, we remember that. That wasn't the full story. 3 weeks after that diagnosis, I was diagnosed with a second, different kind of cancer. It looked like a rash, and I didn't even think anything of it at first. It was called inflammatory breast cancer. It was so dangerous that it spread across my entire breast in 9 days. I needed immediate chemotherapy. It wasn't just a change, it was a life and death change. And finding a way to manage it was critical. So here are the steps I used to develop my patience, perseverance, and positivity mindset. Let's start with patience. My feelings. The situation was certainly new to me. and it was serious. How did I feel? I certainly had feelings about my diagnosis. In my case, I was just plain mad, spitting mad actually, for days. It wasn't fair. I am the poster child for no breast cancer because there was no family history. And I was telling the doctor this, and he said, oh, good, we want you to fight. And when I thought about it, I thought, is that the right approach? I would be fighting my own body if I were doing that. So when I realized these are my cells, they're a little overactive, a lot overactive, but they're mine. So I don't want to fight my body. Now, typically, if I'm mad or uncomfortable, my feeling is to do something active, take action. But I couldn't because I didn't know enough about the disease. So I had to look at finding some research. Let's talk about responsibility. My version of responsibility for patients is to project what you are looking for your future, that fearless future for me. I made a decision. I was not going to die. I told everybody, I'm not dying of this disease. Making up my mind was actually critical in keeping out fear. And then I did my own homework to find alternative solutions. So yes, I looked at all of them. I certainly had an oncologist and a surgeon and, radiologist. I did those. But I also had holistic nutritionist. I had a naturopath. I had Reiki practitioners who helped me. It was cool. Was I patient with myself? I was learning to be more patient because I couldn't organize a quick fix. And I had to learn perseverance. Well, that was hard, but what was my alternative? Hey, Charlotte, I'm just about done.
Yeah,
thank you for peeking in. I wasn't happy when I came down with pneumonia or I had to do chemo, but I kept on going. And I looked at my beliefs because positivity was really important. And maybe if I could sum up, I've got a great, just single slide, if that's okay. There we go, just a minute. There's me. Let's talk about, hang on just a second, I think that's me going. What is it with tech today, man? I don't know.
We can see it. We can see it, Patricia. It looks
No,
great.
I know, but it's just like, why isn't it advancing? That's the weirdest thing, and maybe I can't. Ah, there it is. So that's the change we've experienced. Those are the building blocks. Don't ignore it. Combine mindset and action. And these are applying the 3 Ps. So if you want to take just a snap of that screen, that would be great, because there's a few of them. And combining mindset and action is a thing that we can do to really make a difference. And this is my gift to you. I'll put it in the chat. My assistant isn't here. She's looking for a house, which in Ontario is a bit of a crazy adventure. So I'll put that calendar link in there. And if you'd like to book a free strategy, whether you're an employee or a self-employed, if you want to talk about change, I'd be happy to talk about it with you. Truly. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. That was fantastic. A lot of great practical advice and amazing tips there. And Patricia's going to share that link in the chat. And I think, gosh, anybody looking for a house right now has those same challenges.
Holy crap. Yes, it's a pandemic level thing.
Crazy market out there. Doesn't matter where you live, I think, right now.
Sure. Thanks so much, Cheryl.
Awesome. Thank you, Patricia. So I'm going to roll into our next amazing speaker for today, Christina J. Christina, if you want to turn on your sound and video. And I did another draw in the meantime. So our next winner is Carla Deshane. So Carla in Saskatchewan, you're our next wonderful winner. And I'm going to drop your gift in the mail today. So Christina, where are you joining us from today?
Naples, Florida.
Woohoo! So we're going from cold Canada to balmy Florida. So I'm going to introduce you, Christina, and you can take it away. So Christina J. is a native of Lynn, Massachusetts. She received her degree from Tufts University and her MBA from Salem State College. She is currently a single mother and resides in Naples, Florida with her beautiful teenage daughter. She has worked in a number of service-oriented careers as well as sales and marketing. Christina is currently an author and speaker. She released her debut book, The Conscious Divorce, 30 Principles to Help You Choose Yourself, in October of 2021. She is an advocate for women and children. Please welcome our next beautiful speaker for today, Christina J.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here with all these fearless women. I have to apologize ahead of time. I've been sick all week, so this is a very congested voice, but it's better than having no voice, which was the case a few days ago. So happily ever after, is it a fairy tale or can it be a reality? And I think many of us start at a very early age where we start formulating this idea of what happily ever after is. And it's an idea of what success is, right? It's an idea of what a happy life will be. And a lot of the times, society's conditioning has an effect on that. A lot of times our family will have an effect on that. And I reached a time in my life where I actually believed I was living a happily ever after. I had everything from the outside that would look like I was absolutely living happily ever after. So I had the handsome husband. I had a beautiful child. He had a great career. I had a great career. I was able to stop working and raise my daughter. We had all the luxuries. We had a beautiful community we lived in. We had great friends. We just were living that life. However, as time went on, we both were becoming so unhappy, and neither one of us really could understand why. We just weren't really feeling that deep inner happiness. And so the more unhappy we became as a couple, the more we did. We decided we needed to accumulate more. We needed to acquire more. We needed to become busier. So it's like this never-ending pursuit for happiness, right? And that's what I found myself in. So just like the slide says, the cartoon says, where are all of these people who lived happily ever after? Because my husband and I were both saying the same thing. We're like, if we've got all of this going on and we don't have happiness, then what's going on here? What are we missing? So one day my husband comes home and brings me a plaque. It was a gift, and the plaque said, happiness is an inside job. Now, this was interesting because I was looking at this plaque thinking to myself, well, you must be blaming me for our unhappiness. At the same time, I'm thinking, well, you need to understand what this means because you're the one who's unhappy. So we both were doing this blame game where we were blaming each other for our unhappiness. And neither one of us really understood what inside job happiness meant. We surely weren't living it because we both were missing something. So this was a really key moment to realize that something was missing in this happily ever after. So we did go forward, unfortunately, and I ended up divorced. So after 20 years with the same person, I executed the conscious divorce, which is the name of the book I ended up writing. And a conscious divorce is a divorce that's done with awareness. It's done with a plan, a strategy. It's done with compassion for everybody because an entire family is involved when it comes to divorce. And you want to leave your relationship with dignity and grace. So all of that describes what a conscious divorce is. Now, it took me forever to leave because I was so attached to the idea of my life and the idea of this happily ever after, which obviously was not working now. So in my midlife adversity, I'll call it, I don't want to call it a midlife crisis because crisis seems like something that's uncontrollable. But midlife adversity was a conscious choice for change on my part. I decided that I needed to figure out what this happiness was that I was missing. And the University of Adversity is pretty much what I went through. I learned so much about my life and myself through my divorce, through this adversity. And if you're listening, life is always trying to teach you. That's what I realized. And if you go through your adversity with awareness, you're able to learn from adversities that you go through and grow from that and evolve rather than have it take you down. So I was able to do that. And, lots of times in life, the situation you are in, only 10% of that situation is really what's important. What's important is 90% of the time, how you respond to the situation, which again will involve having awareness of your situation. So I learned a lot. I learned that I had to choose myself first. And I had never consciously done that before. In order to leave my relationship and get divorced, I had to choose myself. And as Patricia was saying, that's taking responsibility for yourself. I had to learn how to forgive my former husband. But most of all, I had to forgive myself for giving up my power in my life and in my relationship. I had to figure out who this new me was after divorce. I learned a lot about conscious living, the idea of living with awareness in the present moment. And then I was on this pursuit to find out what the inner happiness was. So all of this was happening in this University of Adversity that I was going through. And a lot of it was a blessing in disguise. So the one crisis I was having was an identity crisis. So for 20 years, I was with the same person. And like I said, the one thing that kept me from leaving for a long time was, who am I going to be after this divorce? My whole life was designed around my family, around my spouse, around the idea of living this happily ever after, everything we had made together. So it was very difficult to leave, and this was a crisis I was going through. This quote says, "The only true happiness lies in knowing who you are," Laurel Hamilton. So it's funny, I was already 3 strikes and I'm out. Thank God I did not get the 3rd strike. Strike number 1 was, I had no idea what this inner happiness was. Strike number 2 is, now the quote is telling me, only true happiness lies in knowing who you are. Well, now I don't know who I am either. So here I am on this pursuit for understanding myself and understanding happiness. I do want to talk about identity for a minute. We attach ourselves to things, and we spend a lot of our life building and creating who we are, and a lot of that is on the outside of us. And again, I was so attached to all of that, I didn't want to leave because I felt that that was my worth. I felt that that was me. So I had this issue with who would I be if I left? In addition, I think a lot of us go through identity crisis many different times in our life. Whenever we shift our identity or the ego is taken down, we have this moment where we don't know ourselves. It can be just from shifting from not married to married and then to not married again, from shifting from being a single person to married, from having no children to having children, maybe, and then having no children again when it's an empty nest, losing a job, losing a loved one. Identities shift all the time. So what I realized was sometimes you have to not know yourself or not know something in order to know it differently. And that's what I experienced. So in the middle of my identity crisis, I had this moment where I did realize, all of this stuff is not me. I'm not my circumstances. I'm not my new home. I'm not the situation I'm in. I'm not the roles I'm playing. I'm not my emotions and my thoughts. I'm something different. And I felt that. I had that moment where I understood that deep inside of me was this constant. It's the one constant, your eternal being, that stays true with you amongst all the changes that are always happening outside of you. So I had that moment, and I was blessed to have that moment. It's a moment of understanding that authentic you, the consciousness within yourself. And that definitely was an aha to the truth of my identity. So I just want to elaborate on that a little bit, because I feel like identity is such an important thing to look at and to go a little bit deeper with. Now, in the middle of this identity crisis, I only understood who I was and the truth of my authenticity through the moment of vulnerability. When we are vulnerable in life, what are we doing? We're exposing ourselves. And that's exactly what it felt like. I was exposing the truth of who I was, and it can be scary. But in that vulnerability, so many times we find truth. So I just want to reiterate that as well. Well, how did I get through all of this? How did I get through my divorce? How did I figure out this identity stuff? I developed a process just by paying attention to what I was going through. I put together this process called CPR. Now, CPR, yes, like the actual CPR, you use it to resuscitate your heart. Well, in a way, this did the same thing. It jolted me back into understanding the truth of who I was. It jolted me back into feeling the authenticity of my life again, to feeling maybe some true happiness. So I'm going to walk through this process with you. It's choose yourself first. P is pass by fear, and R is reveal true happiness. So choose yourself first. This is that moment when you look in the mirror and you say, oh, I choose me, right? But then after that, you may go, ugh, or you may go, oh no, when you realize what you chose is responsibility. I think Patricia touched upon this. So when you choose yourself, you're going through 4 different things. You're aware, you accept, you allow, and you heal. So I'm going to walk through those very quickly. First, you have to be aware of your circumstances. You have to be aware of your role in your circumstances. You have to be aware of what needs to change, what needs to be put to the wayside, and what needs to be gained. You have to be aware of maybe things about you that need to change, your habits, your behaviors, your patterns. And once you are aware, now you accept. So accepting is claiming ownership of everything you're aware of. And that's the scary part, you know? So now you're saying, okay, I am responsible. I'm responsible for me. I'm responsible for all of me, my thoughts, my emotions, my behavior. I'm responsible for my actions. I'm responsible for my choices. I'm responsible for my happiness, truly. And this is a moment where you realize there's no blaming anyone for anything. When you blame someone, you give away your power. And this is a moment of empowerment. So we're not blaming, we're taking responsibility for everything. Next is allowing. So after you take responsibility, you have to allow the changes to happen. Fear can creep in here big time. There's one thing about saying, okay, fine, I accept responsibility, but do I have to change? So yes, allow change to happen. You know, allow what you don't need anymore to go away. Allow the new to come in. Allow yourself to have what you want and become your best version. And this may involve boundaries, because when you change your reality, what I've learned is that people push back, because that means the relationships with you are also changing for them. And you know what? If it's for your best interest and for your highest good, that's just too bad. So that's where boundaries come in. You will need boundaries in your life. And healing is really all of this process, from awareness to acceptance to allowing. It's the process of getting rid of the old energy, the old ideas, the old relationships, whatever it is, getting rid of what is not working for you, bringing in what is going to work for you and bring you to your highest good or your highest version of yourself. So this is choose yourself first. It is scary, which is why pass by fear is the next thing we need to look at. Because when you're in the driver's seat of your life, finally, and you have chosen yourself, the one roadblock that's going to stop you is fear. And I like this quote because this quote actually speaks to how I was feeling when I left my broken relationship. Excuse me. And it says, but instead of feeling safe and secure behind their armed walls, they found themselves trapped in the prison they had built with their own fears. By Katie Davis. I'm going to take one sip of water, excuse me. So this quote spoke to me because I physically left my broken relationship. But you know what? I didn't feel free. Physically, I was free, but I didn't feel it because I still was trapped in my own fears of psychology, of thoughts and emotions. I really was. And I think a lot of us probably feel this, where we are free in life, but really we're not free because we stop ourselves with our own fears from becoming our best version or from doing what we want to do in truth and authenticity in life. So that's what I experienced here. So how do you get by fear? Well, to disempower something, you understand it. So to understand fear and really figure out what it is, we can maneuver around it. So fear is an emotion, it's a state of being, it's a feeling, right? And it's caused by usually our thoughts, and it's thoughts of the future. It's the anxiety of what if not? What if I get this? What if I don't get it? Like all the thoughts and worry. Yes, there is the fight, flight, or freeze, but that's usually caused by situations of danger and harm. So if someone's coming up behind me with a baseball bat, yes, I'm going to feel that. However, it's usually my thoughts. The fear I feel now is about, is my voice going to get out or am I going to be able to finish the talk? That's the fear for my thoughts, right? So how do we get around this? Eckhart Tolle, he has a concept called the power of now. It's about the present moment. And I love this concept only because it changed my life. Many of you may know him. He says that there's no such thing as the past or the future, that they don't exist, that the only thing we ever experience as human beings is the present moment, the reality of right here, right now. So the past, it's a memory, right? And we can drudge it, we can keep it. And that's where you call people who have this heavy burden on them all the time. They feel like they're suffering because they're dragging the past with them, you know? It doesn't exist anymore, it already happened, let it go. The future never actually arrives because by the time we arrive to the future, it's still the present moment. Like when this talk is over, it won't be the future, it'll be the present moment. So if we understand this, it's beautiful because what it allows us to do is focus in our energy and our awareness on right here. And that allows us to make choices consciously for our life. It allows us to create a life and respond to life rather than reacting to life like a victim. Because victims will always say, oh, life's happening to me. Well, it's because they're probably in the past or the future worrying, or they're in la la land. And I probably have been in all three, but this concept helped me a lot. It really did. So when we learn how to pass by fear, it helps us to be able to move on and be vulnerable. And then we can start looking at this true happiness. So the Dalai Lama says, human happiness and human satisfaction most ultimately come from within oneself. Now I do want to go back and find this common thing here, this common theme we have going. And this says happiness is an inside job. So both of these are referring to the fact that true happiness comes from within. Now, most of us are living, happiness is an outside job, and it's so common, and it is how it is, and that is that pursuit of happiness. So happiness is an outside job is the happily ever after I was living that wasn't working. It's the chasing of the success. It's the accumulating of things. It's the enjoying of relationships. It's the doing things that make you happy. It's the hobbies. It's the buying stuff. Whatever it is that you feel is going to bring you happiness and you chase it outside of yourself, that's what happiness is an outside job means. But the Dalai Lama in that plaque are not talking about that. They're talking about within yourself. So what's the difference? Everything outside of us is conditional, which means that we're going to need more of it. Once we do something, we're going to need more. That's why it feels like this never-ending pursuit of happiness. You know, just that one more thing that's going to bring me true happiness or give me that happily ever after. And that's what my former husband and I were doing. However, that's the fairy tale part of this story. That's the myth, is that true happiness is never outside of you. You will always just keep chasing it. So true happiness is the inner you. It's that inner being. So this is all coming full circle. So when you actually start to understand the truth of who you are, and that you are this eternal being, and that inside of you is the constant amongst all the changes, and that you are worthy as you are, you're enough as you are, that you should have this gratitude for just your existence. When you start to see that in yourself and feel that, and when you live in the present moment, the present is presence, which is you, you are the essence of presence. You start to understand that there is an inner happiness that we need. We truly do. Because if we don't have this inner happiness, the outer is never going to be enough. We're going to be chasing this fairy tale. So the bottom line is that, yes, so she says happily ever after what? Exactly, after what? It's not after accumulating. It's not after being successful. It's not after a destination. So happily ever after is a state of being. That's the truth of happily ever after. And that's what I discovered through this midlife adversity. It is to know thyself, to understand that when you are your authentic being, you automatically live in a state of unconditional self-love, joy, and happiness, because that is your natural state of being. So the wonderful thing is to have both. It truly is. When you can live knowing that your true happiness comes from within, you can have all the outer happiness as well, but you can obtain that as an addition and not a condition for your happiness. And this is what I discovered through my midlife adversity, and it's my honor to share it with you guys today. Thank you. And this, I'm sorry, my Conscious Divorce book, that's my website, at Christina J. Author is the Instagram link that you can follow me. And if you go to the website, you're able to download principle number 1 of the 30 principles to help you choose yourself, which are very much universal principles. A lot of what I learned in this midlife adversity is universal. It just happened to apply to divorce for me as my midlife adversity. So thank you.
Thank you, Christina. And be sure to share those links in the chat with us. And I look forward to seeing you in a couple weeks in Chicago. I just realized that there's going to be a bunch of us there. I know Catrice is there as well in Chicago. So it's so going to be so great to see everybody in person. And that's our Chicago Fearless Summit. So if anybody lives in that area, it's on Saturday, April 9th. And I'm sure Christina will have copies of her books there, but if not,
yes, I'll bring them.
Yeah, fantastic. And if not, we'll drop the link in the chat that you can get your copy sent to you.
I will. Thank you.
You're welcome. So Kimberly is next. Kimberly, if you want to turn on your sound and video. Hi, Kimberly.
Hi.
And where are you joining us from today?
I'm joining you guys from Princess Anne, Maryland.
Woohoo! And how have you been enjoying all these amazing speakers today?
I have. They've been all over, just all over my my purpose-driven life. So I am just so excited. It's just been a blessing. Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, I'm going to introduce you, Kimberly, and then you can take it away. So Kimberly Ann Bell is a native of Salisbury, Maryland. She holds 2 degrees, one in human growth and development, which is in the field of psychology, and the other is in theology. She has served on the ministerial staff of the St. James AME Zion Church and completed 4 years of conference studies. She's a passionate speaker and the author of The Epitome of Kimmy, Accept and Embrace It All. By sharing her story, she uses her past traumas to inspire others to never give up hope while raising awareness to the struggles that many women experience. Please welcome our next beautiful speaker for today, Kimberly Bell.
Thank you, Sharla. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. It is just a pleasure and an honor to be here and just to give you guys my insight on how I came up with Accept and Embrace It All. As you wonder and as you think about today's society, how we're still under the stigma of family secrets, what goes on in the house stays in the house, how we are still dealing with the facade, the mask that we wear, that we're ashamed or feel intimidated or fear to take off that mask and be real. So I have learned to be as transparent as I can be and live my truth and live my journey of the things that I have been through to come up with Accept and Embrace It All. I came up with Accept and Embrace It All as I started thinking about my foundation and coming to grips of accepting truly the foundation was broken. My foundation was not normal. It started off with my biological parents. They were broken. They were married. I had my older sister with me, but they decided, my biological mother encouraged or just allowed my father to, after a traumatic experience that my sister and I witnessed, to drop me off to his older sister, which is my paternal aunt, and her husband. And that, witnessing that initial go-to, as far as this is something that is going to happen beyond my control, really changed my life that instant forever, looking at now who is going to protect me, who is going to accept me and love me when I know that these are 2 parents that I'm familiar with, that's supposed to love me, that's supposed to protect me, that's not supposed to separate me from my sister. So I ended up accepting that, one, I'm not responsible for their behavior or their action. I can only be responsible for my behavior and my action. I had to accept that that did happen, and it was sad, and it was in a moment of rejection and abandonment that was inside of me that kept me wondering for years, was something wrong with me? Why did no one come to, fight for me? Why my world changed without anyone taking the time to talk to me about it, to explain to me what was going on? Did I even matter? Did my voice even matter? So I had to accept and embrace that, yes, my voice didn't matter, but at that time, I had to go through some things to understand the power of love, the resilience, the essence of my determination and willpower to understand that this accepting had to come, and it had to be a realization for me. I remember and I recall one time being in church and having a speech from my adopted mom that when I get there, that she's my mommy, and my dad is my daddy, and people are nosy, and that's just what it is, and don't say anything. And I remember one particular Sunday, a lady came and put her finger up and asked me to come there real quietly. I knew this was around I was 7 or 8 years old, that it was a little secret here. And she let me know that she knew my grandmother. And I remember being allowed to stay with my maternal grandmother and grandfather a couple of nights and feeling a sense of belonging, because I knew that that was my mother's mom and that was my mother's father. So these are my grandparents. And she said to me, I know your grandmother and you are related to me and I love you. She put a little peppermint candy in my hand. And that was my sense of belonging, but I never shared with my adopted mom because I knew she would be upset. So that right there had took a turn in my life to be able to think back and say, once I'm able to share my journey and speak my truth, there's nothing going to stop me. I'm going to be courageous enough to make sure that my truth and my story inspires and help others. So I knew that even that turn in my life, and it's crazy because different times that I would go to church, I would still go to this lady secretly, and she would put a piece of peppermint candy in my hand. And I knew that this was a relative from my biological mother that I belonged to, that I was accepted as family. Now, even with being adopted by a family that clearly let me know at times that even though my looks was different, my features was different, that they love me. So that still put a delay and a damper in my acceptance of my self-worth, because I felt that I now am adopted in a family that they're saying I am loved, but I'm different. And I had to deal with that different take on life in general, how I viewed myself, how I felt about myself. And so I had to understand that my self-worth and my self-esteem was shaken and broken from that foundation. And it was my responsibility to accept the root of it and choose better for me. So even during the journey of my life, I dealt with a misdiagnosis. I wasn't tested accurately for PTSD. And even though it was PTSD, I was diagnosed as mild retardation, where statistics said I would never read or write. I learned to accept that that was a statistics and a wrong testing, but I learned to accept, but also embrace that had it not been for an educator that had a common emotion that I had, even at 7 and 8 years old. I stayed with her through all my years of elementary school. She was my resource teacher, that she had this hope. She had this hope in her eyes, the same hope that I had, and that she held my hand at one time when I said I didn't want to go to outside because I was bullied and I was taunted, because the kids, not all of them, they knew that I was in resource with her and they would make fun. And she held my hand, different color than me, but she had this hand and this touch that she gave me hope that I will not let go. I will make sure that you stay with me and you're safe and you'll be protected. So I accept as well as embraced that I had to go through that to feel the difference of the letdown, the bullying, but also someone that did not look like me, that had hope and had faith, and that was determined to allow me to see, as she would say, you are a special child. So I went through that, and also I was able to witness, as I accepted, that my adopted dad started the foundation of the spiritual connection with God. I just modeled what I had heard him doing. So in 6th grade, I said, I do not want to be different. I just want to learn. So that was my little 6th grade prayer to this God that I remember witnessing my adopted dad praying to. And I tested out. 7th and 8th grade was the best academic years of my life because I was on honor roll. You wouldn't even know that I had a disability or was in resource 6 years. As I move on in my journey and as I'm getting adjusted, and I had to accept, it was an adjustment that was trauma on top of trauma, from being with a set of parents for 5 years and then moving and adjusting to an adopted family and their extended family for the duration. So I had to accept that while I'm in this journey and I'm trying to adjust periodically, I'll see my biological dad coming in that I'm thinking that he's just got amnesia, because as he's periodically coming in, I'm still in my hometown. It's nothing strange that my biological mother and him had kids after me. They divorced, they went on with their family, and I'm still here with this adopted family. And I'm thinking that he's got amnesia because periodically that he's coming in to see his sister, which is now my adopted mother, my maternal aunt, he's acting as if I'm her child, that all of a sudden I'm not his child. So I had to accept that even with this silence, that there's gonna be a point in my life that I have to be vocal, and these emotions of sadness, of confusion is normal. I had to accept that because at one time I did not feel free to accept that this is my truth and that this has actually happened to me. So I did accept and adjust it and embrace the adjustment that I did, only how I could adjust at that time without any therapy sessions, without any education, with still nobody giving me closure or any talk. I wasn't able to finally really see my birth certificate, which was definitely changed, until my first job. So I'm living in a life that one time I felt like it was controlled and switched by someone else without my say. So I had to accept that during my life decisions of justification and justice and this fight, all came from a foundation that was broken. And I had to accept and embrace these anxiety, these depression, these suicidal thoughts, the suicidal thoughts that sometimes wanted to play into action was not working. The working was not helping. It was just masking the pain, because after a while, I got up and I still felt drained. I still felt all I'm doing, all I'm pouring into relationships, all I'm pouring into my children, overcompensating, giving my all. No one's giving back to me. It's nothing being reciprocated that I'm feeling, because I was not accepting my truth, that this is how I looked at relationships. And honestly, I looked at myself as a flaw, as just someone that was existing and that was doing the best they could with what they had, learning as I go. My first child was 15 years old, but prior to that, having a child at 15 years old, still adjusting into my adopted home, I had to encounter their extended family as they're trying to help them help different extended family. I'm still having this built of fear, because they have another family member that has mental health issues. That's clearly, they call him Crazy Joe, that he's allowed to stay in the house while they're going to work. And for hours, me and my other aunt is having to sit on a couch for hours and it was almost like we were made to sit there. And if we had got up one particular time, I got up because I had to go to the bathroom, and he lifted me up and he threw me up that I thought that I was going to hit the ceiling. And as I came down, even when they came home, I never shared it, because in the back of my mind is, if they trusted this man to come here, even though they know that he had mental health issues, if he found out that I told, what will happen the next time I'm left alone with him? So then this built of silence cry that my voice would not have, it didn't matter. I had to accept and embrace it, even though it did. I had to learn my way, my understanding of getting this anxiety and this fear and this depression out of my spirit, so that I could live, free, so that I could live well. So even with that had happened, before the 15-year-old getting pregnant, another family friend was invited in my home. And this was an extended family member that they were trying to assist his salvation through Christ. And I started getting molested through this family member service of their assistance for almost a year at 12 years old. And so even with that, I still kept that silent within because of the fear. Also the confusion, because this was groomed. He was telling me that he cared about me, he loved me, I was a special child. He manipulated my parents to let him know that he had my best interest at heart, that he was looking at spiritual movies with me and family movies, and that he would be responsible enough to put me to bed. But 2 or 3 days of the week, there were molestation, there were different things I call it the first foundation of sexuality to me, that very much confused me. But I also had to accept that happened, because I lived a life with guilt and shame of never telling my parents, and of fear of what would have happened if I had told. I also had to embrace that particular thing happened, that now I understand and I can take back control and power of my sexual identity. I now have a choice, and I have a right, and I have a voice to disclose how I feel at the moment. So this took my journey to a different level. And like I said, my first child, and I understand now how that came about because of the foundation of the first sexual experience was I got pregnant. And I vowed then, even with that, accepting that also changed my life, because I was told, no matter if I was 15, if I was 12 years old, what was told to me and what was embedded in my head is that I made a decision, I made a choice. And this choice, the outcome was that I have now a responsibility, a baby, and that I now am a woman, and I have to do what I have to do that women do for a child. So it changed my life to the fact that I had to get grips of all that and accepting that this is why I turned to so much of pouring so much of me to, I couldn't take a thought back or sense of pride back to say, even though I'm giving as a mother, there is also a time that I can step back and receive from my child, from my children. So I had to learn that acceptance and embrace had to come hand in hand. And it sure enough did when I chose me. I had to invest in me because I got tired. I had to choose, finally, getting tired of anxiety, of depression, of rejection, of abandonment issues, of not feeling like if I am not wanted, my life is over. And I don't know if someone understands that feeling, but I know that was an emotion that I struggled with. I needed to feel that I was wanted. I needed to feel that I was accepted. I needed to feel that I was validated. And when I got this and applied it to my life to accept and embrace it all, this is when I took the step to invest in me, to choose me, not my children, not my job, but each morning choose my happiness, choose how I want to live, choose if this life that I want to live, I want to be well, I want to be mentally stable, I want to be physically healthy, I want to be joyful, I want to be able to smile, and most of all, I want to be able to inspire, because there were times that I wanted to give up, there was times I wanted to give in, there was times I did not think that my life was worth living, even with 4 children by the age of 25. But it was the best freedom that I could give myself. And the best gift I could have given myself is choosing me, is investing in me, is protecting my spirituality, protecting my mentality, protecting my physical being, and loving me. Loving my flaws, loving my features, loving when I'm natural, loving when I got my favorite lip gloss on my eyeshadow, because this is me. Loving that I'm not a morning person, but I do the best that I can. Any given time that I have to get up in the morning because it's a duty, because I got to get my little princess to school. I'm loving me. I'm investing in me. And guess what? When I started investing in me and accepting and embracing all of my journey, every detailed part, good and bad, understanding that I can embrace all the decisions that I made wasn't bad. All wasn't bad. I have beautiful memories of my adopted dad, making sure that he taught me how to ride my bike, understanding my work ethics and all, but understanding also that it started with me. It started me choosing me. And I inspire you all to do the same. If I can do it, you can do it. And guess what? I found out I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. I now have incorporated, I'm just a masterpiece under construction, doing the best I can by God.
Yes, Kimberly. Well, thank you so much for sharing your fearless story with us. Be sure to look in the chat. So much love sent to you from all the ladies watching today.
Oh,
and feel free to share in the chat how women can connect with you, Kimberly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So our next speaker is Isa. Isa, are you there if you want to turn on your sound and video? Hi,
Hello.
Isa. How are you?
Hi. Good.
Good. And where are you joining us from today?
I'm in Alexandria, Virginia.
Okay. Off to Virginia next, in the same area kind of as Kimberly there. So I'm going to introduce you and then you can take it away. So Isa Kajowski, am I saying that right?
Kwiatkowski.
Oh, Kwiatkowski. Okay, is a functional registered dietitian and the founder of Mia Nutrition. As a sought-after source, she has been she has been featured in Mind, Body, Green, Shape, Food and Nutrition, Very Well, Thrive, Eat This, and Live Strong. Isa's focus on food as medicine, nutritional psychology, and her background as a Navy veteran make her a unique expert in the field of holistic wellness and integrative nutrition. Please welcome our next amazing speaker for today, Isa.
Thank you, Charla, for the great introduction. This talk today, I want to talk about how we can really prime our brain to let the consciousness flow through us that a lot of our prior speakers have been talking about with our mindset, because the reality is that we can have or try to have the best mindset in the world, but if our brains are broken, then we can't let that light shine through us. So I want to talk about how when we fall, we can heal by using food as medicine, nourish our temple, and arise anew. So how many of you could drop it in the chat, how many of you realize that the food that you eat really affects the way that you think and the way that you show up in the world? right? So before I go on, I just want to tell you a little bit about my story and how this came as a realization for me. So when I was 18, I joined the Navy to see the world. And a few years later, I found myself deployed to Iraq. I was helplessly collapsed in a panic after receiving the most devastating phone call of my life. And up until this critical point, I thought that I had everything figured out. I had planned this perfect trajectory of my life. I wanted to join the military. I wanted to go on an adventure and simultaneously pursue an education. And I thought, why not sprinkle in a war zone deployment to make me feel like I was making a real world contribution. But as we know, when we try to live sensibly, like Jackie said earlier in her talk, when we try to kind of logically piece together our lives, it never turns out the way that we wanted to. And so I was incredibly naive, thinking that I could predict my life in this perfectly painted landscape. And my view of what my life was going to be like was challenged that day because, of course, the universe has different plans for us, right? So how many of you guys can relate to this? How many times have you had this perfect plan of your life and it's blown up in your face and nothing has gone the way that you wanted it to? So this was what happened to me on this day in Iraq when I was deployed. So I remember it like it was yesterday. So if you could think of, I don't know, a movie scene where someone is deployed, you got your manual transmission pickup trucks, you have armed men and women walking around with this tan colored backdrop of the desert, right? So that's kind of where I was. And there were all these shabby concrete buildings around me, but in a way, there was nowhere else I'd rather have been. This was where life had brought me at that point. And I thought I was going to, spend 8 months there and do my work and come back home. So there was one day when I was just at work, just like a normal day. And a friend back home had written me an email and he said, Chief wants to speak to you. So Chief was, the rank of my direct superior at the time. He was like, Chief back home, he wants to speak to you, just go ahead and give him a call. So I gave him a call and I remember he picked up the phone and he said, hey, are you sitting down? And I was 22 at the time. So, as a 22-year-old would, I kind of gathered, why is it bad? Like, what's going on? And he said, yeah, it's bad. And he uttered these 6 exact words that I'll never forget. And he said, it's your brother. He committed suicide. And it struck me like daggers in my heart. And I had so many questions at that time that flooded my mind. And I thought, when something like that happens to you, when something so bad happens, you think, wow, how long is it going to take me? How long is it going to take my life to get back to normal, right? Is it going to take 2 years? Is it going to take 3? How is my mom going to react to this? And, how am I going to get through this? So at that moment, I just hung up the phone and I said, I have to go. And I remember just kind of crumbling to the ground and crying and losing all composure, and this perfectionistic view of what I thought my life was going to be had all gone away. And my identity, any identity I thought I had was kind of gone at that point. So that's the moment when I realized, I was fighting this war abroad in Iraq, but my brother was fighting this silent war, this mental war, and a war that many people fight but seldom make known, this all-consuming mental war, this mental health issue that he had going on. And sometimes it gets so bad that our body wants to self-terminate as the ultimate act of self-preservation. And it was a war that I decided I didn't want anyone else to go through. And I made it my mission, which seemed like a noble cause at the time. I made it my mission to help people going through the same thing. But at that moment, 22-year-old me, I had fallen and I just didn't know how to pick up the pieces. So the next few years, I didn't know how to rebuild my life. I was only in my early 20s, and it was this age where people were supposed to be learning how to live and be themselves and like hang out with, new people. And I had this limited set of life skills, and I barely knew how to live, let alone handle all this grief that was coming my way. So I was managing all of these stressors, everything piled on one after another, societal pressures, and the pressure that I really continued to inflict upon myself to live this perfect life despite my setbacks. I experienced social isolation, stress from the instability of being in the military, and of course that grief that I told you about. And I realized at the time that this accumulated stress was compromising my body's ability to act and behave like this well-adjusted young woman in her mid-20s. And on some days, I didn't even care to get out of bed. It was like my zest for life was sucked out of me, and I felt complete apathy, right? How many of you have experienced just not caring about life anymore? And in this deep state of depression, I found myself really with this emotional relationship with food, right? I remember this one day I went to the mall and I just splurged on every dessert that I could find. It was like this almost compulsive need to fill this void, and it was completely full, but I just kept I remember I went and got I don't know, donuts, and then I got a milkshake, and then I just kept going to every store, and I was like, what is going on with me? My body is just completely dysregulated, and I didn't know what to do. And this is something I hear about with my clients a lot, this compulsive need to binge, to fill this emotional void that we really don't know how to fill otherwise. And my hormones completely shifted. And sometimes, this is the worst part, sometimes my personality was so far from who I truly was that I didn't even recognize myself. And my brain felt completely broken, right? I'm sure a lot of you have felt this before, you're not really showing up as the person that you really are, because yes, there's these circumstances that have happened, but you're also now you have all these behaviors that are compounded because of this trauma, because your body's trying to self-regulate and it can't, right? So you gather all this inflammation in your body, and you're not who you truly were. So I wanted to do everything while being able to focus really on nothing. I couldn't focus. I wanted to be everything to everyone. I wanted to say yes to everything, but I could barely go on with my life. I could barely be anything to myself. I was the person that had an external shell of success, but inside I wanted my life to spontaneously end. That's something a lot of us don't want to really admit, that we just kind of wish that our lives would end, right? So that I could feel this complete peace in nothingness. I had zero energy physically, mentally, and emotionally. I gained all this weight. I felt absolutely gross and incredibly unattractive inside and out. I know there's a lot of messaging in our society these days about body positivity, but to just be completely raw and authentic, sometimes when we gain weight, we don't feel the best about ourselves. Our body knows that this is not the state that it wants to be in for optimal vibrancy and optimal health. And I felt like I had dug myself into this hole. And there were some days where I thought, is this how my brother felt, right? We could hear all of these things about mindset and channeling everything, but when we're in this deep state of depression and anxiety, it's really hard to even get through the day. So it was during this pivotal time in my life that I knew, although I couldn't change my circumstances, I could control my health. And I didn't want to feel this way anymore, depressed, anxious, foggy, barely making it through the day. I didn't want my brother's mental anguish to cause a ripple effect into my life too. So I really tried. I tried eating better. I tried moving more, going to the gym. I tried seeking spiritual growth, not just from my grief, but from this stifling perfectionistic personality. And I have to admit, this isn't a story about everything changed. I ate better and everything changed all of a sudden. And there was this one pinnacle point of my life where everything shifted. It wasn't like that. It took a while. It took a long time. But I knew that this was the one thing that I had control over, was my health. And when my physical health bloomed, my mental well-being improved tenfold. When I gave my body nutritious foods, it was like my mind energy awoke from this hibernation, and my life that was once tinted in gray, I saw through a more vibrant and hopeful lens, right? Your circumstances could be exactly the same, but some people could have this gray, dreary tint of life that they look through their lens, and some people have this nice, bright, open lens of positivity and optimism, which was made possible when I saw that my physical health was not the only thing, but the first thing. It was the first step into, opening up my mind to other possibilities, to this positive future ahead. In fact, research shows that the food we choose to eat has a significant impact on our mental health. This is in the published literature. If we take care of our health, our nutrition, and our mental health, we're able to be not just more financially successful, but we're able to be there more for the people that we love and really, really begin this pursuit of happiness. And it's then that I realized that the old model wasn't right. I now see our bodies as biological robots first and foremost. If your health isn't optimized, then your brain is not going to work at its peak. Mood disorders are not simply triggered by circumstantial events that cause depression and anxiety, but instead, they're a complex interweb of biology, genetics, inflammation, and life stressors, and that make the brain ill-equipped to function optimally and deal with life in a positive way. Have you ever felt like this? Have you ever felt like when you're sick, you feel a little bit more sad? Have you ever experienced eating poorly and experiencing brain fog, like this inability to focus no matter how hard you try, right? Have you ever been on your period feeling like this sense of doom, like crying for no reason, feeling like your life is over, only to realize that a few short weeks later you feel happy again, right? Have you ever felt that when you're anxious, your digestion is poor? When you feel bloated, you feel like this anxiety. This isn't sheer coincidence. This is your body trying to get back into a state of balance. The truth is, when your body is nourished with the proper conditions, you look good, you feel young, and you perform well. Studies show, like as I said, that a healthier lifestyle increases career success. The sad part is many of our lives emulate that of a military veteran or someone that's going through grief or trauma, or you name the circumstance. Even if we haven't been through what, the standard definition of trauma is, we are so busy in this day and age. We're piling so much on our day that we're kind of emulating the same thing. If you look at our body as a primal machine, it's crying for help. We're constantly dealing with the pressures of doing more with less, all while keeping up with our Kardashians and trying to dodge bullets that life throws our way. And what happens is that our nervous system gets into this chronic fight or flight mode. We don't realize that simple choices in our nutrition is having a grave impact on our mental health. Food is truly medicine. And so for those of you who want more information, you can reach out to me later. I will put my my information in the chat, but right now I want to sort of give you three tips to start with. And tip number one, where I feel like most people go wrong, is that they simply don't trust that their body has mechanisms and hormones and biology in place to an accurate degree regulate how much we need to eat, what we need to eat, how we need to eat, right? If we truly become Jedi masters at listening to our bodies, it will tell us exactly what we need, and we will never have to go on a diet again. And we can simply eat when we're hungry and stop when we're full, and we don't have to try to micromanage everything. The second secret is to change the way that you look at food from this scarcity mindset of having to restrict everything that's bad to this abundance mindset. What are the foods that come to mind when I mention vibrancy and health and raw living foods, these fruits and vegetables, these beautiful foods that have all different colors and all of these different nutrients? If you think about it, a plant was once alive. It had its own immune system. It had its own chemicals in place to ward off foreign invaders, to keep it healthy. And when we're ingesting those foods, we're inheriting those benefits from the food, right? So lowering that inflammation in your body, making yourself more vibrant. It doesn't have to be this sexy scientific new diet. It could just be kind of these signals that our body is giving us naturally. Okay. So once I realized all of these things for myself, my mission became completely clear and purely formed. And I started my company, MEA Nutrition, MEA Nutrition, which stands for Mind Energy Awareness, because food isn't just calories in, calories out. It's how we connect with ourselves. It's the self-awareness that we have and the energy that we bring forth through our body by making our brains more equipped to receive all of these different things. So I truly wanted to help people feed their brain. I wanted to help people recognize that when you're not nourished, or if your body is inflamed, or when you're fighting just to get through the stressors of everyday life, then you're not really you. You're survival you, not the purpose-driven you. And when your life is in the survival mode, you let years slip by half-lived. I know one of our speakers said, the greatest fear that you could have is the fear of regret. How many of you fear that you're living your life kind of halfway because your body isn't at its most vibrant peak condition? So I wanted to help people realize that how important the food that we put in our body is for our mental well-being, for the success that we want to feel in life. For example, when I turned my life around, I was just able to become this extroverted person who wanted to connect with other people, and all of these opportunities opened up to me. And when my mission became clear, I made a complete career shift. So as I said, I was a veteran in the Navy, and I learned the new and emerging field of nutritional psychiatry by going to graduate school for nutrition and really seeing what was happening in my body through this scientific lens. And I came to truly understand that all of the years that I blamed myself for not being the best version of me, that I shouldn't have, because my body was trying to get by and I didn't have the means, I didn't have the tools to know that nutritional deficiencies, right? Like a vitamin D deficiency can cause depression, anxiety, and irritability. And about 60% of the American population has a vitamin D deficiency. Can you believe that? Just that a deficiency in one vitamin can cause all of these generalized symptoms. So what if we fix these deficiencies? Have you ever thought how great it would be to go through life not feeling anxious or stressed? Do you ever feel anxious and you don't know why? Right? So the happier you feel, the better you feel about your life, and the more productive you are, the more money that you're going to make, the better your relationships are going to be with the people that you love, and everything is going to change for the better as a result of feeling healthier and happier. And it could be as simple as a few nutritional tweaks, right? That's what I do. So for example, if you're interested more in how nutrition can really impact your mental health, chronic stress can inflame your body and your brain too, leading to brain fog, memory, and focus issues, right? Nutrition, the food that we feed our body, can have these profound chemicals that can lower that inflammation. 90% of our feel-good neurotransmitters are made in our gut. How many of you have heard that the gut and the brain are connected, so that when your gut is imbalanced, your mood is compromised? Energy-producing centers of the human cell, called the mitochondria, can rust as a result of a poor diet, resulting in fatigue. Okay, so these energy centers are actually rusting, kind of like metal, which can result in all of these different things happening. Environmental exposures can lead to higher than normal amounts of heavy metals, which degrades our brain function. And all of these things exist. When all of these things exist, no amount of talk therapy will fix what your brain just isn't, seeing or experiencing in the way that it should. So this means when that chronic stress can lead to a cascade of physiological symptoms, some of which can be near impossible to bounce back from fully over time, degrading our ability to impact what we want in our lives. Short-term allostatic load, or the accumulated stress in our lives, can impact our immune system, our cardiovascular function, and our brain health, with more serious downstream effects being cognitive decline, premature aging, and post-traumatic stress disorder. I mean, how scary is that, right? And the worst part is stress can induce a cascade of hormones that also compromises your behavior, possibly promoting behaviors such as overeating, substance use, and sleep deprivation. And this is a vicious cycle, which can feel like an uphill battle to emerge from. This means more time focusing on healing and less time focusing on self-actualization. And it's all a combination of my lived experience, my scientific knowledge, and all of these things that shaped my method for how I approach food as medicine for mental well-being. So as I close, I want you to imagine a day where you feel good, you wake up, without an alarm, you can, start helping people on your journey because you're spending less time, focusing on helping yourself because you just feel so good. And that's exactly what I help people with. I help veterans, chronically stressed individuals, those who suffer from a disordered relationship with food, uncover their most vibrant self with the power of food as medicine. And I want to share this all with you today. So for all of you who have come here, I want to give you a gift of hopping on a one-on-one phone call with me so that I can give you clarity on your goals, and I can give you clarity on what is a good nutrition plan. And I even facilitate functional labs that help you pinpoint exactly what's going on in your gut and exactly what kind of nutritional deficiencies that you may have to really target supplements and a nutritional plan for you. Because remember, when you feel good, when you're nourished, you look good, you feel young, and you perform well. And you're able to use the energy that your body has from being in peak health to give more to the people that you love. And you become a walking, talking, shining example that inspires others to be more too. And that is what's greater than that. So in life, there are times when you find yourself knocked off your feet like I did, perhaps on the floor, weeping with zero composure, facing a complete loss of identity. And there are times when your stressors may become so strong that your body becomes completely overwhelmed, your nervous system triggering your brain into a spiral of depression, anxiety, or even the inability to digest your food properly. You may find yourself, like I did, unable to roll out of bed because your mind and your body are so defeated. And when these things happen, I want you to know that this isn't really you. It's your body asking for help. It's your body asking desperately for you to nurture it, nourish it, and rebuild it, and rebuild your temple that carries you through this wonderful life. So as I close, I really hope to speak with all of you about how I can help you with your nutrition and with your gut health and anything that might actually help you really channel that consciousness through that new mindset you've been learning about today. So thank you.
Awesome. Fantastic information, Isa. And Isa, if you can drop in the chat how the ladies can book one of those calls with you, that would be fantastic. And I'm going to roll into our final amazing speaker for today. Dina, are you there?
I am here.
Hi, Dina. And where are you joining us from today?
I am joining you from St. John's, Newfoundland, Canada.
Well, I can't think of a better place to wrap up the day than St. John's, Newfoundland. One of my most favorite places, best fish and chips in the world, in my opinion. So I'm going to introduce you, Dina, and then you can take it away. So Dina Han is an author, inspirational speaker, transformational coach, teacher with a master's in education, and a world traveler. She has never left any stone unturned to learn and teach her wisdom of hard knocks to others. She was born in Burgeo, Newfoundland, with deep roots to the ocean and forest. Her religion is love and starts her days off with yoga, a dance routine, and her gratitude journal. She makes her own sunshine on even the cloudiest of days in St. John's, Newfoundland, and we know they get them there. Please welcome the amazing Dina Han.
Thank you so much, Charla. Wow, I can't believe this day finally arrived. I've been practicing what to say to all of these beautiful women all over the world, and how to get it all compacted in 20 minutes is tough. But here it is. I'm going to share my journey of who I was and how I changed and what I'm doing now and how it all happened. And basically, it's my journey from my darkness to my light. But before I get any further, I just want to thank all the speakers here today. You have really, really touched my heart. It's amazing how many different ways we have suffered to get to our light. So here's my story. And I have to touch my heart as I tell it because it's my story. So basically what happened is I had cancer many years ago, and it was stage 3. And basically that was a very, very dark moment in my life that somehow in the darkest moments, I found the miracles. And one of the miracles was after I had my cancer, I was actually jogging in Cape Spear, St. John's, Newfoundland, one of the most easterly points in North America. And I became very nauseous. And I was worried about what was happening. Was my cancer coming back? And my sister was with me at the time, and I remember it so well. I had this yellow jacket on, and she took me to the hospital. And there was a doctor there who was a friend of mine, Dr. Badcock. And anyway, he looked at me and he said, we're going to have to get you some tests. Is there any chance you're pregnant? And I had to think about it for a minute. I made love to my Viking prince on March 22nd, 1999. And this was in April. So anyway, the test came back that I was indeed pregnant, but the miracle in that is I was told after going through chemo and radiation that I would never have a child, that it was impossible, the gynecologist and everything, but you always live with hope as a cancer survivor. And I now change that because who I am now is a cancer graduate, because it taught me so much in life. So that miracle manifested even further because I traveled to Iceland with my Viking prince, and I was given a stack of books about this high to choose the name of my newborn child. I didn't have a clue what to call him. So anyway, it was Iceland. It's one of the most amazing places in the world. I wanted to do all the sightseeing and do the shopping and the mountain climbing, which I did. That little baby growing inside me, that miracle. So anyway, on December 22nd, 1999, a beautiful baby was born, and his name was Christmunder. And little did I know when I chose his name, that his name meant in Icelandic, gift of Christ. I don't know if you can see that picture there, but that's my baby boy, now 6'6". So that was the start of believing in miracles. Getting over cancer, for one, is a miracle. The second part was the fact that I chose the name that meant gift of Christ, and he was born on December 22nd, 1999. And the name was so appropriate because it was actually my father-in-law's name. So that was one miracle. And obviously that was in a dark place. But the second miracle is even darker. It was when I was watching a show on TV, and I don't know if you know this show or not, but it's called Survivor. And I was sitting with my husband on the couch, and a man violated a woman. And for some reason, it really disturbed me. And I started having nightmares. And I'm telling you, those nightmares got worse. And I spiraled down into a deep depression. And my life fell apart. My life fully fell apart. I lost the relationship, unfortunately. I needed to learn to love myself first before I could continue in that relationship. But my husband, being the sweet man he was, he gave me a trip to the Amazon jungle to a place called the Temple of the Way of Light. How appropriate, right? The Temple of the Way of Light. We all search for that light. While I was there, I did a medicine called ayahuasca. It's a plant medicine. And any repressed memories that are inside you, they come out under this medicine. And it's like a fast forward VHS for those people who are older. And it's more like a DVD where you just see everything that's happening around you. and it makes you who you are. And back then, I was the victim. I was not the warrior. I was the victim in every way, the victim of cancer, the victim of sexual abuse. But I assure you now, I'm no victim. I'm actually thankful and I am grateful that these things actually happen to me because they make me such a strong, resilient person. And little did I know that back then when I was in the Amazon, I had no confidence. I really didn't. I was so ashamed of who I was. I was told that I was a goddess. And when I say that, that's not my ego speaking now, because I am a goddess, and I'll tell you more about that. I didn't believe it until I traveled to New York City to attend a particular event where there was over 1,500 women there. And I put up my hand because I wanted to tell my story about the Amazon jungle and everything that happened, because people were telling their stories. And the lady who spoke to me said, "What's your name?" I said, "Dina." No, your sister goddess, Dina. So a light bulb went on inside my head. I heard that word in the Amazon jungle, but I didn't believe it. What is a goddess? A goddess is a co-creator, is someone who connects to the universe and with her power. And she lets go of her darkness and she forgives everyone who ever hurt her, because it's everything together. It's the dark and the light that comes together and creates that beautiful mosaic of who you are. And we're all so unique. We all suffer on this planet. And unfortunately, some people stay there. But if you can somehow get rid of cleanse the inside of you and get rid of what's holding you back from being your best person and connect to the universe, your life can change and transform. And that's what I do. I help people that have went through trauma to transform and change their life by not staying in that negative vibration. In fact, I encourage people just to change their vibration because it's so toxic. I was also told in the Amazon jungle that my cancer wasn't coming back because I raised my vibration. I was no longer in that negative toxic state of being in fibromyalgia and walking with a cane for 8 months after a car accident. Please listen carefully. I had 7 car accidents. It's not exactly my lucky number, because the shamans told me in the Amazon jungle that I was on the wrong path till I let go of my darkness. As I say that here today, I can honestly say I found the light. And I am so happy to be helping so many amazing people out there that are searching for that light inside them. And do you know how I found my light? It was all of these things that came together in my quiet manifesting moments of, I really want to help people get over their darkness and their suffering and their pain. And forgiveness became such a part of who I was. And I reached out to the universe and I got so many answers. I wrote a book called The Goddess Compass of my life and how I went from the darkness to the light. But not only that, coming up with the name Goddess Compass comes from the word that was inside me. Compass meaning compassion, and a compass guides you, right? So it was like my internal GPS that gave me the confidence and the courage to reach out and help other people who were suffering. And I will continue to do that for the rest of my life. And another thing I realized, that anybody out there who don't think they're enough, I just want you to realize that your darkness and your light, when you put them together, creates who you are, and everything happened for a reason. So when you cleanse your insides, because your body is indeed your temple, you really, really need to be able to just pause life for a minute and be grateful and forgive and find the courage and the confidence to go into that darkness so you can pull out that light, because the universe will take care of you so much. And for the men out there listening, I'm not just saying that we're goddesses, you're God too. We're not separate. We're actually together as one family created by the same person. You can call it God, you can call it your divinity, you can call it whatever you want, but there's something out there in the universe that's so powerful to create those miracles, including you. God, do not create junk, and he didn't start with you. So I want you all to think about this for a minute. The world is in a state right now. There's so many challenges in the world, but we all need to be human vibrators to raise the light of the planet up and to forgive and to release everything that's holding us back. Revenge is a toxic emotion. It can make you sick. Let it go. Don't be a prisoner of the darkness. Just let it go. I teach the women in my group to be courageous and brave and fearless and confident so they can overcome all of those obstacles and manifest their dreams. Because guess what? It all starts with a dream. Apple started with a dream, and so many other inventions. A paper clip started with a dream. If you want to connect to your purpose, have a passionate life, and just find peace and love in your heart, you need to let go all of those things that rattled at your cage. And I mean, some of those things come from our immediate family. Some of it comes from different experiences in our life. So I have a little prayer I'd like to share with you. It's called the Okaprona prayer. And if you've never heard of it, it says, I love you. Please forgive me. Thank you. I'm sorry. That prayer is so powerful. And you're not saying it to anyone in particular. You're actually saying it to the universe. It's a new day. You're not the same person you were on the calendar. Yesterday is not on the calendar either. So I live in the day. I start with a clean slate. That's one of my little gifts to you, to tell you to start practicing that prayer, because people can hurt you intentionally or unintentionally, and you can do it yourself too to other people because we're human. But when you let it go, it's no longer toxic. And if you release it to the universe, more beautiful things will come back to you. You will ascend with the angels when you start doing that. Today, I had butterflies in my stomach talking to all of you. 400,000 women, right, Cheryl and Jackie? It's just amazing what you guys have created. But those butterflies metamorphosed into being angels. And I feel like I have angels around me with all the goddesses and gods out there doing all of their work together as one. So that is the type of stuff I like to create in my world right now. I do not want to suffer anymore. I suffered enough, 7 car accidents, being sexually abused by 2 men. That's how I lost my innocence. Cancer. So I'm a graduate. I'm a warrior. I'm a powerful goddess. And that's not my ego speaking. Again, I had to do a lot of self-love and a lot of self-care. I had to do the inside journey. I had to just pack my suitcase and then start looking at who am I and who do I want to be? And I got rid of a lot of things. And I encourage you to do that too. And another thing I want to say is that we are so powerful when we let go by looking at our beliefs. And when you say, I believe, I want you to think about this for a minute. Do you say, I believe, or do you touch your heart? It's your heart. It's the love inside you that you need to work on. And when you look at your broken heart and you mend it, you can expand your heart to everyone in the world. And it's a beautiful feeling. It's like a radiance, and it's like the words just come out and you just feel like, what can I do to be a better person? Because you don't want to suffer anymore. And that feels so powerful. You become fearless. And that's what I needed to do. I became fearless of sharing my story in my book to helping women and giving them the courage to reach out and overcome their obstacles. I am so honored to just look at all of these things today and look at what I've overcome. And now I like myself so much more that when I get up in the mirror, I wink at myself in the mirror and I say, I love you, because it starts inside you first. So that cup doesn't get empty again. And you've got so much more to give to the universe. And it comes back in so many different ways. So yeah, I wink at myself in the mirror, and I suggest you do it too if you don't love yourself enough, because everything that happened makes you who you are. And I believe I told you that that was a masterpiece. It's a mosaic. So with that being said, I would like to share with you a little bit about my program. And my offer to you as well. First of all, my program, I'm a coach, and my program is called the Goddess Compass, and it will guide you to finding that courage and confidence and attracting the right love. If you have attracted the right love before, it's a genuine love. It gives you a new identity. It gives you a new mindset of who you really are. It opens your heart. And like I said, when you open your heart, your world changes to be so much more beautiful. You become fearless and you realize you really are enough. So I will be putting that link in the chat, because I don't want anybody out there numbing their life with other addictions. And that was a part of my journey as well. I did get addicted to the wrong things. I could go into that, but I know I only have 20 minutes. But it's my yesterday. I prefer to focus on the positive right now of who I was is not so important anymore. It's who I am now, and it's the transformation from trauma, because I really don't want to go back there. And I know when everybody works together to make a more peaceful, loving world, we're all happier. We all raise our vibration up, and that's so good for the planet. So that is my story. And I'm going to ask Anthony there, my assistant, to put goddesscompass.net in there. And anybody watching, the coupon is fearless. You can book a call with me, and I will chat with you to see if this is something that will work for you. I also have a book called The Goddess Compass. You can find that on Amazon if you really want to look a little deeper. And I'd like to thank everybody for watching today. I hope I've raised your spirits, because by raising your spirits, you raise your world. It's the artificial spirits that I was caught up in at times, but now the real spirit is up inside me, and it uplifts me, and I'm hoping it uplifted you today. I love you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dina. That was fantastic. What a beautiful way to end our day. You are just a radiating light, and we all felt that so much. So watch for that link in the chat. And gosh, I can't believe we're already at the end of our day. You know, I would love to have a round of virtual applause for all of our amazing speakers today. They were all so fantastic. So much wisdom shared, so many fearless stories. And as I mentioned when we started, you know, it's when a woman shares her fearless story, she gives us permission to do the same. And there's so much power in that. As I started, for me, being fearless has been learning to listen to that still small voice that lives in each of us, not just listening to it, but paying attention to it, and most of all, acting upon it. I ask you to trust that still small voice. It's really surreal for me as I was listening to all these powerful stories today. I kept looking at the bottom right-hand corner of my computer screen and seeing the date. And I can't help but really be drawn to today's date, because tomorrow will mark 6 months since the day I died. Yes, September 27, 2021, I died of a pulmonary embolism causing cardiac arrest. I was dead for a full 2 minutes. And as so many speakers talked about today, was dying without regret. And that's the most powerful thing that I remember from that day, is that as I laid on that table, and as the doctor said to me, Charlotte, you're dying. If we do nothing, you're going to die. Our only option is to administer a heavy-duty blood clot busting medication called a TPA that could save your life, but could kill you just as fast of a brain bleed. And I said, well, I'll take door number 2. It sounds like there's a chance there. And as I laid there gasping for my last breaths, having sharp shooting pains across my shoulder blades as that big blood clot attacked my heart and eventually shut it down, as I could fully surrender with so much peace, knowing that I was leaving with no regrets. I said, I'm good to go, God. I lived this extraordinary, fearless life. I've done everything that I ever wanted to do. You see, I've got to meet amazing women like you. I've traveled the world. I've heard so many fearless stories. I've impacted the lives of millions of women globally. If this is it for me, God, I leave with no regrets. I ask you, ladies, if today was your last day, would you leave with no regrets? Don't ever get to the end of your day saying, I wish I would, I wish I could, I wish I should have. I guarantee you that that day was divinely orchestrated so that I'm still here, right now in this moment to share today with you. And what I know for sure is that your life is divinely orchestrated for you to do whatever it is that you want to do. All your big goals and dreams. The universe already has it all figured out. You see, I could tell you 1,000 ways that I die that day, and I can tell you one way that I'm still here. And I can tell you right from the moment of the morning that I woke up, the day after I returned from the Fearless Summit in Washington, D.C., all the way up to the time of death at shortly after 2 o'clock that afternoon, how I was carried on the wings of angels. Your life is carried on the wings of angels, and we don't see it. You see, in this human physical body, we overcomplicate a lot. We live in fear and doubt and worry and think about all the ways that it doesn't work out, but the universe already had it figured out all along as to whatever it is that you want to do, the impact you want to make, whatever you want to create in this world. You were divinely created as part of this amazing universe to be able to make that impact and do the things that you want to do in this world. I've been to heaven. I've been back to that place knowing that this is true. And I truly believe that that's why I'm still here, is so I can share that. And there's no coincidence that today is a special day to be able to share that, being that tomorrow's, well, that's 6-month anniversary of that. And you know, it's an extraordinary place, but so is where we are right now. And we can have that right now. You see, heaven's a place of just complete unconditional love and so much peace. I'll be honest, I didn't want to come back. It was just so beautiful and so peaceful and so amazing. But what I learned is that we can have that right here, right now, in that moment. It's the choices and the decisions that we make right now. I always say, if all you ever did was make your present moment the best moment, the rest of your life will take care of itself. So don't get too far in your thoughts as to how it's going to work out for you. It's already planned. Your job is to just take the first right step. As I said at the beginning, as the great Martin Luther King Jr. said, take your first step in faith. You don't have to see the entire staircase. Just take the first step. I guarantee you when you do that, the next one's going to light up. And what happens is a life of extraordinary adventure. This most beautiful and extraordinary life on your terms, the way you decided to live it fearlessly. And yeah, it's going to have some ups and downs along the way. I guarantee you that, you know, it's going to have some challenges. And that at the end of the day, you're going to say, hang on to that holy shit handle. I went for the ride of my life and I don't regret a thing. Lots of times we're trying to live this safe life, but we all wind up in the same place. It's how you want to live it along the way. You choose that. You make that decision every single day. Ask yourself in every moment, am I being small or am I being all that I was created to be? I said at the beginning, everything changed for me when I decided to let go of what was Charla possible in this world and step into what was God possible through me. And that's how I live every single day. So I'm going to leave you with one final amazing video that I play at all of our live events. And I'm going to share it today to end our day together, where I think this fella says it best. The one and only Jim Carrey. Ooh, let me just make sure I hit share with computer sound. Yep, share sound is on. All right. So slideshow. Why isn't it doing play from current slide? Here we go.
Fear is going to be a player in your life, but you get to decide how much. You can spend your whole life imagining ghosts, worrying about the pathway to the future, but all there will ever be is what's happening here, and the decisions we make in this moment, which are based in either love or fear. So many of us choose our path out of fear disguised as practicality. What we really want seems impossibly out of reach and ridiculous to expect, so we never dare to ask the universe for it. My father could have been a great comedian, but he didn't believe that that was possible for him. And so he made a conservative choice. Instead, he got a safe job as an accountant. And when I was 12 years old, he was let go from that safe job. And our family had to do whatever we could to survive. I learned many great lessons from my father, not the least of which was that you can fail at what you don't want. So you might as well take a chance on doing what you love. Because everything you gain in life will rot and fall apart, and all that will be left of you is what was in your heart. Look where I am. Look what I get to do. People present their best selves to me wherever I go. Who would I be if I said things that people didn't want to hear? Or if I defied their expectations of me? Your need for acceptance can make you invisible in this world. Don't let anything stand in the way of the light that shines through this form. Risk being seen in all of your glory. Because life doesn't happen to you, it happens for you. As far as I can tell, it's just about letting the universe know what you want and working toward it while letting go of how it comes to pass. Your job is not to figure out how it's going to happen for you, but to open the door in your head. And when the door opens in real life, just walk through it. And don't worry if you miss your cue, because there's always doors opening. They keep opening. You will only ever have two choices, love or fear. Choose love, and don't ever let fear turn you against your playful heart.
Yes, ladies. So be fearless. Go confident in the direction of your dreams. Connect with the amazing speakers you heard from today. This is what they do. They've decided to live fearlessly. They share their amazing stories with you and telling you about what they knew now, through living fearlessly. So if there's somebody that you really connected with today, loved hearing their story, know that that's the person who can best help you, feel free to reach out to them. I emailed out everybody's contact information with the link today, so you have it. And if you can't find it, feel free to email me anytime. I'm happy to connect you with any of the amazing speakers or one-woman members that might help you live a more fearless life. So I want to thank everyone for joining us today. Be sure to sign up for our April 30th World Summit. That's the next one that's coming up. You find it on our website or one of our great live events. As I mentioned, we're in Chicago in a couple weeks on April 9th, and then we're heading over to New Jersey and Philadelphia later in April. So I wish everybody a fantastic rest of your weekend, and we look forward to seeing you again soon. Bye, everyone.